Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you. Another penalty fare thanks to my awful memory. I got the train to work a few days a week, and I have to buy a ticket on the day via a phone app because season tickets don't take into my account my disability person's rail card. I've been in the midst of prodrome all week and have been needing my rescue meds, so memory is absolutely shit right now. Guess who managed to forget to buy a ticket before getting on the train? Even told myself as I arrived to the station, now buy your ticket, and somehow still forgot immediately. I have a penalty fare for £5.70. The journey has cost me £105.50. The worst part of it is that this is the second time it's happened. Did it a few months ago too. Time to start setting multiple phone alarms every morning to do it before I leave the house. It's completely my own fault, but fuck. I hate my memory issues that come with this condition. Can you relate? I can relate with the memory issues. I can't relate with missing the train. The train part I cannot. They have the train thing. Some people used to be able to like just hop over it and go over the train. Not that I did that. I did it once or twice. I mean, I did it once or twice, but yeah, you gotta pay for a ticket. Those tickets aren't fun. Yeah, I've seen people get a ticket for that. I haven't got caught, but it seems like every time I buy a ticket, I see the police. But every time I don't buy a ticket, I don't see them. So, yeah. My memory is bad, but I can't forget a ticket because, yeah, I can't afford a ticket right now. When you're passing the ticket machine, just get a ticket. Or I have tap to pay, and they do that out here too. You can just walk by, tap, get on, and tap when you get off. Can you guys relate to forgetting something like that and getting a ticket for something?
I can't, I don't
First
go
comment
anywhere by
says-
myself, so no.
Oh,
I forget
yeah,
everything
me either.
else.
Well, actually, let me stop. Yeah, I do. I go a lot of places alone. I just left and went somewhere alone. First comment says, dispute the charge, take it up with the train operator and explain the situation. I've managed to get a penalty fare as waived. They also hate bad social media. If you use their public socials to complain, you're more likely to get a response. Yeah, that's very much possible. That's good advice right there.
That could be something to bring up. Like you said, if you have to pass the ticket machine, pay to get a ticket, that's just a system. I mean, that makes more sense. But there was some ADA stuff. They redid the whole thing in DC when I think it was just not accessible enough. And people complained. Enough people finally got to the right place and they made everything more accessible. But then you still have to pay, plan ahead.
Yeah, now you can't hop a gate out here because it's a tall door thing. So when you scan, it just opens for you and you walk in. They don't have that anymore. Just walk on the train anymore. But yeah, I don't understand how that person just walked past the ticket pay thing, and that's not something I ever miss. I got something else here. It says, why am I like this? Does anyone else feel like they're faking epilepsy or not epileptic enough? I have cavernoma, which causes my epilepsy, and I'm also drug resistant. I have daily focal seizures, but I didn't have a TC maybe 1 to 5 years ago. Sometimes I feel like I'm faking my focus for attention. Other days I feel like I don't have the right to complain because I live the normal life.
Hey, Andrea.
I am here. How are you?
And we know
I'm
that's
great. How you doing today?
Yeah.
I am having a hell of a shitty morning. How are you?
I'm fucking awesome, bro. Peachy. That's an even better word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Peach is good. No, I had to put my cat in the hospital this morning.
Oh shit.
Oh, what
Sorry to hear
brought
that.
that up?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he got sick. He just been not right, and I was gonna actually take him on Monday, but I woke up this morning and he ate his breakfast and then immediately threw it all up. And I'm like, nope, you're going today. And then
Oh.
they ended up keeping him. So I
He's in
think
a
he's gonna
safe
be
place
fine.
now,
It's
for sure.
yeah, he's safe. He's being looked after.
Excellent. That's the best place to
Okay.
go.
Andrea, I got a post since you're here. I'll start it over. It says, why am I like this? Does anyone feel like they're faking epilepsy or not epileptic enough? I have cavernoma, which causes my epilepsy, and I'm also drug resistant. I have daily focal seizures, but I didn't had a TC maybe 5 years ago. Sometimes I feel like just faking my focals for attention. Other days I feel like I don't have the right to complain because I live a normal life. My focus doesn't affect anything in life. Thankfully, I have a really great support from everybody around me, but I feel like if maybe I have more severe seizures, I feel like whining more valid. I know it's stupid and I'm not sabotaging myself. I take meds every day and I'm trying to be more healthy and maybe become seizure free someday. But I don't know if the meds or my kind of messed up mental health. But those thoughts are really annoying. I'm so sorry you're going through that. I understand what you're saying about people might think you're faking it because you live a regular life and you're having focals, and they say you're not having a seizure because you're not shaking and convulsing. Don't be afraid. Don't be feeling bad because you're having seizures. Don't let people make you feel bad. I've been doing this for 20 years. Got epilepsy when I was 16, and it only gets better from there. But it's going to get way worse before it gets there. But don't let people talk to you like that and make you feel bad about epilepsy. It's not something we can prevent. We didn't ask for this, and yeah, that's messed up to make someone with epilepsy feel like their problem is not a big enough problem. And I've been through that, so I know what you're talking about. Yeah, our problem is a big enough problem to whine. You can whine all you want. You can find somebody you want to whine to. If you need a whine to me, send me a message. Yeah, this is epilepsy. We are able to talk about our disability. Don't keep quiet because someone else wants you to be quiet or someone says something that might make you want to be quiet. I stayed quiet for a long time. Got to self-advocate. People will run over you, especially people you don't know online. Go ahead, Jeff. Kate and Andrea, how do you guys feel about oh, Toaster's here. Toaster, you're here. How's
Hi,
your day going?
Toaster.
There's a smile on your face. Love it.
It's actually been a horrible day.
Yeah, I've
This
seen
is going to
that.
be my favorite part. Though
My favorite
I
part
really
too.
can't stay long. I have to go pick up Jeffy.
Yeah, it's my favorite part of the week too. Tuesdays and Fridays. Glad to see you guys every Tuesday and Friday.
Without
Great day.
a doubt. Oh, my mom broke her shoulder.
Yeah, I read the message. Sorry to hear that.
Well, we thought she had dislocated it, and then it's like, good news, you did not dislocate it. Bad news, you have a broken bone.
Yeah,
So,
I'm so sorry to hear that.
so
I
yes,
hope she
I
gets
I
better
am
soon.
hands right now. So if I am not
Yes.
much here today, I'm helping.
Smiling helps.
Yes.
You're a great smile. The post here I'm talking about, someone is talking about just like complaining about their epilepsy and they feel like they're faking their seizures to get attention. And yeah, I'm just filling you in. Yeah, they feel like they can't whine. Yeah, I feel like you can whine if you want to. If you want to yeah. The words are in my head. You know how the memory goes. Yeah.
I think everybody's entitled to have a bad day and kind of complain about their situation. I've definitely felt like, why am I complaining? I got it pretty good compared to a lot of people. I don't have seizures all that often because my meds are doing okay. But at the same time, I've, I asked my doctor because she referred to me having severe epilepsy. I was like, why do you say that have severe epilepsy? She's like, well, you're on 4 different medications and you're being evaluated for surgery. That's pretty severe. I was like, well, yeah, I guess if you put it that way. The way I was looking at it is I don't have them that bad because I'm not having tonic-clonics all the time. Or, you know, for the most part, I do pretty good. There's a lot of people that have it way worse than I do.
I'm not having many these days. Started with the B12 by Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature's Made B12. I'm telling you
I
to
took
try
mine
it.
today.
It's been working. Haven't had focal since before summer 2025. It's been great. No foggy, no loss of energy. I've actually had a lot more energy taking it, and yeah, I told people, and they said it worked exactly the same way. It helped focals. I had no focals the day after starting to take it. So you're watching this, or you're here, anybody here, try that B12 by Nature's Made. I'm telling you, I'm feeling good. Been feeling good. I take way more or less naps. I don't get the fatigue from the medication, and also our medications make us B12 deficient. So that's why you have focals sometimes, because you're B12 deficient and your body doesn't know how to take it. So the first comment here says, you don't need to be constantly uncontrolled by end quote, epileptic enough. This is not a competition. Definitely not. Don't make anyone make you feel bad about your epilepsy. Can't say that enough. Advocate for yourself. Another comment says, a lot of us only ever have focals. Even if we don't look like much, they're still probably taking more of a toll than you realize. Epilepsy presents in so many ways, so many different ways, and none of them are more or less epileptic. Focals suck. Feeling like you have to go about your day normally while you're actively seizing sucks. It's okay to acknowledge this. It doesn't diminish the experience of people who have TCs. Oh yeah. Hope you don't let this person get to you anymore. Another comment. I get the hiccups a lot during the day. You guys notice. Talking for hours. It says, I'm recently diagnosed early this year and mostly have focal aware ones. I know exactly what it feels like and affects me, but not noticeable to anyone. But I myself feel like I'm just whining when I talk. I know that feeling. You're not whining. A rant is not whining. You're allowed to rant. Talk about your epilepsy. Go ahead, Toaster.
Oh, I was just excited for the icebreaker.
Oh, Kate. You're Kate the Great with the icebreakers. Come on.
Here we are, and this one should sound familiar to our favorite toaster. What is one thing that you constantly do that annoys other people?
I bounce.
Bounce.
I move constantly.
Okay, so
I
fidgety.
have to fidget something.
There
I
you
am the
go.
poster child of ADHD.
And that is embrace
Yeah,
and
I like fidget
acknowledge,
spinner too.
and you the queen. What is one thing you're constantly doing that annoys other people?
Lately, it's probably talk too much because I spend so much time by myself now that every time I'm around people, I won't shut up.
Gotcha. I haven't been told that.
I wish I could use a fidget spinner because I just pick at my fingers all the time.
Oh, your poor cuticles.
I wish
Yes.
I could pass you this through the camera, but I
I've
can't.
had them. I've had them before and I still just pick at my fingers. They sit there.
It's a habit, and it turns into something that you don't even realize you're doing. My dad does it all the time, and my
I
mom
know.
turns and she's like, "Spank, you're bleeding."
Yeah. I used to bite my fingernails. How I quit doing that, I don't know, but I finally quit chewing my fingernails. Now I just pick at everything else.
I got a post here though. How often do you get seizures? Lately, I've been noticing many seizures every 2 to 3 days. I've got diagnosed with epilepsy after suffering a hemoglobinemia not too long ago. So I'm pretty new to all this. How often do you get seizures? That was the question. For me, I'm getting seizures roughly around, they're exactly 3 months apart. This one was, I had one in January, and then 3 months later, 2 months later, I was short of so and that was in April. And then July, I was 3 months later, I had a seizure. And I'm having them every 3 months. So I'm due for one. I'll say that. I'm expecting any day now. Sucks to say, but yeah, I got to get that under control. But I have gotten them better. So I'm saying you can get that better. You can get that better over time. Yeah, I tell everybody it's going to take time. It'll get better with time. But yeah, having seizures is going to happen. And I'm between 3 and 5 a year. Actually, if I count that aura, then that means I had 4 seizures this year. The aura wasn't that bad because I was here. I was talking to you guys. I was just getting up and walking away because my mind was going all over the place. But do you guys count your auras as seizures? I mean, I'm going to tell the doctor I had 3
Yes.
seizures this year, but I'm going to also tell him that before was actually aura.
I just wanted to talk about the system me and my neurologist use. You record everything. Now, TCs, go ahead, contact the office right away. Auras, write them down, but record them because she still wants to see all that data when I go in to see her. So yeah, she still wants to know about them, but they're not as, unless it's a cluster.
Yeah, about mine though, is I don't have an office to call. I have a neurologist at the moment. The other one retired.
Oh no, my chart.
My chart, the new neurologist I meet would be, I think, next week, and we're gonna do a video, a telehealth video. And yeah, I talked to him a couple of days ago. I can't remember if it was yesterday or a couple of days ago. How often do you get seizures, Kate?
I just went through the last 6 months. I have 5 seizures, 4 out of the last 6. 4. The rest of, I guess 4 months. I don't know. 4 or 5 seizures a month. And just like Toaster said, recording all details, everything I can remember, what I was doing, how I know I had one. And don't bother contacting the office unless it's something more severe than usual, outside the norm. Appointments every 6 months are what I'm satisfied with. So we'll keep it at that. But the notes, curiously enough, I just noticed never had
This
one
right
in the
here?
last 6 months on. Oh yeah, gotta swear by that.
Yeah, you gotta start with the B12. I'm telling you, your seizures. I mean, I'm still having seizures, but like I said, they're every 3 months. The B12 isn't helping with the every 3 months, but it's helping with the focals. But with the tonics, they haven't been as, I don't know the word, violent.
Severe?
There we go.
Oh, okay.
The last time I went to the hospital, I had no postictal headache. Yeah, none of that. My seizure was pretty decent. I mean, was like 7 seconds. My sister told me it wasn't that long, but I did fall on the couch because it was behind me. So luckily, I just fell backwards. Yeah. So there's that. They haven't been that violent. She told me, and like I said, only reason I went to the hospital last time is because the ambulance asked me who's the president, and I said I don't know. And they were like, "Well, we're gonna take him." I don't want to know who the president is, but that's another thing. They asked, "Do you know what day it is?" And I told them I never know what day it is, and then that's when they asked who's the president. Toaster, how often are you having seizures?
Anywhere between 2 to 10 days.
Said 2 and 10 days?
Yeah, 2 to 10 days. And most of the time, that's just focal seizures. About once, sometimes twice a month, I'll have a tonic-clonic. I have tried that, and I confirm that, yeah, it wakes you the fuck up. Unfortunately for me,
Um,
it made me so hyper aware of everything going on. I just couldn't function. But that's me
yeah, I
and
loved it
my
because
ADHD
without
brain.
it, I taken without it, I was taking maybe 2 naps a day. Now I get a nap a week, if that, and that's usually
That's
because I'm smoking
good.
pot. But yeah, that's the side effects of smoking pot is you're gonna go to sleep. So yeah,
Now,
the
that
fatigue is
being
there.
said, I still say try it because you never know until you do. Shout out to
Yeah,
nature.
shout out to Nature Made. But yeah, like I said, it's working and I don't sleep as much. So focals goodbye. And hopefully it stays like that. But Jeff's not taking he's not taking lamotrigine and he used it and it's helping him too. So I don't
I was
know if
about to say, I can do a testimony. My best friend takes it and it's helped cut down his seizures.
I'm taking it and
yeah,
I'm
I
on the
heard.
Motrigine and it's helping
Is
me.
it working?
Yeah, well,
Oh, okay.
I only had one since I started it, and I think I forgot to take it the
Oh,
day
that
before.
part. Yeah. When I didn't take it and I missed it one night, that morning I was so that fatigue hit me like it just reminded me that you missed that. You missed that. Yeah. So that's what you
Yeah,
don't do. You don't miss it because it's gonna come back and you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I forgot the pill. But I mean the pill, the it's a gummy. That's just even better and they're good. So
yeah.
sometimes I gotta tell myself don't eat two, but
I'm drinking less caffeine now. I'm less tired. I mean, just all kinds of things. I'm not having focals because I had only had 3 focals last month, and the two of them were before I started it, and only the one since then. And I've had 3 tonic-clonics this year, and they were all right around highly stressful events. So I think that's kind of discovered it as my trigger.
That's a win.
Well, don't you
Right.
guys love how you've seen random trends you'd never expect? I mean, just now, this question about how many seizures are you having a month? I for some reason noticed that none of them have ever fallen. None of those notes were on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and there was only one out of the last 6 months on a Sunday.
I
So,
love my little tracker thing.
like,
I
the beginning
love
of the
it.
week sucks. I don't know how to take that.
I love my tracker thing because it does all the statistics and stuff, and you can compare it. I have a whole bunch of my focals when I'm in the car.
so you're driving?
Right. No, not driving, riding in the car.
Oh, man. Don't drive. I love you. I'm gonna know you for the rest of my life.
No, hell no, I'm selling my car. I've been like kept thinking I'm gonna drive again, I'm gonna drive again, and then I found you guys and I've decided I'm never driving again. I'm selling my car. Why am I even paying insurance on it? This is stupid.
Yeah, I know that
Well,
feeling.
I'm glad I
How has it
could
been on the?
Even if they did say, whatever, and I decided I wanted to drive again, it's gonna be years from now if that were to ever happen, and I don't think that's ever gonna happen. So,
Why pay in the
right,
meantime?
why keep it? I
That's
just I
exactly what
don't
it feels like.
I just don't feel comfortable. If I don't feel comfortable getting in a car with my grandson, I don't think I should be comfortable getting behind the wheel.
Exactly.
I applaud you.
right.
That's really
I
admirable.
applaud all of us who actually come to that thought process, if that makes any sense. Don't drive.
It really sucks to not be
Yes.
able to drive because I hate having to call and
Oh
get
yeah,
someone
that
to
part
pick
does
me
suck.
up. I do not have any public transportation at all where I live, but I just bought myself an electric tricycle.
I seen the picture. It was nice.
I had to
Yeah,
Uber my mom to the hospital this morning.
Oh my
because I
God.
can't drive.
Wow.
And it was
I've been
cheaper than
thinking
an
about,
ambulance.
Exactly.
yeah. I've been thinking about you and your mommy all morning.
Me? Oh no,
Well,
so
my mom.
Yeah. Her mom and her mom's shoulder.
yeah. I knew that. It came to me as I was saying it.
That's
Oh,
okay. We understand.
I
You know
feel
that
horrible
memories.
because she broke it bending over to pick up Dragon Boy's toys. They just appeared at our front steps. He left it at a friend's house, and they just appeared on our front step. It's like, okay. I mean, this happens. This isn't the
Yeah.
first time. It's like, okay, he left his toys again. We've done the same thing.
Did she fall?
Yeah, she was bending over and it just went.
Oh my goodness. Ouch.
We thought she dislocated it,
There's some
Outdoor
old
falls
stuff,
are
right?
always
but
ouch.
no. It's like this is better but worse at the same time. It's not an easy fix of popping it back in with la 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 pain and muscle pain
Oh yeah.
always afterwards. But now she has the other type of not so good news of it's
Or do they have to do surgery to reset
no.
the bone at all?
If she's been holding it in the correct position ever since it happened, and they were able to bandage it up and give her um sling that some one of our friends has one, and um and she can't move it, and as long as it's like that, she she won't have to have surgery.
I
Of course,
sure
we
hope
have 3 big dogs who all know something's wrong with Mama and went to sniff where she's injured, and that's not. Yeah.
So that's amazing. She wasn't giving any like cues or calling out or anything like that, but they went to her.
Oh yeah, they know
That's
Mama's
amazing.
hurt.
That's good.
Oh, my mom is. My mom's a badass. She will go through so much pain. It's like, how the hell are you not on the floor screaming, woman? Because I've seen some of those kidney stones that come out.
Mm.
It's like, how are you not screaming? And no, she was like, I'm just going to take some ibuprofen. I'll take a gummy.
You gotta say no, Mom. Say no, you're not.
she's
She's not
relying
happy.
on those endorphins.
Hey, your mom's great. Love her.
I do too. And I'm sorry that ended there, but my alarm's about to go off. I have to go get Jeffrey. I'll be back later tonight.
Be
I
looking
know.
forward
I
to it.
know. I will be
There you
here.
go. Or
I
at
don't know how to
least
do it.
10.
You guys don't the right. I don't know if mine looks right.
It's okay.
Close
Okay.
enough.
Okay. Good.
Hey, maybe Jeffy will bring all his toys home tonight.
Maybe.
Well, I can do the XL for you.
That's
There
even
we
better.
go.
Perfect.
I got this one because I seen it and I didn't know who else was on the Motrigine, but Andrea's on the Motrigine, so we can both relate and we can figure this out if we relate, basically.
Yeah.
This one says, anyone else have sleep problems on the Motrigine? I do. I recently started the Motrigine and really struggling with sleep. I'm finding it hard to fall asleep and waking up a lot during the night, which has never really been an issue for me before. Has anyone else ever experienced this? If so, how did it take to settle down? I'm due to increase my dose soon, and I'm a bit worried it might get worse. Any advice or experiences would be appreciated. I got some advice and experiences for you. I feel like this. I went to sleep at roughly 4 a.m. this morning. I was up by 10 to do this. Yeah, so yeah. And today I'll probably be up till about 3. I'll be here. Other countries are asleep at certain times of day. So when I'm up at 3 a.m., they can finally join. And it's been great. Got the world coming. One thing I do suggest for you guys is stay hydrated, especially me sitting here for 10 hours. Hydration, because I do not want you guys to see me have a seizure in this chair. But Andrea, do you have sleep problems?
I think I did back when I first started on it, but honestly, I'm on so many meds now. When I take my meds, about half an hour later, I'm out cold. The exculpatory coma.
That sounds fun. That sounds fun. I wish I could
So is
sleep.
that exculpatory? I mean, did the doctor warn you about this, or was it supposed to be, knowledge, kind of common sense if you're taking like a higher dose of lamotrigine? I mean, exculpatory. Do you know how like the Keppra, you never take less than like 1,000 milligrams or something? It's just like a really high dose is the standard. Is exculpatory and lamotrigine kind of balanced out like that, or do they give like really clobazam type, like 0.5 milligram kind of doses?
They started out pretty low on the lamotrigine and worked me up, and I think I'm on. Shit, I'd have to go look. I think I'm on 200 twice a day now with the lamotrigine, but then they added oxcarb, and then they upped and upped the dosage on that, and then they added the exculpatory and then upped the dosage on that, and now I'm being assessed for surgery. So
Oh, that goes in your favor. I mean, if you want.
yeah,
But
Yeah, it's
well,
nice to
I
have
did
the
hear you.
option.
we'll see how it goes.
I got some oxycarbazepine, and it's 600 milligrams. I got this one, and then luckily I didn't start taking it because a day later she told me don't take it because something with my heart, something like that.
Yep, that's what I'm on. Oxcarbazepine. They put me on that after lamotrigine
600
because
milligrams. Then they prescribed me Keppra, 500 milligrams. Yeah, and that was the first time I met that neurologist. I haven't seen her since. Yeah, you're not just gonna put me on Keppra and you haven't even met me. You just take my word for it and call out Keppra. It's not happening. You guys got to self-advocate because these doctors will tell you anything, tell you what they want to tell you. Don't ask, don't tell is how they go. So you don't ask, or if you don't speak up, they just won't tell you. Tell you to take this. Yeah, they also didn't tell me that now I'm taking the Motrigine and I have glaucoma in my right eye. I have fluid behind my left eye, and I read the side effects to lamotrigine, and it puts fluid in your eyes. And now I got to take drops every night before I go to sleep. It's crazy. The side effects of these
is that
medications.
hereditary?
I should have. What? Bad eyes?
Glaucoma. The glaucoma.
I'm not even sure. I know what it is because I have it. I never even looked it up. I was just like, I know it's something with your eyes.
I'm
But
just
yeah,
curious
she
and
told me
thought you
that
might
there's
know.
fluid. Yeah, no, I don't. She told me there's fluid behind the eye, which is I guess, somewhere in there that they can see. I can't see because my eyes are brown. Of course, I can't see because I can't see my eyes. But yeah. Yeah, I read the side effects recently, and messes with your eyes. It gives you insomnia. And I got the worst part of that one. Yeah,
Something
I
on
don't know
that
much.
lamotrigine, side effects thing with the sleep. The general AI overview, first thing that comes up is lamotrigine can cause drowsiness. The drowsiness may interfere with falling asleep or staying asleep. You guys ever heard of that?
The
I thought
problem that I had,
drowsiness just means.
I mostly would have problems that I would just wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd go to sleep for a little while. I think I was going to bed at like 10 o'clock, and then I'd wake up because I needed to pee or something at 2, and then I just couldn't go back to sleep no matter what I did. So then I'm up the rest of the day.
That's
Yes.
the lamotrigine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently that's a
Yeah.
lot of AEDs. And that REM sleep, I thought REM sleep was like the deep, the good kind of sleep. But apparently REM, rapid eye movement, is when the motragine can give you vivid or disturbing dreams.
Oh yeah, I get
So
those. Thanks for telling me that. I got to write that down.
yeah, if you're having vivid dreams, it sounds like it doesn't even necessarily have to be a nightmare. It can just be something, like you said, really vivid. So I
Crazy.
don't know, like, yeah, whatever, crazy, it wakes you up and you don't want to go back to sleep after a crazy dream. So,
I think I was having those too.
Yeah, I got.
and those are the kind of things that if you
Yeah,
check
get
them off
sleep
on the calendar,
paralysis.
you might see those patterns.
I don't think I realized it was a side effect or anything. I
Right.
remember thinking I was having like focals in my sleep that were waking me up. I thought I was having weird seizures and stuff in my sleep that were waking me up, or panic attacks, or I didn't know what was going on. It was weird.
Well, how often have you guys got the vibe that doctors are always so ready to blame it on your lifestyle choices, what you drink, what you eat, something like that, that's causing these sleep problems and nightmares and dreams and all of that before the meds that they obviously prescribed?
They see
Yeah.
anxiety in my chart already, and I was told that my focals were panic attacks for over 2 years, and I was having at one point 47 focals a day because I've been tracking them for years.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
but I
forgot
was
the
having,
question.
according to them, I was having panic attacks. I'm like, yo, these don't feel like panic attacks. You look up what they describe as a panic attack, that's not what this is.
Yeah. One of them has to experience it or experience their child going through it to understand it. Other
To
than that, a lot
really
of people
want
aren't
to
going to go
understand.
research it. But what was your question, Kate? You said something and you asked about the
I
motragine.
just thought it sounded weird how they described drowsiness as interfering with falling asleep. Do you ever feel tired or drowsy, but then can't fall asleep because of that?
That's insomnia. Yeah, I lay in my bed
That sums
for
it up just right.
like one time you text me and I was just like laying in my bed and I just lay there for hours. And then eventually I'm like, am I sleeping? And then I'm like, no, I'm wide awake. And it's 2 hours have passed and I'm thinking stuff, thinking I'm dreaming, but I'm just laying there. And it gets kind of frustrating at times. It's like, yeah, at first I was just like, why can't I sleep? But then I figured out it was the lamotrigine, which I had to come here to figure out because everyone's great and everyone's telling me stuff that's going on with them. And I found out, yeah, that I was messing up. When I told my neurologist that I was having focals and didn't know it until I got on Reddit and people explained what focals are to me, and then I find out what a focal seizure is. When I told him I'd been having focals for 10 months, I mean, for almost 10 years, he got very angry, but he retired in a week. So, yeah, that's why I didn't have that problem that you had, Kate. And you said somebody blaming you for your lifestyle changes and stuff you did like that. I had my neurologist from when I was 16 until May 2025. So 20 years, 19 years. So I've had the same one and he never really done stuff like that. He would always ask me, are you still smoking weed? And eventually he stopped asking me because he does the blood work first. Instead of telling me I shouldn't smoke weed, he would say, do you need help getting in a program? But yeah, lifestyle stuff. For some reason, I can't find out my triggers. I've done so much and triggers just haven't popped up. Sleep obviously isn't working. Alcohol didn't bother me. Nicotine that I know of, I smoked for years, smoking cigars with my weed. But you guys, it's been a little bit. May 2025 is when I was like, hey, it's a stimulant. Yeah, everybody here was telling me, tobacco and nicotine is a stimulant. And I was like, well, I'll stop. Cold turkey. That's what you call being an example. I'm just kidding. Try to be a good example. And they were like, it messes with you. Stop alcohol and nicotine. Didn't need it. Yeah, save money. I got something. Comment says at 300
But I think,
milligrams.
yeah, go ahead.
This is the post about anyone with the sleep problems on the Motrigine, and someone commented at 300 milligrams twice a day. Been on that dose for almost a year now. Still waking up every 90 to 120 minutes, basically 2 hours. I can sleep through the day often, and will sleep most of the day away if I let myself. On the same time schedule for waking up as it was. That sounds about me. Except I'm not waking up every hour or 2 hours. I'm just not asleep. I'm just laying there and thinking I'm asleep. And then when I'm like, oh, I'm not asleep. 2 hours have passed. It gets to you. But I'm on 200 milligrams. And this person says they take a lot of naps. If I were you and you're taking a lot of naps, take the B12 by Nature's Made, 300 micrograms. It's 2 servings a day, which is 1,500 in the morning, 1,500 at night. It's worked miracles. And I'm not using that word lightly, because not having focals is miracle. And the myoclonics are gone too. I haven't seen those either. I haven't done the shoulder jerking and stuff. So yeah, I didn't even point that out. I didn't even think of that.
That's
I
a
just
big
noticed
deal.
my
I thought
focus
every
was
kind of
on.
seizure just gets worse. I didn't think it ever goes away.
Yeah, so myoclonic seizures, I haven't been getting those. Sometimes I'll be typing and I'll do that on accident, but when I do my shoulder and my leg jerking, I haven't done that in so long, and it's been the B12 because I haven't done it since then. That's what it has to be. I've only had TCs since then, and 2025 was a great year for me, especially getting it in control. So I'm trying not to, like I said, 3 to 5 seizures a year is good for me, and yeah.
Hey, who knows if that doesn't have
2025.
something to do with all this self-advocating and taking more notes and being more active in your own care on a good year? That's not a mistake.
Yeah. It's done me good.
There you go. So we got another post here saying, is it possible to have a good paying job and be content? I think the comments will really hit home in this one. Story is, I was officially diagnosed in July. Couple years, been working at a pharmacy as a pharmacy tech. I could ditch the profession, I would, but I can't. They pay well for where I am, and only about a 10-minute drive. Family relies on me heavily. I rely deeply on the health insurance I finally secured. I find it's a little different now in the workplace. Wish I could explain, but it's not like my coworkers treat me any different, more like I'm afraid I'll make a mistake that costs me my job. Currently taking lacosamide. Lamotrigine is being titrated up. Memory was already degrading. Now it's worse. Feel as if dreams of becoming successful in any job are fading. All I ever wanted was to provide. My late supportive father and my wonderful mom, older brother, refuses to leave McDonald's and get a driver's license, which infuriates me. As if I had the option, I'd definitely get mine back with these seizures. I feel incompetent, like I'll never find another job where I will learn enough. Or if I go back to school, what's the point in trying if I can't remember half of it? Just want to make enough to be comfortable, never gotten out of this hole, gotten deeper, rely on boyfriend heavily to pay the bills, understand he doesn't mind helping, but I wish I didn't put him through this nightmare. And that just sounds all too familiar. Anybody else want to comment on exactly how that's relatable? Somebody who's actually been able to secure a career and now feels like they can't keep it for much longer.
Yeah, don't feel down about it. I was working and I was just having bad seizures, and eventually I didn't want to quit. I liked working. I loved working. My job, they were like, have a few seizures a month. They weren't bothered. It wasn't too many. I mean, but there was one at my job before my last job. And that was when I put my arm in the fryer. And yeah. And for the people who haven't seen it, I worked at Krispy Kreme and put my arm elbow deep in the fryer. I had a seizure and did it. And when I touched the bottom, it brought me out of a seizure. And then I looked at my hand, and then I fell and continued to have a seizure. But would that be continued to have a seizure, or would that be considered having another seizure?
I think just that little break
think-
means that was a whatever they call the break in between. I know there's a word for that, but yeah, that would have probably been 2.
Okay. Yeah, so basically it hurt. So I came to. It brought me to. And then yeah. Then I continued. And yeah, so my family knew about that one. And then my next job is when I was forced to resign. Yeah, I had a seizure at my other job. It was a warehouse job, and I don't know what happened, but I had stitches on the inside of my gums. And I woke up like that. So there was something that I missed. There was a lot of time that I missed during that, obviously. And yeah, I woke up in the hospital and I was like, what is this? And they was like, your gums were almost split all the way through on the inside, on the left side, actually. And then my stepmom gave me a letter to take to my job and was like, give this to your boss. And it was in an envelope. I didn't read it. I was just like, it's my stepmom. She just said, give it to my boss. Maybe it's like a letter for me to accommodations to work or something. And when I was putting it in my locker, when I was in my locker, closing the locker, I was like, let me get this letter. And then I was like, let me read it. Then it was a letter of resignation and it said, I resign. And I was like, oh, I don't have the option anymore. And yeah, by then I had handed it to my boss. And there was actually 2 in there. One she wanted me to sign and she made me
Hey, I
resign.
wanted to make sure it was legit. That's what it is.
I don't want to resign. I want to go back to work right now. Like I felt like I was doing so much and I love working. I love being outside but yeah, working
Well,
is
that's how one of
beautiful
the
thing. It's
comments
so
here
fun.
describes it.
Some people just
Somebody's saying, you need to keep challenging your brain. We're more capable than we think. And I think that's why we want to end up wanting to go back to work so bad. Just because that challenge is there and it is healthy. It's better for you when you're using your brain to do things that you end up feeling better.
yeah, it was awesome. Like I said, I'd go back to work today if my family would allow me. If I think if I was just to go find a job, they'd be really disappointed if I'd be like, oh, I'm went to work or left to work. They're not gonna like that. Don't give up. If
Yeah,
you don't
the
have
OP
family,
here.
if you don't have family who are gonna make you resign, then try to get your seizures under control and keep a good job. If you have a good job, why not stay there?
Yeah, a lot of the comments too, they're just thankful for the encouragement. She said it's been really difficult coming to terms with the diagnosis, getting used to the meds, but you're right, I do have more options. So it could be easy to feel that way, especially when you've been trained for a certain career like pharmacy tech, but that is high stress. That's a job where if you make a mistake, it's a safety issue for somebody else, for a customer. So it's not like a customer service thing or, something that doesn't really put anyone in danger. And it's not a good feeling to know that whatever job you can go for after that is something that you have to be able to handle, and it probably won't pay as much, but it is still an option. So it's encouraging that OP is happy to hear that she has more options and not just disappointed and going straight to the downsides or the worst parts of having to unintentionally switch careers. Because as long as there is still an option out there, that's a good one. So many of these comments are just saying, I really hope you can figure this out, because whatever job you work at, it'll beat disability. They take, cost of insurance right out of your disability check now. So that makes a difference.
Wow. Like your disability just basically pays your insurance?
Now you can get an itemized statement. They send you a statement like once a year, every 6 months. I think it's around tax time, and you can see how much they're taking out of what the judge approved for disability for Medicare, or whether it's Part A or Part B. If you go for an Advantage plan, it's just as confusing as a Marketplace now, hands down. And it is at the cost of the disabled. Like even if you qualify for Medicaid, so you don't qualify for Medicaid because you have the potential of getting Medicare. There's that confusing time in between when you're approved for disability, but you can't get Medicare for a year. That was the last year I could have Medicaid. And that was the only time I didn't have to pay for it. And that's a surprise. That was definitely a surprise. That was not welcome. Do you notice a pattern leading up to your seizures? I'm beginning to notice a pattern with my seizures. For some reason, I get a seizure every time this routine happens. Lucid dream, wake up unusually late, have a massive appetite and eat a lot, get really talkative and then tired, rest for a little bit, and then seizure. I seem to switch personalities afterward as well. It's so strange. I don't have such a detailed set of happens, but I hope this is based on a bunch of seizures, because if this only happened, for 2 or 3 seizures in a month or a short amount of time, I don't know. I can't think of what that would really reveal. Having a dream, waking up late. But does that mean you didn't get enough sleep, or you actually got more sleep than usual? Being really hungry, eating a lot, so maybe they did just sleep longer. Get talkative, then tired, rest for a little bit, and then have your seizure. I guess the only thing I would try if that pattern happened was an alarm. See if you were able to get regular sleep, if that made a difference. But the first comment is, my God, that's exactly how mine progresses as well. I wish somebody had some advice on how to mitigate this. Does anybody else have such a specific pattern that happens before your seizures? Matic, Andreas?
I've noticed a little bit like I've been able to pick up on maybe a small little, what's it called? Like you get the little hot flashes and get a little clammy. I've kind of picked up on that sometimes, but there's so many times more where I get the clammy feeling and nothing happens. But then there's one every now and then, every really months apart. Yeah, that I get it, and it does turn into a tonic. But other than that, they don't really bother me.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people notice patterns. Another one of the comments is saying their pattern is fatigue, weakness in arms and legs, like as in need a cane, tremors, and then tension, exhaustion with the shakes, and then they call it the snap, which feels like a band tightening around your head, and then bam. So that is a really specific pattern, but at least that's a feeling. I mean, that sounds like an aura. You could feel the tension and then exhaustion, and the shakes are there. So that sounds like more short term, right before the seizure, which is probably just the beginning of it. But the thing about having a dream and waking up late, I wonder if that actually does contribute, because I don't think I've ever had something consistent like that. Matic, you have any experience with this? Other people are saying I'd just be walking outside and staring because my eyes seizure started. Oh, go ahead,
What's the
Andrea.
question? I'm back.
Okay,
Sorry,
great.
my vet called and I got to go get my cat at 5:30. So
Okay. Kitty's doing better.
yeah,
Okay,
he
ready
just
to go home.
yeah, but he's doing okay, and I get to go get him. So that's all I care about.
Excellent. So are you taking the scooter?
Oh no, mom's coming to get me. He gets
Okay,
mad enough going in the car. I don't want to even try and put him on the bike.
that could be risky. True.
Besides
this
the fact
question,
of I don't think I'm safe enough to drive all that way across town on the bike yet.
oh yeah, that is a distance, huh? I didn't think of that.
It's a few miles away.
But any busy streets, that's different than
Yeah,
around the block. Yeah,
it's all the way down the main road in town.
yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
So this question,
When I was working,
go ahead.
when I was working at the warehouse for was it FedEx, And like that was the place that I had the seizure and I had stitches on my gums. I used to walk 4 miles to work. And I worked at 2 in the morning. I would leave home at 12 and get to work by 1:10. 4 mile walk, but it was like straight down one street, so I didn't have to go through neighborhoods or anything like that. It was a main road. But yeah, there was also that they like, oh, we don't want you to be walking to work. You didn't know I was walking to work for months. Knew I was working. And whenever I asked me to take you for a ride, and then whenever I asked, are you walking or tipping the bus? Yeah. I
I
love
feel
working.
bad asking. I hate asking for rides.
Right. Especially asking somebody for a ride and I gotta be working 2 a.m. I was like,
Oh,
I think I can get there, no problem. Catch an Uber or I walk.
at least you got buses and stuff closer to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of buses around here. There's actually like one in front of this complex. Like really, when you walk outside, to the left there would be a bus stop. And like, hey, be right on time.
But the hours is what I hated when I had the option of taking the bus in Vero. It's not a city. It's not a city. It's a town. They have buses, but I could only catch it like every 2 to 4 hours in some places. So I would literally have to start that shift or get to that shift like an hour or two early, and have to wait way too long
Sit
after
there
the
and
shift was over to exactly. The schedule
that
around
would
here was
suck.
just not convenient.
That would
It
suck.
it it made for a 12-hour day. Like even out of what was supposed to be technically a part-time job, the travel
Yeah.
was way more than it was worth. But hey, I wasn't about to pay for it. Wasn't about to
Yeah.
sacrifice half the paycheck on Ubers, 4 or 5 times a week. Not happening.
Yeah.
So this question now was about a pattern leading up to your seizures. The OP gave a really specific step-by-step of lucid dream, waking up late, having a massive appetite, eating a lot, getting really talkative and then tired, resting for a little bit, and then seizure. Have you ever noticed a specific pattern like that?
Nothing in the immediate, but in the maybe like week or two building up to a tonic-clonic, I've noticed I get a lot more like really anxious and a lot of more focals. So I'm really interested if I have another tonic-clonic since I'm taking the B12 now, if I still have the focals prior to.
Or any indication, because I don't want to say convenient, but maybe on
Right.
those catamenial times, if you know you're feeling a little off for 2 or 3 days before, you're not taking a trip, the next day.
But it's like I don't have the tonic-clonics, but every few months or so. Like I had one in July and my other one before that was in February. So they're not regular.
Yeah, and for me, the tonic-clonics, I can always find an excuse. Something to
Yeah.
do with, the elevation, the schedule, like
Oh,
extra not sleep or not eating, or yeah.
there were 2 majorly traumatic events right before those.
And the stress is that one unexpected thing is like the last thing to send it over, because I always call it like a trifecta. I have to
Yeah.
be having like not enough sleep, something really stressful, and the third thing, like if I'm happen to take that night dose like 4 or 5 hours late, that's the last trigger. But it's only because I was already lowering my threshold for like days
Uh-huh.
prior by just not handling shit or choosing to do too much.
Right. That's
Yeah,
my thing. It's
so
like I gotta really watch my stress level.
how long did it take you to admit that that was even a thing? Because I literally told the doctor for a decade, no, I handle stressful things all the time. That doesn't do anything.
I started having seizures in 2020 and I figured that out in July.
That says it. They tried to tell me that being a bill collector was too stressful. Started suggesting that I was gonna have to quit the job, but I didn't want to hear that. I did not think the job was stressful.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that. How was it stressful?
Being a bill collector? I think being a bill collector would be very stressful.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
you get hung
especially
up
since
on
it
a
was
lot, right?
But that I know the keyboard commands, move on to the next. That job was so encouraging when I got somebody on a payment plan from Greenville Health in one of the Carolinas, because they paid 30% commission on those payment plans. And how the fuck I know that this long after those accounts were my favorite, because that was commission.
I can still tell you account numbers from when I worked at a bank 20 years ago because I used them and had to write them every day.
Yeah, somehow the keyboard commands still stick. I couldn't tell you the name of the software, the program at all, but I can tell you that like Control R was the next call. So, and that's what it was. So making the best. That's what, arguing with my doctors taught me. That making the best is what truly works better.
Yeah. I don't remember what happened last week or what I had for breakfast, but I know what my phone number was when I was 12.
Right. I know things like that, like my grandmother's number and her address when I was a kid.
Right.
And yeah, my long term is pretty good, but short term is out the window. My short term is over. There is no more short term. I can turn around and figure what I turned around for, and then turn around again and walk away. That's why I don't cook, because I don't know if it's just attention span, but I was cooking one time and I turned around to get my phone off the counter that was behind me. I looked at my phone. I forgot what I did on my phone. Then I just went to my room and sat down and forgot I was cooking. And next thing you know, the rice was out of water.
Oops.
I don't know how long that took, but yeah.
Yeah, rice will suck it up in 10 minutes once it's boiling, if it's less than 2 cups. Use white or jasmine? Or whole wheat?
I
mean,
put it
brown.
in a rice cooker and press start.
There you go.
I should do that. Rice cooker.
Oh, I love it. You like dump in the rice, you dump in the water, and you push the start button, and then it beeps when it's done.
Perfect.
So convenient.
Where'd you get that? Yeah, look that up.
Amazon.
Ah, my favorite. So I gotta check that out later. For now,
They sell them from like all kinds of price points too. Like you can pick one up probably for 20 bucks at Walmart, or you can go buy a $200 one.
Oh, they have those at department stores looking all fancy. Yeah.
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 Go to the kitchen supply store and buy a restaurant gauge, grade rice cooker for $3,000 if you want to.
Oh, I'm seeing crazy stuff now, like Staples and like Best Buy. It's stuff that's for like electronics, but they totally branched out into households, and yeah, that you can get a rice cooker at Best Buy.
Yeah, I think I need to get me a rice cooker. I'll check out Amazon because they'll bring it to your porch.
What do you do with your rice?
Anything that it can go with. Scramble it with eggs, maybe. Use it for steak, rice, and gravy, and of course with I think they call it Salisbury steak.
When you get your pepper package, that's gonna be a favorite.
Yeah, my sister's gonna cook that because
do a stir fry thing.
Cook and then walk away, and the house gonna be smelling like peppers. Yeah, she doesn't like when I cook. Maybe if she's in the kitchen or something, small stuff. Yeah, put something in a pot. But that's why I got those. If you guys ever like have problems making food, because I do, I don't like to cook because of that reason, obviously. I have these things. They come from this company called Mom's Meals, and you get it through your insurance, and they bring you little trays of food, and they're already made. You just gotta heat it up. Some people are like, "Oh no, it's fake meat. This, and that." Well, you actually get to pick what you want, so you don't get to pick the fake meat. There's real stuff in there, and it's really good. It's a little tray. They have other ones called think there's one called Factor. There's a few different companies who do that, and yeah, this one's pretty good. Good food, real meat, vegetables. You just add some seasonings. They're not going to season it. I just add some pepper. It's always good.
There's different companies that you can use.
Yeah, the one that started it, I forgot their name.
I know there's tons of them on TV and that they send you stuff in the mail, but I didn't realize the ones that were the insurance companies use, you could do different companies like that.
Yeah, with that one, you can do it. You can get it through your insurance. I think that I don't know if that's just a California thing, but it's happening. My mother does it, and she gets a lot of food, and it's real good. And they bring you some enough for the week. They bring it every week inside this box with the thing that keeps everything frozen. It's like some
That's
type of
cool.
aluminum foil. Yeah,
That's really neat.
but I do have a post here. It says, "How do you handle a seizure alone in public? I went out shopping with family today, and I probably go outside once every 2 weeks due to limitations from my stroke and epilepsy. I could sense a seizure coming on and immediately was rushed home. I'm just thinking, what would you guys do if you felt seizure coming on while you were out alone in public? If I felt it, I'd honestly tell someone, and I try to find somewhere. I'm not gonna say where I can sit. Maybe sit with like, if I could find a chair with this in it wherever I'm at, or not a metal chair, not a park chair, anything like that. Find somewhere safe to get, because yeah, we're in a bad position with that, and hurting yourself having a seizure. I've had some bad injuries. I chipped my tooth, fell in the fryer, had stitches on my gums. Yeah, a bunch of different stuff.
Do you typically feel one coming on, Pookie?
Never.
Never. You
I've
just wake
gotten,
up.
yeah, I've gotten like the part that I thought was an aura or whatever, but like I said, it doesn't always happen. So I don't want to label it as an aura. I mean, or a seizure. I always thought that the focals and stuff before I got to Reddit, I didn't know focals were a thing. I thought I was just having like blacking out, and there would be moments, there'd be like blips, and 1 minute I'm on this aisle in a store, and the next minute I'm on this aisle, stuff like that. And yeah, blips in the timeline. Yeah,
I'm starting to think I have blips in the timeline that I'm not aware of.
likely. Um, I I'm trying to like not do as much dangerous things when I'm with my children, like going out in public and doing certain things, because most recently my seizures have changed from TCs to wandering off. And so far I've wandered off into 2 homes that weren't mine. And
That's just
I'm
scary.
blessed to still be here, because yes, it is scary. Because when I came out of it, I was yelling at him, telling that man, get the fuck out of my house. And he was like, no, my house. And I'm like, my house, and back and forth with someone. Then yeah, it could have went
What
real
did he
bad,
do?
but it was a rehab, and I happened to be, my aunt stayed down the street, so I was on my way to the store, and the rehab was in between the store, and they were like, "Oh, that's down there, he has seizures," and I seen him putting in the ambulance quite a bit down there, and he seen my family so many times that he was like, "Yeah, I know what's going on. He's having a seizure." People come outside when the ambulance is out there all the time, and that's when my seizures weren't exactly under control. The ambulance was around a lot. And yeah, it sucks that people know me because, oh, that's the kid that the ambulance always come for. But that saved me.
I know several people on my block due to ambulances, so I understand.
But
Yeah.
then it's just as
Crazy.
risky in those neighborhoods when you get known for that. And then you hear people start asking the wrong questions, and somebody gets a break in right underneath you. And that's what triggered us making a decision. Okay, we got to get off of 16th Street. Like,
Really?
yeah, we couldn't risk people getting the wrong message. She was newborn still, and that complex was right across the street from the school. So
Oh, wow.
we were thinking that was a perfect place of like, okay, we tough it out here for another 5 years, save up, do what we can, don't have to pay for any back and forth to school. I could actually manage walking her across, but nope, just didn't have time. Life didn't work out that way. Go figure.
It's amazing those curveballs life throws at you, isn't it?
You know, but go figure. The place that everybody can afford.
Yeah.
Everybody started getting break-ins. And the one place that's not some perfect little gated community in Florida, they put across the street from school.
Lovely.
You know, next one about, can you fight off a seizure? I know this might sound silly. I'm new to all this, so bear with me. Whenever I sense a seizure coming on, ringing in ears, auras, disassociation, I start focusing on breathing, grounding myself, trying to stay focused. This helps prevent me from completely losing awareness and seizing up. I experimented with letting myself go, just like letting things happen. When I sensed the seizure coming, I was left much worse compared to when I tried to fight the seizure off. I've never really had this because I never get that aura. I never realize when a seizure's coming. So if I had a chance to fight it off, I would think I would get a bottle of water and just start counting or trying to focus on something. Would anybody else have a technique for fighting off a seizure?
I have never known anything about like no auras or anything ahead of time. So with my focals, I know I just kind of, I guess like you said, I kind of just focus and think about, it's going to be over in a minute type thing.
I can't fight it off. I've been brought back too. Like I said, when I put my arm in the deep fryer, some things are going to bring you out of it, and that was one of them. It brought me out of it. And also, when I hit the center divide and the airbag hit me, I came out of it, and then I pulled over, and then I had another seizure. But like I said, they're so close that I don't know if that was actually another seizure or are they both just one seizure. But I know the airbag, it hurt, and it'll bring you to, and it did. And also, I know someone who I did this with the first time I ever did this. He said that he does the lip smacking before he has a seizure, so his family kind of knows a little bit. And he said he tells his brother to fight with him. So they're fighting and punching each other, and you don't go out of it. It works for
That's
everyone.
interesting.
Whatever works.
Yeah, to each his
I wonder
own.
how he
This
figured
one
that
is
out.
saying they have definitely been,
Right.
you
wonder how
know,
you
maybe
find that
it's,
out,
hey,
too.
you're lucky enough to be play fighting when it happens.
He
One of
said,
the
I tell my
comments is
brothers to
saying
punch
that
me.
they'll start looking around. There you go. But they're saying things like, see that chair, see that tree outside the window, look, so-and-so sitting over there, they're wearing pink today. They start saying random stuff to kind of reorient themselves while just trying to keep breathing as controlled as possible and stay centered. So I guess I can see how that might bring you out of it. If you feel like you're drifting off, then start, talking about what your surroundings are. There's another response is saying I do this a few times if I forget to take meds in the morning. It helps if I remove distractions, focus on breathing and center yourself. Yeah, later on down the line, if this thing ever kicks in and stops the bad ones, maybe I'll just get those feelings and try to talk yourself out of it. That would be nice.
Yeah.
It looks
Wish
like
I could talk
PNES
myself out
comments
of
are
it.
coming in about non-epileptic seizures being able to do that.
Oh, I get really, really small myoclonics. It's like playing a video game. I might press on the brake, my finger might jump a little bit and tighten up, or I might tap X and shoot on accident. I've done that, but I've heard people like throwing the food across the room and stuff like that. I don't do that, fortunately. But I have kicked some things and elbowed some things, all kinds of stuff. Not cookie helps.
The little finger jerks like that, is that I've been trying to decide when I write, sometimes my hand just doesn't, I can't write right properly anymore.
Right. My
And
handwriting is horrible. Handwriting
I'm
has got ridiculous.
sometimes it's like my hands are doing some weird jerk and they just don't want to do what my brain is telling them. And I'm wondering, hearing everybody talk about the myoclonics, if it could be related to that. What do you guys think?
I think it is related to the wait, I'm sorry, I forgot the question as I'm talking. I'm sorry.
Like
It's
the
just
little handwriting jerks
Oh,
and things,
yeah.
issues.
When I think about it, I think it's rough on certain people, especially me sometimes because my handwriting is already. I think I didn't have to use it for years, so it's like it got bad. It was really good in high school, but yeah, it's like use it or lose it, and I lost it. And my handwriting isn't that good these days. It's legible, but it's not as I would like it to be.
Do you think that's because of the myoclonic stuff?
Yeah, because when I write, I don't know if you can see me, but you probably see me over here. I have to put both arms so I can make it steady.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if I'm standing over a counter and I need to write something down, it's wherever I'm sitting. That helps it be a little more stable. And it doesn't always help me because sometimes I still and yeah.
That's what I do. I'll be
I
right
did
in the middle.
one summer 2025, but it's been good to me. But I did one like that when I was shaving. Nobody could tell in the meeting, but I pointed it out to everybody. I was like, yeah. And I didn't have this part right here, but I have my hair. So, and yeah, nobody ever thought about it. That's something you never think about is sideburns being gone because you had myoclonic. There was a post in the past that was asking people, what do you do when you go to like public one stall bathrooms, like where it's just one bathroom? Do you lock the door behind you? And that's something I never thought
That.
of because do that at the
I
subway
never
station
thought of it either.
sometimes.
I
At
never
the train
thought of that.
station, yeah, at the train station, I do it all the time and never really thought about it. Like, what if I had a seizure in there alone? And someone posted that, and I was like, that's really a thought now. And yeah, you being there locked in there because you lock the door from the inside. And if it just says occupied, they probably won't even check. They're gonna be like, well, it says occupied. You're not just gonna unlock it. He might be in there doing whatever.
Well, I didn't even think about those.
I started changing up my moves. I got to go to bathrooms that are multiple stalls. Yeah, that's really dangerous, especially because it's dirty in there most of the time, or not most of the time. At certain stations, the bathrooms are horrible. No one fall in there and it's dirty, and I wake up wet and somebody else's piss is on the ground.
Hope it's not all over your face.
Never know. There's like stuff that's like I never know what's in my beard and no one else ever knows because it's like I'm drinking water and then it'll go like down my beard. No one can tell that I'm like doing this. You're like, what are you doing? I'm like, my beard is wet. I just drank some water or juice or whatever the case. But now I've been drinking only water. I've been doing strictly water. So I've been drinking water for a while. Just water.
I need to quit drinking so much pop.
Yeah, I had to stop doing that too. Yeah. Like I said, I stopped doing a lot of things just like cold turkey. I was just like, gotta do this. Gotta be an example for people. And people are saying things that they're doing and they can't quit it. I did cold turkey. No soda, no nicotine. Yeah, no alcohol. It's all it took is for me to know that people are like, it's a stimulant, it causes my seizures. I knew it was a stimulant, but it never caused me seizures. But can't be trying to be better than someone and drinking alcohol. or not necessarily be better than people, because I'm not trying to be better than people, but can't try to like be the best example when you're drinking alcohol and you're telling other people that they shouldn't drink, and you get the message, right?
Yeah, you just want to be a good example.
Yeah. So, yeah, nicotine, it smells good when my sister smokes, but I can smoke paper and it still smells good, but I don't have the urge to smoke anymore because I've noticed it was the nicotine. I don't smoke as much now because I smoke papers, and I've noticed it was the nicotine urge. I smoked 2 or 3 or 4 a day, unnecessary. Now I'm down to maybe a half of a joint.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. Like this joint's been sitting in this ashtray maybe like 3 or 4 days. And every night I just try to take a puff of it and try to go to sleep, and it never works. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it lets me go to sleep, but I'm also a light sleeper. So once I get woke up by something, then I'm probably back up and frustrated again because I can't go back to sleep. Yeah. But again, the B12 gives me so much energy. It's like sometimes I don't need the energy. It's like sometimes I'll be asleep and I think I'll need to go to the bathroom or something, and I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna go back to the room and go back to sleep because it's 6 or 7 a.m. and this is not my usual time. Usually getting like 9 to 10 hours of sleep. And yeah, the B12, I'll get up and I'll be like, wow, I can't go back to sleep. Sometimes I
Does that
want
always
to.
depend on like when you take it though? If you
Great.
take the B12 in the morning, that cause a problem?
Say that again.
Does it depend on when you take the B12? Because I noticed when I started taking it, there was this recommendation by the doctor to always take any supplements like more than 3 or 4 hours apart from the meds. So I just on a whim took the B12 really late one night. Take the meds around 9, was already awake after midnight, so I took the B12 then, and noticed I had no chance of going to bed before the sun came up that night. So do you notice a difference in like if you take the B12 and then you get that like energy within a couple hours after that?
No, because I haven't listened to that. I haven't actually heard that, but taking it a few hours after.
When do you take it typically?
It's been working. Yeah, I take it. I wake up and my morning dose, 10 a.m. and take my B12 in the morning. Yeah, so there's
With
that. I don't
with
ever
all
usually.
the rest of your meds at the same time?
I just take lamotrigine right now, so it's like one pill, and I usually eat the gummy first. Then my mouth tastes better than when I take that pill, and it's disgusting. You ever have it like hit the inside of your cheek and the taste doesn't go away? It's a
Oh
real
yeah.
bitter taste. It's
Or like
disgusting.
right on the back of your tongue, and that 2 seconds it takes it to get the bottle of water to your mouth, you still manage to taste it. Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah,
And then it won't go away.
right.
Especially when I started cutting the pills. Now that I'm not
Oh yeah.
taking the whole capsule, there's like no chance of avoiding it.
You
But it
broke
feels
the
stupid
seal.
taking it feels so stupid taking that sip of water like how you used to have to do when you were little and you couldn't swallow a pill right. You had to take the sip of water first, and yeah, I feel like I'm
I
regressing.
I drink more water taking my pills than I do through the rest of the day, I think. I take a lot of pills though. I
Yeah,
get up and I
too.
take my morning pills and then I drink a couple cups of coffee. And when I'm done with my coffee, usually anywhere from like 10 a.m. to noon, I will take my B12 and then I take my night meds typically anywhere like around 8 or 9. So
What I do is I take mine with mine, and I never heard of that taking it a little bit after. It sounds like a good idea, but what I've been doing works for me, so I'm kind of gonna stick to that. And like the balance in energy when you take your pills and then you wait a few hours, I wake up and I pretty much got enough energy. I think the next B12 was just because it tells me to take it just to keep it going every 12 hours. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 for the rest of my life. unfortunately. But AJ, I did see something that I did not see your comment. It went way too fast. What'd you say? How's your day going? We got the icebreaker for you.
It looks like she said, I've heard of that. Am I the only one who takes her meds without water?
No, I do not. I take the water and I put the water in my mouth and I drop the pill and then I swallow it. Because otherwise you're gonna touch your cheek and you're gonna taste it for hours. But yeah, all I drink is water, so I take my pills with water every time.
I put mine like way back in my mouth and then I take a great big drink of water or 2 or 3
Yeah.
or
And
4.
to imagine AJ takes more than one dose with no water, that just sounds impossible or like really hard. Definitely not comfortable.
Yeah. Also because
AJ
Oh.
likes the taste and the texture.
wow.
Love it. Wow, that's got to be some Schedule 4s.
Try one of these Lamotrigine. You're gonna hate the taste. On the bottle it says bitter. It's really bitter.
It depends on the pill, honestly, because some pills are kind of not bad and they don't taste bad and they're nice. And then there's like the lamotrigine pills that are all powdery and chalky and dissolve in your mouth and taste like.
Yeah, I don't like the taste at all. So I try to avoid that and just put the water in my mouth and put the pill, drop the pill and it sinks and swallow. Yeah. And works out good for the most part, most of the time. Andrea, how do you handle a seizure when you're out in public?
I've never had one out in public other than focals and
Lucky you.
well, they've all been focal awares and I don't know. I just kind of they're typically pretty short. I don't know. I just kind of wait for it to go by and then I'm back again. But then any of my tonic clonics and stuff, I've been at home and then I wake up on the floor and I typically call someone because I'm usually alone.
Does anyone have an absent seizures? I want to
I
know what
compare
that's
those
like.
to vocals, those ones where you just zone out for a few seconds.
AJ, you think
those-
you can unmute and like explain that to me? Kay did say it's like focals, but when you said yes, I'd like elaborate, please, if you can. So I know it is like 9 hours ahead of us in Spain.
Well,
no, you're in Romania. It's not in Spain, so
yeah.
I don't know what's in what. But yeah, what's the absence like? Is it like a focal?
Not at all. The absence seizure is more like a blink of an eye. You're like speaking with someone and blinking and they speak something else and you realize you miss maybe like 1 or 2 minutes, depending. While a focal seizure is more like you're aware of the situation, but not there fully.
So basically, absence are quicker than focals and more likely to be conscious during a focal.
Yeah.
Okay, so mine are more often absence. Yeah,
You
I think
have
those are the ones that I write down mostly.
yeah. You have absence seizure.
Yeah, because I have these episodes like 4 times out of the month that are written in the diary with the orange line, and that's the kind of seizure where I call it for less than a minute, not confused. I don't feel confused. It's not one of those where I'm in another room where it seems like more time has passed that I don't remember. And
Oh, okay.
those are typically, yeah, so now I'm narrowing that down to maybe I definitely do have more absent seizures. I thought it was just the RNS shortening focals, because they used to distinguish the seizures that I had as focal or generalized. And tonic-clonics obviously being generalized, I figured if I wasn't having convulsions and no injuries, then it must be focal. Now I understand there's even more kinds that are probable. So it's
Yeah,
hard to
there
narrow
are
down.
lots.
But yeah, that's when we play detective and use all the evidence.
Cravings after seizures. Does anyone else crave a specific food after having a seizure? Or not even crave, but it's one food that you feel you can stomach. For example, mine is always spaghetti, but that has also been a bit of a comfort food for me. So I'm not sure if it is just that. Cravings. I could say like I don't necessarily have like food cravings. Sometimes I do want to eat after a seizure, which is odd because I'm usually not hungry, and sometimes I'm like I just want to eat. And then there's times where I get that metallic taste, and then I'm like I need to eat something just to take this taste away, which is not necessarily a trigger. I mean, a craving. It's just yeah, that kind of helps with the taste. Get a little ice cream or something, popsicle helps with the metallic taste. Andrea, you
Don't
have any
remember.
cravings?
I don't remember really anything about food, honestly, after a seizure at all. Like wanting anything, not wanting anything, just not a clue.
Yeah, same here. The appetite is never present after a seizure. That's for sure. And the next question is, how do you handle a seizure alone in public? I went out shopping with family today, probably go outside once every 2 weeks due to limitations from my stroke and epilepsy. I could sense a seizure coming on and immediately was rushed home. I'm thinking, what would you guys do if you felt a seizure coming on while you were out alone in public? Well, I mean, good thing they had the resources to get back. Good thing they actually have those feelings, those warnings about a bad one coming. But yeah, when bad ones happen in public, I'm never any more aware, but they happen, and do the same thing that you can always do. Stay as well equipped as possible. If you know you're going to be out alone, that's when I might actually invest in the bracelet.
I just
I
got one
will.
recently.
Okay. So do you feel actually a little more secure going out in public?
Well, before I didn't have one because I never went anywhere without people. But
Right.
since I
That's where
have
I'm at.
transportation, it now I was going to be venturing out some by myself. I figured I needed to have something on me that at least said, "Hey, I have epilepsy,"
Yeah, that's
until
probably
I can find something with a little bit better, because all my information's in my phone, but I wanted something more obvious on my
yeah. If
arm that,
EMTs end up having to show up, I want them to know about nasal amp.
right.
Keep the
It's
backpack
very,
on me, or something, a smaller bag or something where it's literally like one zipper for the nasal amp would be easy to see.
I don't have a rescue med, so I
Mm.
just have a bracelet on my arm just so they know, hey, she has epilepsy, just to give them an idea of what might be going on, or anyone else. So, if I wander in their house like Pookie did, I don't get shot.
Yeah, that too. That too. It's just as disheartening when there's an ambulance, but I guess an ambulance with like no further injuries would be even better.
The Midwest loves their guns.
Oh, Florida too. Random. I'm looking at the weather this morning trying to see if this is actually a tropical storm or not. And they just bring up some random political junk about like the division of the House of I keep wanting to call it House of Republicans, but
House of Representatives.
thank you, yes. Oh gosh, okay. Daughter in homeschool. I really need to get this down. Um, but yeah, the division was literally like 80-20, and yeah, and we are a very Republican majority state.
Yeah, Kansas too.
You know it. I don't know. I still feel like waiting or voting is a waste of time, but not much of a patriot here. I'm back to seizures alone in public. Best you can do is be prepared. Make the right decision so you're not setting yourself up for a problem that time of the month. If you're getting those warning days where You're waking
guys
up
hear
far
me?
away and not remembering why. Yeah, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, you sound like a little far away, like there's that echo sound. But this question was about how do you handle a seizure alone in public? I guess how do you prepare for one? Basically, it was somebody just thinking. They had a feeling, an aura out in public. Somebody was there to immediately rush them home, and they just ended the post asking the question, "What would you guys do if you felt a seizure coming on while you were out alone in public?"
I know we have all bad memory. But I read this a little while ago, Kate. What would I do? Yeah, we did go through this.
Okay. Yeah,
Like I
we've
said,
we've been talking about it. I'm sorry.
find somewhere safe to sit or be, and try not to panic. Like I said, maybe find somewhere that has like safe edges, like this seat.
Mhm.
Yeah, my gaming chair, it has these arm things which you can't really see on camera, at least right now. And then the camera keeps trying to focus on me and stuff. I think you read this one. We got a lot going on that we're reading together.
Hey, the most, obvious choices.
Okay, I do
I mean,
have
it
some.
does feel repetitive, but the comments a lot of times is what tells us even more than the post.
Sometimes the comments are just letting the person know, yeah, you're basically not doing this alone. So they're explaining deeper situations. And the other person is more confused most of the time. Yeah. If it looks like I'm not paying attention, it's because my camera's on top of the TV and the TV, which you guys' faces is up under it. I'm paying attention.
Nobody has a perfect setup, but I love how the camera keeps focusing on you every time you every time you make a different motion. You'll see. You'll see on the video.
Yeah. So this post says, should I be worried after speaking to a non-emergency? I only got diagnosed with epilepsy a few months ago, so I'm pretty new to all this. I called the non-emergency line earlier today since I could consciously speak to the provider and had awareness. They told me I just had a fever and ended the call. I have a history of tonic-clonic seizures and take Lamictal. During my suspected seizure, I experienced extremely loud ringing in my ears, confusion, disassociation, uncontrollable shaking in hands and feet, difficulty sitting up, profuse sweating, double plus blurred vision. Like my muscles would just tense up all of a sudden like a cramp and then shake uncontrollably. Should I be worried? I think so. I wouldn't say worried like scared, but it's
what
something.
doctor was he?
I think he said he just speaking to a non-emergency.
So it's like
Called
maybe
the
calling the nurse.
Oh yeah, called the non-emergency line earlier. This person says, and they basically, you should be worried. You should tell your neuro that this is going on and see what's going to happen. Get some help. Don't hold anything back from the neuro. I actually can't even say that because I was gonna tell my neuro that I didn't want to tell them that what was it? That there was something I posted. I forgot what it was, so we're not gonna sit around waiting for it. Yeah, there was that. Let your neurologist know everything that's going on and they can help you. Yeah. Oh, the thing I was gonna say is I didn't tell my doctors that my meds they cause hypersalivation. So my mouth is always watering and stuff. And what I was telling someone is I don't know if that's a reason to tell your doctor because it's not bothering me. I don't want him to give me a pill for hypersalivation. I don't mind having, I mean, a wet mouth, basically. Um, I don't know how else to put it. Yeah. So, yeah, I suggest telling your neurologist things that matter, but I don't know what hypersalivation is going to do to me in the future. So I looked up the side effects of that, but so far that's something I feel like he might not need to know unless it gets bad. Worse than
I think
hypertension.
you should still tell him and just tell him that it's not bothering you enough to worry about due to, it's not a side effect that you're concerned about, but you wanted to let him know.
Sometimes it's easier to work that out too with the PA or whoever's walking you back to do like the vitals or just the initial kind of get you to the room thing. If they ask you just how you been, you could say, well, I have been, drooling a little more, but I don't really think it's that important. It's not getting in the way of anything, and see if they even pass it along. But getting it on your chart makes sense. Because sometimes side effects come up. I don't think they're that big of a deal. I don't mention it, but then I don't realize it gets worse over like 2 or 3 years, and then come, being on the meds for 3 years, they keep up in the dose, and I don't even think of what to look out for.
You
But
don't
then I
realize it's
realize
getting worse.
exactly. That's the best way to say it. You don't realize it gets worse until it's a problem.
Right, that makes sense now. You don't know. I forgot what you said already. Wow.
It happens. It happens. You don't realize it's getting worse until it's a problem.
Yeah.
One of these nights you wake up choking, coughing or something, and that could be why. You ended up sleeping on your back, and a little too much drool could get in the way.
I drool all the time, and I'm sitting up most of the time.
Yeah, so that could get in the way when you're trying to sleep.
Sometimes I don't get it. Sometimes I'm just like, why is my mouth watering on the side and not paying attention, and then I got something in the corner of my mouth and it just drips down. But no one notices because of my mustache. So there's that. I just go like this time to time. No one notices what it's from.
So now it's
I
your
think that's
built-in bib.
Mm. Oh, man.
Whatever works. But yeah, make a note makes sense.
I made a note. It's on the note for the next doctor's appointment. Everything is right there on that sticky note. The other thing is bills, seizures, phone numbers, and passwords.
I keep forgetting to tell my neurologist that I've noticed my ears are ringing now. So I
Oh, is there any
understand.
pattern to that?
I don't know when it started. I just realized my ears are ringing now. I only notice it every once in a while. But I
Me
don't.
too. I had to write that down because I do too. I noticed the ringing, and
You're
it's
welcome.
yeah, thank you. Because I've heard about the ringing, but now that you're on the Motrigine, I could say we're both on the Motrigine and this is happening.
I don't remember when it started for me, so I don't know what medicine it was. I have no idea, and I have no memory. So
And that's the worst part about being able to compare, or having to like be your own advocate of comparing your notes to your medical chart. Go on my chart and just look at your appointment history. Make sure the appointment history is detailed enough to tell what they told you to start doing. Because a lot of times that's where I get in trouble, is looking at my own visit summaries and it doesn't tell me enough. I know the
yeah,
doctor told me to switch something up or do something different, and I leave the hospital. That appointment was really early. I know I got up too early, so I take a nap as soon as I get home, and yeah, I forgot what they told me to do, and the notes don't help.
yeah.
So
I never
that
remember
is the
anything.
repeated history. Yeah, that's
But
pretty popular.
even though I track so much, I lost so much now that I'm living by myself because I don't have any witnesses now.
So do you think you might go that nanny cam, Nest Cam, like one of those in-home camera?
I'm gonna have to figure something out. I just haven't figured out what I'm gonna do, and there's been so much chaos going on that it's on the list, but it hasn't made it to the top yet,
Yeah,
to
just
be
tracking down
honest
to
with
making
you.
a choice. It's just gonna have to take priority. One of these
I
days,
know,
that's gonna have to be the day
I know.
to research and make the call and follow through. Because on the bright side, just to give you a heads up, every in-home camera system we tried had that free trial. Especially now that there's so many more out there on, Amazon and like every online platform, you can get them specifically with that selling point of you can try this for free for 30 days. We'll give you, if you stick with the $20 a month subscription, we'll give you that, they can save the data for like 10 days, I think was the one
Yeah.
that I had. And that is a big help.
Yeah, I can put an SD card in my camera, and then on the app I can tell it to save everything to the SD card, and for the most part that works. Then I see people stealing from me, and I see my seizures, and I see my mom saving me from falling off the bed during a seizure.
And I like the night vision ones too.
I don't know if I want to see myself having a seizure.
But you might have to.
I know.
And if anything, I was just thinking I know other people are gonna need to.
I want to see
I
one
know.
that's more in depth than the one I had. The one I had, my camera was just like right above my bed, just looking at me in bed. But then I was just kind of shaking on my back for like 45 seconds.
I'm gonna ask to see the last EMU stay I did. I asked to see the videos, and I ended up not ever getting them, and I didn't ever pursue it. So
Well,
that
that's
didn't
concerning.
happen. And this time I'm make sure that I'm gonna get any videos, and if nothing happens and I don't have like if nothing happens at that EMU stay, I'll be pursuing trying to get the videos from my last one, and I hope they'll still have them. I would think they would.
Seems like you'd have to get the right number. Just be talking to the right person that would actually be able to get that done.
Yeah. Call medical records. I've done it before. Gotten a lot of stuff before.
It seems like you still have to get the right person. One will tell you to go back to the office. One will tell you, I need you to sign this. And once you get the right one, it's like, okay, do you want this on, printed out or on a card? It's like, praise.
Yeah, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I got some comments from this one that saying should be worried after the speaking to non-emergency. First comment said it happened and it lasted less than 5 minutes. Alert them. If you have multiple ones in a day, then go to the ER. Another comment says, whenever I go to the ER, symptoms like that, they would just calm down and send me home or send reports to neurologists. The symptoms vary from person to person and can take a week or a month or longer to get better. I had this during my last menstrual cycle, but didn't end up in the ER. Ended up in the ER, severe chest pain, entire left body going numb, and intense hallucinations. Those are my warning signs. All the best. Those are some rough signs right there. Six seizures in a day. Anybody ever had that? 6 seizures?
That would be the cluster actually getting you to think ER.
I think I have, but exactly. I think I have. Can't remember because I was the one having them. So, got something here that says 6 seizures. Say that again.
Those are going to be the days you don't remember, whether they were focal or tonic-clonics. If it gets to more than 3 within like 4 hours, I'm not going to remember, 8 hours before and after. The whole day is going to be gone after I fall asleep. If I get out of that cluster, if they nasalam me and I come to out of the cluster and somebody coherent enough reminds me, you don't like to go to sleep right after these clusters, so don't. Those were the ones that I appreciated because then I had a chance of being coherent enough to remember what I wanted to write down and at least take some notes, because reading my own notes is honestly almost more convincing than even watching somebody's video. Because by the time they're taking the video, somebody's already sitting there saying, hold this water bottle, take us, I'm already halfway back. Whereas reading my own notes, I can write down what I was doing right before, when it happened. I just feel like you're more likely to find triggers that way. Once again, helping yourself, self-advocating.
Yeah, one here that says 6 seizures. I've had my sixth seizure since December. I'm suffering with memory loss issues. I've had my hours at work have with no way out. It's starting to wait, hold on. Since I've had six seizures since this December, I'm suffering with memory loss and I've had hours at work reduced, and now I'm on the verge of losing everything I have with no way out. It's starting to really get hard to me. My depression is getting worse by the day, and I don't know IDK. I don't know what to do or do when to turn. I'm getting worried what I might do, and I don't want to go back to the mental hospital. That's just a temporary fix to the bigger issue. Anyone here have any ideas that I could try to do before I lose everything? Six seizures at work? I do not relate. I think someone said I had a lot within a 20-minute span, so I went to the hospital, but I don't think I've had, yeah, that's rough. I don't have had that many at work. That's what I can say. I think jobs, I usually have one or two before they start talking about what's going on and stuff like that. Other than that, usually good. Try to take my meds, try to do what I can to eat right and all that stuff. Not have a seizure. Don't want to keep traumatizing people, as they say. That's another thing I wanted to see, Andrea's my seizures, because I didn't mean to judge anybody, but I was like, I want to see what they're so traumatized about. I don't know if that was the right way to say it, but I was like, I want to see what's so traumatizing. So I watched the video, and yeah, my mom was there. She was like, hold me so I don't fall off the edge of the bed. And it's my fucking superhero, bro.
What did you
Mom,
think after you saw it?
I was like, I need to call my mom. I cried watching it. I was like, oh wow. I was like, my mom is just taking care of it. She's just like, come on, sunshine. Come on, sunshine. You got this. And
Oh wow.
yeah, like 40 seconds.
I think that that's part of why I didn't like I have mixed feelings about it. It's like I'm afraid of what I'm gonna see. Because I'm like afraid of what, I don't know
Like
what
what
I
the
do.
hype is.
I don't know what I do. I don't know how I act or behave, and there's so many different seizure types and different responses from people, and I don't I would hate for my loved ones to go through something traumatizing.
Yeah, I watched my mom go through it, and I haven't got to see anybody traumatizing yet because my mom's been through it so much that she handled it and was just like, she handled it. No
You
problem.
were How old were you when you started having the seizures?
When was my first, or when did I start having seizures? It's two different spots.
Yes. Both,
Okay,
I guess.
so I was run over by a car when I was 5. I was drugged 40 car lengths. I had my backpack on and I was in the crosswalk. Um, what saved me is that my mother, she put my backpack on and then she put my jacket on. So essentially, I'm thinking that's what saved me from breaking my back and dying. But I shattered my femur in 2 spots, so I had pins in my leg. And yeah, I was in a coma for 33 days, January 5th, 1995, on my way to school. Some other kids, they were with me in front of me, and I was holding someone's hand as that happened. So that could be very traumatizing to whoever was holding my hand. I can't remember. I don't remember even waking up that morning. I remember waking up out of a coma and trying to take the thing out of my throat. And yeah, then wondering why I'm in the hospital. I thought I was late for school. My mom was like, school was a long time ago. You missed school. I had seizure, and then I guess that's why they put me into an induced coma. And then, yeah, like I said, when I came out of that 33 days later, then I didn't have any until 11 years later when I was 16. And yeah, ever since 16, I've been having them. Now I'm 36, 20 years down the line, still here. it gets better with time, and it gets better with time. But I hate to say it, it's gonna get worse, a lot worse before it gets better.
I think that
Yourself.
your mom is such a superhero because she just knew exactly what to do because she's been doing it since you were so young, and she's just a pro. So she,
Her reaction, like such an immediate reaction, and know that you have that connection of like what to say and what to
yeah,
do. That's kind of like how my mom calls the shots of telling, and that's how daughter picked up on it. Now daughter's telling bro, get the washcloth, get the spray bottle, and like, I mean, yeah, he has more fun with that because mommy's not telling him put sprayed me in the face. I'm not doing his hair, and that's the same spray bottle he uses that he hated when I used to do the braids, and now he gets to spray me with that. Yeah, that sealed the deal.
I bet he
So
loves
now
it.
they learn the best lessons that way. And now sister totally took over, and Nana's just like in the corner, like, wait, I don't have to do anything anymore. Okay, let me record. Then somebody finds something
That's
to do,
good.
and it's precious. It's really amazing the support system when everybody actually comes together or happens to be around at the same time. It is amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, there's no comments to this 6 seizures in a day thing, but yeah, that's rough, man. This was 2 days
Did
ago.
they were they tonic-clonics or focals, or did they specify?
No, just 6
Just
seizures.
said seizures.
Oh, I don't think it said in a day. Yeah, whoever's listening could have listened, but yeah, 6 seizures. So that is a lot if that's one day.
Yeah, you're just in a fog.
How many seizures do you think you've had so far?
Well, before I knew that they were seizures, like I said, that at one point of time they were calling my focals panic attacks, and I had logged 47 in one day was my highest.
Oh, on one of those EMUs, like an
No, just in my
ambulatory.
phone. Every time I had one, I would log it in my phone.
Wow, you counted those out yourself. So you're
Yeah,
coherent enough to actually
yeah,
scroll through the phone, type in a password, do
afterwards,
all that?
or afterwards. Like usually afterwards, I would be like, okay, something, because I'm always awake through it. They're aware.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
The ones where I'm losing awareness, I think, are just more recent
Makes sense.
because I've been having I have both where I have the focal and I'm there through it and I can like still kind of sort of carry on a conversation. Not
Okay.
not a complicated conversation, but a very simple conversation.
That is
And
You
interesting.
okay? And you could say yeah or something.
right, I can kind of just follow along and yep and uh-huh and that kind of thing until it passes because they're really short. And then I've also just recently found out because I've had a couple around a couple of people and they've told me, no, you were not there. I was talking to you and you were not responding. And I was like, I don't remember that at all. So there's at least some of them that I'm losing some consciousness on.
Would you say
So
those are
either
progressing, or they've always just been two like separate events?
I don't know because
Need the evidence.
I'm
And you're not there.
yeah,
You can't even give yourself the evidence. Yeah, I
I
know
don't
that's true.
know. I'm alone so much, I just don't know.
Surveillance would do some good for sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing that something you said, oh, that you can still carry on with the conversation. That's nice. I wish I could still carry on with the conversation. But in my focus, I'm either wandering off or just not there, just staring at stuff and not paying attention to what no one's saying. And that one, it's kind of crazy because it's like,
Do you still know what's going on around you when you're just
uh,
staring?
okay, so I could explain it this way. The last situation where this happened before I started taking the B12, shout out to Nature's Made. Before I started taking the B12 by Nature's Made, I had one, and then the next day I was like, let me get this B12 because I heard it could work, and it worked since then. But the one that made me get it was I was looking out the window when I was a sliding door, and I was sitting on the floor because I was doing something on the floor, but then I just stopped and started staring out the window, and I keep telling myself, that's a nice tree, and it's really green and it was flourishing, and I don't know why I was staring at it, but something caught my attention and I couldn't take my attention off of it. And I kept thinking, that's a nice tree. And a nice tree is the last thing I would have think. But when I came out of it, all I heard was nachos. How does that sound? And the whole time I could hear him talking, but I couldn't understand it. It's how I explain it is like being at a football game or just in a stadium. You can hear people, but you can't make out what everyone's saying. And that's what it
That's
was
not
like.
right.
Yeah. So when when I came to, it turned from static to sounding like he was right next to me. Nachos, how does that sound? And then I told him, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I didn't hear anything you just said. I was just staring at that tree. And then he was like, yeah, I know. You were kind of looking blank. I didn't pick up on it. It's like, thank you. Because, yeah, that was the last time I had a focal. Same day, I went to Instacart, Safeway, and buy one, get one free. Nature's Made, you can't beat it. Buy one, get one. So I buy one, get one all the time. It's like $20, but yeah, if you can buy one, get one, then get one.
Sure.
Yeah, I know CVS has them. Buy one, get one, but it's not the same ones I have. I have extra strength, and that's 3,000 micrograms a day. So in the morning, it'll be 1,500 micrograms, and at the night it'll be 1,500 micrograms, and that pretty much gets me to this point. The only reason I'm kind of tired now is because I smoked some pot, but I'm bouncing back, getting there. How many seizures do you guys think you've had if you had to count? Like, wild guess, ballpark.
Over a lifetime?
Over, yes.
I gotta get the calculator.
uh,
I'd say between 800 and 1,000 is probably a high estimate on me, but I've just started in 2020.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing for me, between 1,000 and maybe 1,200 actually. Yeah, so it's been a lot. But if I count in focals, it's probably around.
I was counting those.
Okay, I wasn't. So I was counting TCs. Okay, I should count myoclonics too. Then I'm probably near 3,000. But if I count tonics, and focals, then I'd say somewhere nearing 1,500, 1,300 to 1,500. But if it's just TCs, it's around 800 to 900, maybe 1,200, just TCs.
It's TCs alone, I've probably had 12.
Oh, lucky you.
You
Yeah.
just slice that down to like a fraction, not even a quarter, but like as a fraction.
Right.
I think mine was worse because I was a teen, so I was having
They were
more
panic
tonics.
attacks.
I was
Oh, okay.
having way more tonics because I wasn't caring about my health in particular. I was just
Well,
kind of
yeah.
having seizures and having my friends to not tell my mom. So I wouldn't have to go in the house and not come out and stuff like that. So I was having a lot of seizures with friends, and eventually they got used to it, and they were like, "Okay, we got this. We're not going to tell his mom. We're not going to call the ambulance." And luckily, they knew what they were doing. I made it out. Yeah, it's how it happens when you're in a gang, and they
I
follow.
didn't want to admit it to myself for a little bit, and I drove a few times after they told me not to, and just I wasn't running all over town, but there was a few times I was super stir crazy, and I was just like, I'm going out to my friend's house. I don't care what they say.
Yeah, I did that and crash.
I was very fortunate.
Yeah, me too, because the airbag is what brought me to, and I was able to park and continue the session or the episode. Yeah, it was a rough time, but I made it through, and I'm here to tell my story. I didn't hurt anybody. No near death situations. No one was on the road. But the actual person that was on the road actually was one person, and it was Christmas morning, and he had just left work, and he was a doctor in a Santa suit.
You're kidding. That's great.
Yeah, so he passed us as I hit the wall, I guess. And I guess when I pulled over, I seen him ahead of us pull over too. Then, as I was blinking and fading out, I could see him running towards us in a Santa suit, which I thought was really weird. But they told me the story later on. And I've also been told that I tried to run from him. So,
Of course you did.
imagine that. Yeah.
You were probably a bad kid that year.
Nah, I was a good kid. That was the times where it was getting better. I shouldn't have been driving. That was the thing. Yeah, I was up all night the night before because it was Christmas, and yeah, I was just up all night watching TV. And then the reason, I mean, then because I have insomnia, I was just up just because.
Yeah, sorry.
No, we all
Just
know
had
how you have more energy. Just don't need as much sleep in those first 20 years.
and I just dropped my daughter off. Just dropped my daughter off at home, and on the way back, yeah, at the center divide, I was more than halfway home already, but yeah, still.
I'm so glad that you're okay.
The car wasn't that bad. It was the rim. Uh, yeah, it wasn't. The car wasn't all crumpled up on the front driver head side.
Yeah.
It was the bumper and the rim was messed up. So there was that.
I'll bet you screwed up your alignment and the axle and all that too if you screwed up the rim that bad.
Oh yeah, the car was totaled.
I used to work on cars, Pookie.
It was my girlfriend's car.
Oh no.
When that happened, um,
And they wanted to hear that there was a driver not on the insurance behind the wheel. So that claim could get denied.
yeah, my mom gave us her car. Luckily, she had another car at the time. She gave my girlfriend that car because I had crashed her car, and then yeah, and we went about life and finished life, and now we're not exactly friends, but we're okay.
That's good. Hey
Yeah,
James.
on my back.
Oh, you're doing your.
It is. Yeah, sorry.
Door.
Yeah, it's fine. Hey guys, what's up? What's up?
Hey, hey.
There's yeah, that was my dad. We just got home from I don't know if any of y'all saw my post, but yeah, from getting the newer COVID shot. So just got that about an hour ago. We grabbed some food.
So how do vaccines fare with you? Have you ever had one of those like induced seizures after a vaccine?
I've never had a seizure directly from one, but I have had
Okay.
kind of like the adverse side effects, like the very, very first one that came out, I got home and within, I don't know, a couple of hours, I was just out, just completely knocked out, asleep.
Oh, okay.
And so a couple of them, they've made me, kind of drowsy. So I assume that's what's going to happen with this one. The reason I had posted my question about it this last time was it had been a couple of years since the last one came out, and I've had a lot more seizures over the last couple of years since I got the last one. So that's why I was asking y'all if anything affected you guys or whatever. So
So in
I've
this
heard
case, you have a
stories.
Nest Cam. Is somebody going to be checking in? Should we have an emergency contact just in case you go out?
no,
Okay.
it'll be okay. Yeah, you guys just saw my dad pop
Okay.
in real quick. He's here with me. Yeah, I guess maybe we should all share emergency contact information, but
that is
for
convenient.
right now, I'm good for today, even if I do decide to go and pass out and take a nap.
Okay. No problem. No problem. We have our emergency contact list. Feel free to, direct message, put it in the chat, whatever. And
Yeah,
it's
thank you.
there
No,
for the regulars for sure.
I really appreciate you asking.
I
Yeah,
like the
it means
hat.
a lot. What's
I
up,
like the
Pookie?
hat.
Oh,
Nice hat.
thank you. Hey, I'm gonna maybe only Pookie will get this, but oh, can you see it? I probably can't. It's the Philadelphia A's
Oh,
from the early 1900s, and
oh, nice.
a sweater. You know me and my sewing. I made my own sweater, bro. I made my own
Yeah.
1920s Philadelphia A's sweater.
Wow.
Nice.
You
I
got
might need,
skills for real.
right, I might need some patches on a jacket or a shirt or something. Yeah.
Tell me you make your own Halloween costume.
I don't. There's a couple of things that I've made that go with it, but since I'm such a history nerd, my Halloween costume is generally World One soldier.
Okay.
I have obviously I do the mustache up, so it
Yeah,
kind
so
of
that's
fits
that's
in.
beyond that's not
I
cashmere.
I
You're not
have
working with
I
stitching
have a
that.
legit helmet with a bullet dent in the side of it. A World War One German,
Wow, and that was
or
actually
well,
linked to
sorry,
the World War.
Prussian at the time, because that's where my family came from, was Prussia. But yeah, uh, oh dude, once Halloween hits, I'm gonna be super nerdy.
So you're not staying
You
home to
guys will
hand out
see
the
some
candy.
pictures.
Looking forward to
Nothing
it.
wrong with being super nerdy. Nothing wrong at all.
So,
Now, while
and
we're there,
thank you guys for listening to me and my rants and my post about Tuesday. That's always a tough day. So thank you guys. Thank you.
It's all right.
Yeah.
You're okay to have a bad day. Maybe if you're talking to someone without epilepsy, they might not agree, but I believe
You'll never hear
you should
any
be
other
able to
view.
have a bad day because of your epilepsy, because of anything. Yeah. You don't have to apologize. I don't apologize for my epilepsy anymore because it's like
Brings
I'm
you
not gonna
down.
say you got used to it, so I shouldn't apologize, but I will say like, yeah, most of the time when I used to apologize a lot, I used to be like, it's okay, stop apologizing. So after a while, I just stop apologizing and I haven't got any problems. I mean, I am sorry for apologize for doing that, but I was told don't apologize, so I don't exactly go up and say I'm sorry for that seizure anymore, except for the one where I walked in that man's house. I went back the next day and I told him I apologized, and yeah, James, you weren't here. Did I tell you that story?
Maybe you did, but I don't remember it. I'm sorry, bro. Tell me again. Tell me again.
Oh, so I had a seizure and I walked in
You,
someone's house.
I remember you saying that you walked into, yeah, you went into some like random person's home. I remember that part
Yeah,
of it,
the
but I don't
first
remember
time
like all the details. All the details.
the first time I walked into a rehab, and when I came to, I'm screaming at this guy, telling him, get the fuck out of my house. He's like, get the fuck out of my house. This isn't your house. Get the fuck back and forth, doing the back and forth stuff. And then I'm not sure if I had a TC then, but eventually I was at the hospital. But a person that was there at that rehab went down the street to my family because they'd seen me so many times, the ambulance pulling up. My seizures were bad at that time. And yeah, luckily he was like, "Oh, I see you all the time having seizures, and I know you're down there with those people." So he was able to go get my family. And the other situation was most recently, that was January 15th, 2025. That wasn't recent. That's far from recent. That sounded. The last recent one where I walked into someone's home was I was laying down on the couch, and next thing I know, I'm on the second floor when I actually lived on the fourth floor. I'm on the second floor, on the floor, no shoes on, sitting against the wall, and this guy passes me and he nods, "What's up?" And I nodded, "What's up?" too. And I just felt weird. I didn't know what was going on. So I just stood up and I started walking. And he kept looking back like I was following him. I didn't know what I was doing. But essentially I was following him, I guess. And yeah, when he put his key in the door and unlocked the door, it went like this. I just walked right in. I remember that too. And I remember me keep telling him that I know somebody here. I remember keep saying that I know somebody here. I know somebody here. And he was like, "No, you don't." And I was like, "Yeah, I do. I know somebody here." And then I went in the living room. His living room is like you go around a loop and then there's a living room right there. I laid on this man's couch and he sat by my head, the head end. I went in there and I laid like the arm of the couch right here. Then I laid on the middle pillow and then he sat on the other side. And I remember all this. I just don't remember where he said, he said, I got angry at something he said and I got up and walked out. Or I seemed like I was getting irritated, I think he said. And when I got back upstairs to the fourth floor, that's when I was playing Grand Theft Auto when it happened. And I asked my friends, I was like, "What's going on?" They were like, "What's going on with you is what we should be asking. I mean, it's what we're asking." And I was like, "Nothing's going on with me." And they're like, "Well, you were crying and then you disappeared." And then I was like, "Please explain." And they said, "You were here, you started crying, and you kept crying and crying. You're like full blown crying," they said. And they muted me because I was crying, but I was playing. I was just crying. I don't remember that. So once I got back upstairs, that's when they told me that I was crying. And then they said they unmuted me because I stopped playing. So when they unmuted me is when I took off and went downstairs. So yeah, I put the pieces together with that. And the next day I went and apologized to him, told him, I had a seizure. That's
Yeah,
one of the type of seizures where I'm confusion type. And he was like, "It's okay." He was like, "I knew something was wrong." And so he said, "I've seen the ambulance come get you a few times in front of the complex, so I know." And I was like, people seeing me having seizures is what's saved me so far. Is they're like, "Well, I see you there, so I knew something was wrong. Didn't just stand my ground and kill you because that could have happened. Just walking in someone's home, they have the right to do whatever they can to protect their things themselves." So
I've never had something like that like go into somebody else's home, but I've had, a few times where, wake up, I'll talk to somebody and I'll be like, "Hey, what's up? Good morning." And then they'll just like, they'll look at me like disgusted or, just like with like an angry face or something. And I'm like, what's wrong? What happened? And then I have no clue that, the things that I had said to them the night before or the day before, So it's like, I don't quite feel you on wandering into some like a stranger's house, but yeah, just like, not knowing what the hell happened the night before. Yeah, I got you on that one, man.
But yeah, my friends, they put the pieces together for me. And as they were telling me certain parts is when certain parts would come to me like, okay, I did do this and okay, that is weird and I shouldn't have done that. like the parts where I was crying, and then they were like, "You just left." And I was like, "Okay, yeah." So obviously, I don't remember leaving, so that's the part where I wandered off, and yeah, they said I was gone like 20 minutes, and I think after 30 is when it'll kick you from the server because you aren't doing anything. And I was back within 20. So I'm gonna say I wasn't gone that long, but I was gone 20 minutes. So that is a lot. And I don't know how long I was sitting on that hallway floor, but I remember going in that man's house, laying on the couch, telling him I know where stuff is. I remember leaving. I don't remember leaving because I was irritated. He said I seemed really irritated when he was talking to me. I don't remember that part, but obviously he knows best because I wasn't there and he was. So yeah. And then there was
That's
another
funny.
one. There was another one I knew nothing about until I explained that situation to a friend. And he was, I think it was all of my friend. Can you hear that? There was a motorcycle passing. It was loud. I don't know if you guys could hear that.
I heard
Um,
something.
Yeah, it was quick.
Okay, so
Yeah, you're
yeah.
good. You're good.
Yeah, so I went to the store because I used to go to the smoke shop a lot, and eventually I was cool with them because I might have been their best customer because I buy cigars by the boxes. And yeah, the guy, I told him the story. He laughed about it, and he was like, "I think you did that here before." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And he was like, "There was one time you came and you were looking weird." And he was like, "Usually you come in and you nod and you say what's up." He was like, "This time you didn't do that. You just went to the island in the middle of the smoke shop, and I was just walking around the island for 20 minutes." He said, "I would stop time to time and look down at the clothes and the bongs and all that stuff." And he said, "I really did that for like 20 minutes. And eventually he said, 'What's up?' And he said, when he said, 'What's up?' to me, he said, I said, 'Shut up,' and stumped out." And I don't remember that, but when I do put the pieces together, I remember bits and pieces of that day. I remember getting dressed. I remember the whole day feeling kind of odd. I was getting dressed, I was cleaning up, I'm dancing to music that I'm playing. Um, and I don't know why I was getting dressed. I showered like I was ready to go somewhere. And I remember the beginning where I was feeling weird, like, where am I going? Why am I getting all this dressed and all this and whatever? And then I remember being in front of the apartment complex. Um, and then I remember some of the walk back, but I don't remember anything after going out front and seeing the street. I was like, why am I here? Why am I on the street? Uh, then I remember the walk back, some of it, bits and pieces. So yeah, if someone helps me put the pieces together, I can remember small things. And yeah, so I've done that 3 times. Uh, actually, I wouldn't say that was 3 times. I think I've done it 4, if you count the time I wandered off from work. Um, yeah, I left work one time because work was over. I was clocking off, clocking out, and then yeah, I woke up 17 miles where I was working from when I only lived 14 miles away. No, I lived 4 miles away, which was one direction, and I went the other direction to my hometown, 17 miles away. And I woke up in my hometown, getting off the bus, wondering why am I here? And like I said, and to get there was at least 3 buses and a train. So I was gone for at least maybe 2 or 3 hours. 3 buses and a train I had to catch to where I got off at least. I could have got more and just wandered around all day, but yeah, I remember waking up, coming out of that, like, what's wrong? Since I'm in my hometown, I don't live here anymore. Let me get to someone's house that I know. And I crossed the street and I had a seizure in the post office parking lot. And the guy who found me, he said, I only pulled over because I thought you were someone I knew. Thank you. So yeah, I've been wandering off for a while lately and it's not fun. That's why I don't take my kids in public because, like I say, they're just going to follow me just because I'm dad and I don't look odd or whatever the case. But then when I did tell my job that I wandered off the next day, they told me you were looking like a zombie all day. And I was like, I remember the work shift. That's something you guys should point out. If I look like a zombie all day, then you just let me leave work. But that's how it happened. It just let me wander off because I looked like a zombie. And I don't remember it, but I remember waking up. And I don't remember even paying for those buses or trains. I don't even know how I went about paying for them. I don't know if I had money, but yeah, there was that. I hope you guys don't wander off.
Yeah, Pookie, there was one time, it was, I want to say like, I don't know, maybe like 2010-ish or whatever, right? And a bunch of like my friends from high school, we all got together and we were like, yeah, let's go to a Warriors game. So, you know, of course I took Bart there, watched like, I don't know, like the first half of the game, right? And I was just like, hey, yo, I'm gonna go grab some food, go to the bathroom, I'll be right back. That's the last thing I remember for the night, dude. Like the next thing I remember is being like, it is waking up in the morning. Somehow I took Bart from Oakland all the way back to Fremont, got my ass home from the fucking Union City BART station back to back to that, and I remember none of it. And I'm just so embarrassed because it was like, oh dude, these are like high school friends I haven't seen in like, you know, a few years at least, and this is like going to be like the last time that they remember me, or last time they, you know, they see me. Like, damn it. But yeah, I had a moment like that too. Like you just stumble off and you just wonder how the you got home back home, right?
Yeah, you went about the same distance as me. I went to Palo Alto from Hayward. You went from Union City to Oakland, about the same distance away.
Yeah, similar, yeah. And
Yeah.
I still have no clue, no remembering of how I got from the Union City BART station to my home back in, you know, in Fremont. Like I told you, I live in Fremont. So it's about like 2.5 miles. I'm about 2.5 miles from the Union City station. I have no clue how I got home. None whatsoever. It just, yeah. I'm still confused to this day about it.
For mine, I also lost my bike because I rode my bike to work that day, and I never found out where it went to. But I guess I left work with it and took 3 buses and a train. Probably
Damn.
more. And I couldn't imagine just how I was looking, just maybe like a blank stare on these buses and trains. And I don't remember how I paid for it. I don't remember any conversations. I just remember looking out the window like, where am I at? I was like, oh, this looks familiar. And I got off the bus like, well, why am I here though? And I was like, oh man, this doesn't feel good. Let me just hurry up and get somewhere. Didn't work. Made it to the parking lot. I think making it across the street kind of saved my life because that person seen me. And he knew my family, so he went and got my family, luckily. But
Nice.
he did tell my family. I didn't know. I thought he was someone else. That's why I jumped out of the car. It's like, oh, thank you. Good thing I look like someone else. But if you guys don't know what James was talking about, he kept saying BART. BART is like our subway. It's just called Bay Area Rail Transit. It's like
Yeah, my bad for not mentioning that. Yeah, sorry.
I know it was some kind of transportation, but I didn't know if it was bus or train or what.
It's weird because I don't know what to call it because we have a train. We have a train. It's named Cal Train, and it's actually a train. But there's a BART station, and I don't know what to call it. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
what you guys
don't
would
either
call that.
because it's above ground and below ground, so you can't exactly call it a subway, like
Yeah,
a railway, I guess. I don't know
yeah.
what to. Yeah, I don't know what other term to call it either.
We'll just stick with Bart and get the right tour guides if anybody's ever on the West Coast.
It
Yeah, it's like
exactly.
all of our train and bus systems are named after counties and cities. We have BART, which is Bay Area Rail Transit, and it goes all around the Bay Area. Then we have Caltrain, which is California Train. And then we have SamTrans, which is San Mateo County Transit. And then we have AC Transit on this side, which is Alameda County Transit.
There's a San Jose one too. I can't remember the name off the top of my head now, but there's it's like SJ something like San Jose. Yeah, another one too. There's so many different ones out here that it's just like, all right, public transit, just call it public transit and get
all kinds of different bus systems. And then San Francisco has its own thing. It's called Muni.
Oh yeah, dude. San Francisco, you got everything.
That's like a light rail, basically. I don't know if you guys know what light rail is. Maybe I don't know if that's just a California thing.
The cable cars, dude. The cable cars are my favorite thing. I love standing like hanging off of the side of a cable car and like checking my pocket watch.
Oh man. Okay, yeah, we're taking over. So let's get back to epilepsy. Sorry, you
We're
guys.
all learning.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. I'm getting really tired right now. Oh.
We'll be
So
here.
is this a usual like vaccine effect?
Yeah, I think so. It's been like probably about hour and a half or so now, and yeah.
Is there a reason in particular that you got that?
Just because it was a newer one. I don't know if you saw my post the other day when I was asking about it. Since I work at the elementary school, that's hygiene isn't like a super priority for those little guys. So a lot of times they're just like, oh, hey, Mr. Mustache Man, high five! Like, like right after they sneezed in their hand, they'll be like, yeah, give me a high five, and I'm just like,
Hand sanitizer.
okay, I'm gonna go away. Yeah. So I've been trying to keep up. Yeah, I've been trying to keep up on it. That's my main reason, is just because of my job. Other than that, it's not really there's no left or right. There's no political decision or nothing behind it. It's just I think it's something that'll help, and I take it. If
Is
you
your
have a
job
different
allowed
opinion,
to require it of you, or do you feel like that is just the next level of safety because of the job?
oh no, they don't require it.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure about.
Yeah, when I first started, it was like around 2021. I think it was required then. It was when everybody had to have their little, the card with the stamp on it
everything
showing
checked
that you
off
got but after that, I just did it because it was where I'm working, and all day long I'm seeing kids, just like, watch you. Oh, hey, what's up, buddy? Mr. High Five, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just like, so I literally, I have a bag, because we have to carry like hall passes, band-aids, certain little things, right? For the kids. So I have a little, side bag, but I do have a bottle of hand sanitizer in there. So now pretty much at the point, anytime I have any contact with a kid, I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, see you later, buddy. Get the hand sanitizer out and do it. So I just figured that, yeah, the shot, I might feel crappy and tired for one day, but in the long run, it'll probably be for the best. In my post that I made when I was asking about it, I did have COVID. I did catch COVID. I think it was end of 21, early 22 ish. And that was just, with seizure meds already, like I've mentioned with my other pancreatic issues, and then it was like the week, it was hell. Like I would have rather have been dead like that week. Like honestly, it was miserable. And that was after getting the second round of COVID shots. I still got it from these dirty little kids. So I just try and keep up on it now. And yeah, if you have a different, I don't know, belief, opinion,
I didn't
medical
get it.
opinion, political opinion, whatever you think, that's fine. But yeah, the reason I do it is just because of my job.
Yeah, I didn't get it because I didn't want to get it. I'm telling you guys, one day they're gonna come. Someone said they're gonna drop all this stuff from the sky. It's gonna trigger the medication. I mean, the shot that everyone took, and everybody's gonna turn to zombies. Yeah, that's not why I didn't take it, but it sounded funny. But yeah, I just was like, I didn't get COVID, so I didn't take it. Luckily, and I didn't have a job at that time. I think when COVID did first hit, I had a job, but yeah, we were required to wear masks, so we were doing that factory work. I mean, warehouse
The
work.
the mask thing was pretty much everybody everywhere, no matter what job you had. That wasn't like a political or opinion thing. Like that was just like everything that everybody had to do, right? Like during 2020. So
Yeah,
that wasn't, yeah, that
needed
wasn't
to
that
go
wasn't
inside of
anything.
buildings.
And honestly, me being someone with a ton of facial hair, I thought it was kind of nice because like I could just put the mask on. Like I didn't have to do shit in the morning to get ready. Like I just put the mask on and be like, I ain't even gonna take care of this. I ain't even gonna shave, do nothing.
I used to just keep
That's
them
one
on
way to
all
look
day.
at it.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I had
that
someone
was
tell me like a horrible story, like when he got COVID. He doesn't have epilepsy, but he told me a story about COVID, and he was like, I went to jail and I got it, and then he was like, I started throwing up, so they put me in my own cell, and then he said he kept asking them to like come, like help him and come. He's having problems. He was like, I'm throwing up and then I'm shitting and then I'm throwing up and then I'm shitting at the same time. So head to ass back and forth to the toilet. And he was like, to make them come, he just overflowed the toilet. And I was, that's wild. He said they overflowed the toilet and then they brought him new sheets and stuff, but they didn't clean up, I guess. So yeah, that's messed up. But that's a jail situation story. It's really messed up that you treat someone like that, prisoner or not.
yeah. It doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah.
It just comes
Doesn't
down to
matter what you did
responsibility.
or
If you
anything like
if you
that.
make
Like
it past
nobody, yeah,
booking,
nobody should be treated that way. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
wow,
I'd
that's rough.
overflow the toilet too.
But
What else?
yeah, if y'all got 2 minutes to listen to me rant, so yeah, when I went to get my shots today, I went with my dad. He needed to get one too. So I told him, the person that I checked in with, I was like, hey, I have epilepsy. I'm on this med, blah blah blah. Do you guys think this is okay? And she was like, okay, give me your medical card, your record, we'll look it up. And then so they ended up taking like over an hour. They had to call a neurologist. They had to ask if this certain new one was under was okay with the medications I was taking. Like my dad was just like in and out and done and within, like within a second. And it took me, yeah, a while for it, but they said it was safe. I really do feel quite out of it and tired, but I think that's just normal for anybody, not with anybody with just epilepsy. But yeah, I guess to answer or to reply to the post I made.
Yeah.
It's only been a few hours, but I'm here. I'm safe, and yeah. Other than being tired, I think I'll be all right. So.
Who did we hear was going to have an inhaler today?
Yeah. Jeff has the medical inhaler. Where do you guys get those from? I haven't looked it up yet.
There's this company called EO, and I haven't tried the inhaler yet. I have to wait till Twisted gets here.
Can't wait. I will be ready.
I can't do it until she gets here. But I did. They have this spray stuff that you spray in your fingers and rub in if you have a spot where you have a lot of pain. And I put it on my back and neck last night, and it worked great. And then they have I forget. There's three things. Oh, they had gummies that were really good, and they're made for pain. And this inhaler, which they have one for pain, and then they have one that goes to get high.
Okay, and this is the one you're talking about. It's EO THC one?
Yeah. And both things I've tried so far work great.
Okay, so have you ever had I mean, how do you decide? This is what I'm having trouble like choosing a dispensary, because especially when we get sensitive to like switching medications causes seizures, like any kind of changes in the routine. Do you guys have better luck sticking with the same strain, even if it's sold at different dispensaries, or better off sticking with the same place and going with maybe a different percentage THC or CBD? Because right now
I
they're
don't pay
suggesting that I just
attention.
go higher CBD to see if
No,
if I adjust well.
it
Yeah.
depends on what they have.
I was gonna say, does it I can't remember if you mentioned it before, so I'm sorry. But I don't know what state you live in.
Florida.
But at least I'm sorry?
I'm in Florida, but I'm going to
Oh, okay.
Tennessee, so I got to watch out, what all the rules are everywhere. Because I know Tennessee, Kentucky over there, they're like practically illegal hemp. So
Yeah, yeah. And even in, I'm in California, and obviously it's legal here.
lucky.
There's just been dispensaries I can go to anywhere, but there still are limitations on how much you can buy or how much can come in, like, a pack of gummies or a pre-roll or something, something like that. There still are limitations on it.
Yeah.
Even though I think everybody always thinks, California is just like it's all good to go and everything, but no, there still are laws and limitations
They
and
gotta
everything
have
on it.
ways to
So,
tax it.
Yeah. Like you said you were going to Tennessee. I'm in Texas right now where they're doing all those big crackdowns and stuff. And it's really not as bad as they're making it out to be. Like you can still buy all the flour and stuff. And it's pretty much the same in Tennessee and all that. It's just the crap they have at the store. And honestly, outside of that, you can really pick it up anywhere. Like
Yeah, I
everybody.
figure we'll just play it safe when we travel. And
Yeah.
if I have to go a couple weeks without while I get the new certification or see what that did, because I know I'm not gonna be able to use my Florida card up there.
Yeah, I would like
But,
honestly, like
yeah.
it's like Joe Schmo you meet at work is probably like, hey, like, it's one of
That's what
those
I'm saying.
things.
We're gonna have to get them involved in, family involved in some kind of club or whatever, and I,
Yeah,
look for the
that's pretty much
parents
how
that
it
look
goes.
like stoners, and I'll
Mhm.
make the right friends.
Yeah,
This is
UPS
literally
ground
the
at
way
the
to
end of
do
the
it.
day. Yeah, it's like UPS ground always helps.
It's wild when I hear you guys say you got a medical ID. I mean, a marijuana ID. You guys got to go through that doctor and stuff. In California, we just go knock on the door with your ID out.
Yeah,
I know,
Arizona's the
right?
same way
Spooky, like
too,
we could
isn't
just
it?
go down the street. We could just go down the street and buy buy
You
a
could walk into
pre-roll
True
real
Leave or
quick, and then just
7-Eleven. It's like the
walk
same
back
thing.
home while we smoke it.
Yeah,
Well,
so it's
imagine
like
if
Medical
that.
7-Eleven.
market saves taxes.
Yeah,
Huh?
in Nevada and Arizona is the same way too. You can just walk into a shop and just grab it as long as you have
You
your
try that
ID.
in certain places here, you got to have bail money in your pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went to Reno or to Tahoe, and so yeah, in Nevada they do have it where you can just walk in, because I just walked in, and yeah, it was cool. No ID
Yeah, that's
needed.
where I'm.
I mean,
I
yeah,
li-
you need an ID, but other than
yeah,
that, if the bouncer's
Yeah, I
at
was
the
gonna say
door,
even in Cali, you still need an ID. You still need to be 21 to to purchase it. Just like alcohol or whatever, but which is kind of silly. You can be 18 and buy tobacco, but you got to be 21 to buy weed. I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me.
yeah. I went in. I lived
That's
in
a whole separate
Tahoe.
story. But yeah, that's how it is out here, at least.
Yeah, I was living in Tahoe before they even had the recreational and stuff, and they were still pretty strict on the prescriptions too back then. That was probably in like 2014, 2015.
you ever go to the Hard Rock right there in Tahoe?
Yeah, my ex-wife actually used to work at the Hard Rock.
Okay, so next door to that is Embark, the dispensary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where I went when I was out there.
Okay, like yeah, like right by State Line.
Yeah.
Yeah, by Mont
Directly
Blue
by
and
the
stuff.
state line.
Yeah, I used to be a chef over at Snowflake.
Yeah, what I thought was funny is near the state line. So South Lake Tahoe is in California, and Lake Tahoe is in Nevada.
Yep.
So yeah, we always see the state line, and then step over the line, and there's a line literally right there. You can see it, and then the Hard Rock is right there, and that nightclub across the street is nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a 10-minute walk from Nevada, my house.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we got married 2 years ago in Vegas. My wife now, and that was pretty fun.
Sounds like it would be. Yeah.
But it was all legal now, so that was pretty cool, just being able to drink and smoke everywhere you wanted.
Yeah.
All right. What's the icebreaker today? What we got?
The icebreaker is Kate has to come back. We need the icebreaker from her. I do not.
Yeah, I jumped in late. I got busy. I'm back at work this week, so I've been having to do so much paperwork catching up for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I didn't catch the icebreaker either today.
It's not coming to me. I think it might be something like, what's something you do that annoys people?
Oh, fuck.
I'll say exist.
I'd be like everything I do to my wife.
Okay. It is. Yeah, what is one thing you're constantly doing that annoys other people?
Me not replacing the toilet paper. I leave it on the. I put it on the counter, and it drives her nuts.
Oh man, put it on the roll. It's wild. Yeah. Yeah. Yesterday I fell in the toilet. I didn't notice the seat was all the way up. Both seats were up, and it was hilarious. I found it hilarious.
Oh, you pulled a lady.
Yeah. It was hilarious. But I do got something here, and it says neuropsychology test. Hello, guys. I want to ask your experience with neuropsychology tests. I'll have one in November, but my doc not really told me anything about it. In my next appointment with him, oh man, doesn't tell me anything about it. Just that it'll take a few hours. I will ask about it in my next appointment with him, but I still want to ask you guys who got it done. What can I expect? searched about it a little, and I found it will be memory and logical questions. But I guess it's more complex than this. It'll count if my memory sucked before my epilepsy, seizures, or meds. I can take a break during that. I can focus for long enough, and also I'm a smoker, so I want a cigarette break if that's possible. And it's full talk, or like a test on paper, like in school. I can't really think about any other questions right now, but I'll really be grateful if you share your experiences. I have not had a neuropsych test. Sounds very interesting, but has not happened yet. Neuropsych.
Yeah, I haven't had anything like that.
Yeah.
But honestly, I wouldn't be too concerned of what consists of it, especially with that, whether it's a test, verbal or written. I just kind of run with it and do what they say, because I mean, if you kind of, you don't want to go into it with other people's answers, especially with a neuropsych type of thing, because I mean, that can potentially ruin what the results are going in with preconceived type of answers that you're going to be putting on paper, if it is something like that, or how you're trying to think on that. What she said during smoke breaks, tough shit. You might miss your smoke break.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something here though. It says, for the neuropsychologist. The neuropsychologist is an expert in how brains injury conditions affect your behavior, mood, and thinking skills. Learn what they do and how they differ from psychologists and neurologists, and how to become one. Very interesting.
So they're basically giving her like a psychological aptitude test after her seizures.
That's what it sounds like. Basically to see if you're back yet.
Yeah. Or like the before and after on like cognitive function.
Yeah, my last hospital visit, they only took me is because I didn't remember who the president was. Yeah, so that's the only reason they took me, because I didn't remember who the president was. And yeah, I guess that's a good reason these days. The first comment here says, I was diagnosed with epilepsy when I was about 12 or 13. Now in my 30s, I had a neuropsych testing for the first time last year when I had to stay in the EMU. I was on one of the most validating and helpful tests I've had in relation to my epilepsy. The test was long, 8 hours split in 2 halves, but so helpful. A lot of information recall, tests, logic tests, repetition, things like that. It can be frustrating at times. It isn't meant to be easy, and it isn't meant to be challenging, but the results, for me at least, were so helpful. My relatively deficiencies lined up pretty much exactly with where my seizures originate from my brain. I hope this helps. Another one says, I hated when they did the follow-up test on me, like a year or two after surgery, but wouldn't disclose the results to me. Come on, Tess. Come on, at least let me know if I'm the same or worse. I think Kate said something like that, right? That they don't give you your results.
No, it wasn't.
Really?
This is referring to a neuropsych test, right? What's this one talking about?
This is neuropsych. Yours actually is a neuropsych.
Yeah. Mine is the RNS device. So essentially, how I understand it now is that when NeuroPace activated this, I gave permission for them to collect the data. In addition to what I get on the laptop when I actually use it and transfer it, then they also take a reading when I go in every 6 months for an appointment and settings adjustment. And at this last 2 visits, I couldn't even get an accurate response for like how much battery life was left. So yeah, they still treat the data as like theirs, and that is pretty frustrating. But I think these neuropsych evaluations, anything that ends up as part of your medical record, you should be able to access that. The thing is, my issue is that this is essentially data that belongs to a private company, NeuroPace. So that's where I get tangled with, can't see anything in my chart because I have an appointment with the neurologist, and the neurologist is commissioning this RNS representative to get it done. And I just don't have the results of that. So it's never in visit summary, or there's never in any indication of what the data that they collect is. And that's annoying.
Does
But
your
we'll see.
neurologist get the data?
The neurologist has her own sign-in, her own login information to see the same RNS. When I signed into RNS on the laptop that they provided, it's it's the individual username and password, and that's what I have permission to collect and transfer data. Neurologist has her own, but is very adamant about that being private. No,
Okay.
thank you. That doesn't look yummy.
I had neuropsych testing last year, and I'm having it again, I think later in the month. And when I had it last year, my neurologist gave me the results. So it wasn't very helpful. It didn't tell me anything I didn't know, but they didn't hide it from me. That's it.
So, I mean, were you satisfied with the neuropsych test or results? Like, did you see the point?
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah,
That's
there's
the
no
biggest thing I've
question.
heard like mixed reviews on was it worth it? It was really long, it was really tedious, but I have had heard mixed reviews on patients who went through neuropsych testing to rule out or diagnose something, and it sounds like it just led to more tests.
Well, they didn't use it to rule out or diagnose anything. They used it to see how my memory was in relation to how a normal 76-year-old at that point memory would be.
Okay, so it served that purpose.
Yeah.
Is the neuropsych the appointment where they like show you the book of the symbols and try to make you remember it and all that?
Well, that's part of it.
I think I've been to that then.
They ask you a whole bunch of questions. And they give you a whole bunch of things, numbers, places, times, all different things, and you're supposed to, repeat it after they tell it to you.
Yeah, they kept trying to like make me remember. They were like, "Do you know what this is?" And I'm like, "No, I don't know what this is." And they're like, "Take your best guess." I'm like, "I know what it is. I just don't know the name of it." And they're like, "Take your best guess." That doesn't work like that.
Right.
It was the thing, the circle thing for Christmas, and it goes on the door. I forgot the name of it.
A wreath.
But I was like, "Huh?"
A wreath.
A wreath. There we go. They were just like disappointed that I didn't know what it was, and they kept telling me to guess, and I'm like, I know what it is. I just never had to use the name.
That's kind of a tough one too, especially if you're someone who doesn't celebrate Christmas or something too.
Yeah, I celebrate Christmas, but I've never had to buy one.
Yeah.
So yeah, it isn't something I thought of, and they had to remember all these signs and letters and sentences, and then go back up to a different sign, a letter, and ask me, "Do I remember these?" And I'd be like, "No." And she wanted to do brain surgery because I had bad memory, and I told her, "We're not doing that. It's not happening." And I'm not gonna do brain surgery because you think, yeah, she said there's little pockets in there in your brain that I could take out those little pockets and your memory will get better because it's getting too bad too fast at your age. This was like 2 years ago. I'm 36, so I was 34. She said my memory is getting too bad for my age and too fast. So, yeah, she wasn't in touch with the neurologist. the neurologist actually is the one who got me to do the neuropsych test. And yeah, I'm not, all the stuff they wanted me to remember, and then I'm not doing a brain surgery. Yeah, she's like, all I would do is cut little squares of your skull on a few different spots. I've heard stories about people not coming back the same. And that's what I fear, not coming back as the regular old me. I like the me I have.
If it ain't broke.
But don't fix it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
something that major that it would take way more than one test to convince any patient that the risk outweighs or reward outweighs the risk.
Is anybody taking Briviact?
Yep.
I took it.
Oh, okay, well, I got something. Can't remember if I took my morning dose of Briviact. Is it okay to miss one? I take 200 milligrams of Briviact a day, 100 in the morning, 100 at night. I can't remember if I took my morning dose after my meal today. Is it okay to miss one dose if I hadn't taken it? I don't want to
Yeah,
double
just
dose
wait till your next
because
dose.
I don't want to double dose because it usually gives me more anxiety.
Yeah, they can wait till their next dose. Perfectly fine.
The
Yeah, I've
half-life of
double.
Briviact is 9 hours.
Yeah, I've double dosed a few times and just made me be more sure.
Yeah.
And I don't think it caused more anxiety like that person said, but it does suck.
Yeah.
Now I have this. So I can put my pills in there and know what I took and what I didn't take. And it's pretty much going to work for me.
Yeah. Mine, you can actually take the days out, and they're like a little pod, so you just put it in your pocket. So if you go somewhere for the day and you don't have the time to come back home.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Oops.
Does your whole thing come out? Yeah, there you go.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, so now you can take it with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I
It
mentioned
seems
that
it helps.
Pookie. That's the exact same pill box that you have. On the bottom there's a hole in the
Oh,
bottom for
yeah.
each day
Push to
for
open
each day
here.
of the week. So you can, yeah, there you go. You got it upside down. So yeah, you can push it out and you can take like just that one day of the week's pills like with you.
Yeah, so I never had to look at the bottom because everything I need is on the top. And I never imagined
Yeah,
there
yeah.
being something
It
like
took
that on the
me
bottom. So I just never looked.
it
Yeah,
took
so if
me a
you only
while to
got to
figure
take
that
stuff
out
for like
too,
a
but
weekend or
yeah,
something, or just like 2 days, you can just take those ones out and take them with you or something like that. Or you just going somewhere for a night, just take that day.
yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, just for that day, you're like, I don't want to ramble too much, but yeah, my work schedule has changed. So when I need to take them, it's, sometimes like basically when I'm on my way to work. So, I just take like the day's pills with me. I get to
Yeah.
work, I pop them,
Mine are weird
I
too, because like I have to
take them
take
and
mine.
yeah.
I got like a 5, a 7, and a 10 pill. So I have to take one at 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and then my final pills at 10 p.m. And so like
Oh
I have
dang,
to have
yeah.
that thing on me all freaking afternoon.
Yeah, mine are 8 and 10 AM and PM. So yeah, it just depends on, where I'm going, what I'm doing for the day or, whatever. But yeah, sometimes it's just easy just to pop the little pill, box, you already ones, especially for me with my right now I just switched to clobazam a couple months ago. So they come in 10 milligram pills, but I'm only supposed to take 5. So I have to use the pill cutter and chop them in half. So I have to do that ahead of time. So I can't just like, take the bottle with me, whenever I go. Like I already have to have it prepared and everything. So yeah, the definitely a recommendation to anybody that's, on a scheduled time frame for medication, a daily box or, just an alarm on your phone or something will help. Yeah.
Gonna go through these comments about missing the Briviac. One said I got a tablet box with sections for every day and morning and evening. So in the future, I doubt you will know for sure, as you shouldn't ideally skip a dose, but if you don't remember, double taking might not be great either. Another comment says, if you miss a dose, it's not okay because it will make you feel weird. But in your case, you don't remember if you've taken it once, or you start feeling irritable, anxiety, rise in heartbeat, and then must take it if I miss both my doses. I usually wait until I feel this. Don't double dose. Depending on how sensitive you are to missing doses, it's fine. I forget them too, once or twice a year. Just continue. If I miss my morning dose, just let that go and wait till it's time for my evening dose. Okay. That's
Yeah.
Briviac. Sometimes I'm just like, no, I'm having a good day. I think I'm going to keep having a good day. Let's make sure we have it. Take the double dose.
Yeah. I don't like taking pills enough as it is. I ain't trying to load up like that. If I think I missed something, I'm going to coast off till the afternoon.
Well, for me, it's that medication resistance. That's the mindset that I had too. Like, be safe, might as well take it. When I had like, work and school and all these things to do during the day, I was still trying to go without setting reminders for stuff like that. And that didn't always work. Even when I had the little daily pill thing, I also had the pill bottle in the car. So who knows if I didn't end up having lunch in the car, taking the pill out of the bottle, and then found the thing in my pocket like 3 hours later. And I'm thinking, just be safe, pop that one. And then I found out what medication resistance was. So I was essentially upping the dose on myself without even realizing it. And then after 2 months of maybe making that mistake twice a week, the doctor found a way to explain it to me that was like, you fucked yourself up on this one. Now we have to switch medications and expect to have some seizures, take off of work, and good luck with that. So that medication resistance thing really gets in the way. As soon as it feels like the medication's working, they just tell you to take more. Hey, did we ask you the icebreaker? Today we got, what is one thing that you constantly do that annoys other people?
Oh yeah, I said when the toilet paper is empty, I leave it on the counter instead of putting it in the roll, and it drives my wife crazy. Yeah.
You leave that full roll on the back of the toilet, and
No, not on the back. I put it because we have the counter right next to the side.
It's
I ain't
wherever's
reaching behind me
convenient.
like that. I got a
Wherever's
chiropractor.
convenient. So you would never see that as a stretch. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely vibe with that. Not as bad as dishes in the sink, but that can still be annoying.
No, that's a different argument.
Yeah, totally different. Or you use a sponge and then just put it somewhere else. Yeah. All right, James, you aware enough for the icebreaker? I don't think so.
I think James is out.
Hey, you brought you back.
Hey, sunshine.
I'm alive.
All right, good to know.
Well, that's a
I don't know if
plus.
there's much more than that at the moment, but
Well, while we've got you conscious, let's
yeah.
ask, what is one thing that you constantly do that annoys other people? That's our icebreaker.
Oh, my joke earlier was I just said exist. Maybe that's a grim joke, but sorry, I had to say it. Something I don't know. I just that's a good question. I honestly don't know. I don't know a serious answer to that.
No trouble. No trouble. Thank you for staying coherent with us.
I wasn't going to read all the comments. Has anyone had this episode? It's a weird episode yesterday, and it's not the first. I had some sort of mental nervous breakdown and more of a panic attack. I didn't feel in control of my body, and I still don't. Everything feels new, and I don't feel like myself yet. It started from a while ago after I got diagnosed with epilepsy. I'm also on Briviac. I think this started way back. That episode in particular just sounds like, what do they say that? The ones they refer to panic attacks?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Did they have a seizure beforehand?
That's
Or
as
was it
much,
just after diagnosis and after they started medication?
Yeah, that sounds like a definite second opinion situation.
Yeah. I was like, because they're just feeling that way after they got diagnosed and after starting medication. I was like, shit, I felt that way too.
with me, I started getting all these side effects before I started paying attention to them. So then once I started paying attention, I'm like, oh, this is why. Come to find out, the Motrigine, it makes watery eyes or something like that. My doctor said I got some fluid behind the eye, not behind the eyeball, but the eye in particular. Then I have glaucoma in my right eye, and she said it's really bad. So I'm wondering if seizures could do that, like the straining from the eyes, because sometimes after a seizure, my eyes hurt. I don't know if that's it in particular, but I thought of that. I'm going to ask the doctor. Going to ask the doctor about that, definitely.
Is that the same side as your encephalitis?
Encephalitis, what's that?
Can't remember the word now. That soft brain thing.
Oh, encephalomalacia.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, not
Right
soft
here.
brain.
Yeah.
And that's the same side as the glaucoma?
When both of my eyes hurt, they hurt, and it's like, yeah,
Oh.
same size as the glaucoma right here. But I'm not sure if the straining from if there's a straining from seizures. Did you guys ever get like a straining in your eyes? Like,
Yeah. I get like a lot of pressure. Like it feels like on the back of my eyes and like in my face and stuff like all in this area. And it feels like super strained.
That's where the headaches are sometimes too. Not in the forehead so much as like right behind my eye.
Yeah, it's like all right there, and it almost feels like it's coming back.
Mine is always behind the eye that's closer to the device though. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or not.
so I'm not sure exactly if I've had the episode they talk about. It sounds like a panic attack. Actually, did that look like what my aura was when I was here when I had an aura? Did that seem like that?
I always picture a panic attack as like hyperventilation, like you'll be breathing real heavy, and that's not what happened with you.
I was getting nauseous and I couldn't sit down. I kept stretching, going like this, something is wrong. And yeah, then I got up and walked away a few times. But that's when I went and got the pen because it helped. The nausea went away instantly, and I was able to sit back down and continue for another 10 hours.
That's the kind of thing we would have wanted to see your heart rate.
Yeah.
Bless you.
That's very interesting how marijuana works like that. Just took away the nausea and a few hits. So that went well. And
yeah.
I don't know if that's what we call an aura or a panic attack or what, but I was aware and I just was confused and I had the impending doom feeling. Like
And you took note and you have that video in a special, like, know where to get to a place, right?
No.
We'll get on that so that if it happens again, you know right away what to compare it to and then decide if it's progressive and maybe something to look into.
Okay.
Some doctors will let you transfer files that way too. You can upload files on some My Charts. It's like more than just PDFs. So some of them let you upload videos.
Yeah, I can send them to my neurologist.
Yeah.
Yeah, they prefer if I send them videos. They like it that way. It means we have to do less talking.
That's always a plus.
Which is funny because that means they make less money because they don't have to see them.
Right. I got a couple comments here. Let's see. The first one says, I think I had that before. That weird feeling almost out of body. I've had a panic attack where I felt a heavy weight on my chest. I don't know if you felt that. And
see, that's usually my post-ictal phase.
Yeah, this person The author responded, yes, it's like an out-of-body experience in a weird way. I can't really describe it. I also had panic attack and my emotions feel really out of place. So does this have anything to do with epilepsy? And the person responded, I have a good feeling that it's from epilepsy because it never happened to me until a year into my epilepsy. And the author responded, thank you for letting me know. Epilepsy can do weird things to your brain. Everything feels so unreal right now.
And that's something we can all agree on. None of the specifics are consistent for everybody, but
Yeah.
overall, yeah, you
Yeah,
just
because
don't
like
feel
what
the same.
she's explaining is totally post-ictal for me. Because like when I get out of my post-ictal phase, it takes me like a week or two, and I have like that whole weird out of body, almost just dead, don't feel right, like emotions aren't right, just nothing, like don't feel like the same person, all those things. And then same when changes of medications happen too. Like those are miserable as well.
Yeah, I never understood how or why it was so hard to just keep up the same schedule. This
Mhm.
is something I was doing with like wanting to months before, and for like 3 months after medication changes, or like right after I get pregnant or something like that, no, everything goes to shit.
Yeah, and it seems like even with the meds, I call it like every like maybe like I don't know, every maybe couple months or maybe like every other year or so you hit like an epilepsy menopause. And it just happens.
And what the
For
hell brought you
everybody.
to that conclusion?
You
Why
just
that choice of
you
words?
just you're just totally emotional for like a month or two and you don't even know why.
Okay, so that's a curious word for that cycle.
Yeah. It just comes around like the sun.
Oh yeah, we're learning a lot on this catabenial page, because there's a lot of different words for like what cultures and uh generations called like that time of the
Mhm.
month, and I can't believe how many of them sound like male names. Twisted was talking about like Andre or something, or Anthony. It was like some weird male name, and I forget what the other one was, but like yeah, there was a lot of really surprising metaphors for that time of the month, and I guess it's just always been like that. Like
Mhm.
Anthony, I think was one of them. That was the one in Spanish. That's what it was.
Mm.
Next one is all day. Does it take anyone all day to recover from a suspected seizure? I was diagnosed when I was in middle school. Now I'm in my late 30s, been off meds initially due to loss of insurance, and feeling fine for years. But lately there's been an uptick in activity. This is the third time I've had to call out of work due to feeling awful all day. I have the aura symptoms lasting all day. I feel fine the next day. I'm working on getting insurance so I don't go into debt. Has anybody else had aura symptoms lasting all day? Go into this, how you guys feel, and we'll get to the comments.
Yeah, I've been there. Probably recommend getting a nanny cam for herself, especially if she said she's starting to feel that way again. And she says it's lasting all day, but she's waking up in the morning just to make sure, because she's been off of medication so long, make sure she's not having nocturnal seizures just in case, just to be safe.
Okay, yeah, so a lot of people are saying DOP replied, thank you too. It's been days. Like some people feel these symptoms for days, like not aura symptoms, not like deja vu, weird smells, but the fogginess, the fatigue, some balance issues, just feeling out of touch. I think that's a good way to describe it. Sometimes half an hour, sometimes 3 days. Depends on the severity, how many, and how quickly I got the rescue meds. And I think that's pretty accurate. That definitely plays a part. If it is one that's going to need the rescue meds, and I got it like right after, I mean, what they say was 3 minutes, makes a big difference of if the tonic-clonic actually went like closer to 5.
But she's not talking about a seizure, correct? She's just talking about feeling the aura.
Well, this one, yeah, she's saying does it take anyone all day to recover from a suspected seizure? But this is the important part of like how when we all kind of realize that an aura is a seizure. It's
Yeah.
just that like less severe version that a lot of people and professionals honestly kind of downplay. But to me, okay, you're good. You're good.
At least all day.
Yeah, even for the focals for me, I
Yeah.
definitely don't feel into it. I would not take on any task by myself, basically. So over here, they're saying that I would usually feel that aura for weeks after a seizure, usually a couple days before. I've been on meds for a few months, seizures have stopped, but I've had a couple instances where I felt a similar but not as bad aura, never ended up having a seizure. I don't know what it is. I don't know if that's hopeful or helpful to what you're saying. There's so many different types of seizures. Definitely get to the doctor just to be safe. Easier said than done. I guess that's probably the best outlook you can have, at least to document it. And until the medications are settled and you really get to like know yourself and how this condition is going to affect you. How long did that take you guys? Like after initial diagnosis, before you felt like comfortable with making plans for something or basically comfortable managing your own condition? Was it actually a couple of months like some doctors try to suggest, or was it closer to like years?
For what?
Like after initial diagnosis, how long until you actually felt comfortable saying like you're managing your condition?
I'm still not even managing it, honestly. I wouldn't even say that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely
I'm just
a long way.
getting by.
I was young.
Yeah.
Tom, you here?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
In that case, we do have an icebreaker for you. We're
Okay.
asking, what is one thing that you constantly do that annoys other people?
Talk.
Yeah, we heard that one before. Somebody's asking here, I'm looking for advice on how to improve well-being while living with epilepsy and taking medication. Which supplements, food, or lifestyle habits help you feel healthier, more energetic, or perform better in daily life? Tips. They're asking for diet, exercise, or any other daily routines are welcome. I mean, B12 is the first thing that comes to mind here. It has helped with energy, not so much a schedule, but getting more things done.
Yeah.
What's the first thing that you guys think of?
If you can, try to get outside as much as possible. Like, if I know it's hard to get outside and by yourself for some people, but if you can go with somebody else, get outside. It'll give you energy even if you don't feel like you have any. Just getting outside and doing something outside.
Somebody's giving a shout out here to the keto diet too, saying they've got so much more energy to combat excopery, and that's always an adjustment. Saying it's also a seizure treatment, but it is rigorous. That is a really, really strict diet.
Yeah, I like food too much to do keto.
Yeah, there's no way around it.
Mm-hmm.
Cutting out entire food groups, that's just a little much.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else is swearing by vitamin D, saying I only take vitamin D along with the meds. Lifestyle, like weight training, do badminton, low intensity stuff. Take many breaks in between. Don't eat junk food, but don't really care about whole, like counting calories, it sounds like they're talking about. And yeah, that's just the way they go. Not like totally strict, but I don't know, what would you guys call that? Like aware of what you're eating, but not really strict about it.
Yeah, conscious.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, calorie conscious. Stay away from fast food at least.
Yeah, there's little
Yeah,
processed
that'll
food as
drag you
possible,
down.
I'm sure.
Yeah. And I'm sure most of the crap in that'll probably give you seizures anyways.
Yeah, that's just definitely a more aware way to live. Mark, come see Nana. I think this one here too, saying I'm seizure free 10 plus years, had surgery, still take one medication, work out cardio, eat clean, no soda. Yeah, things like that. Starting to by cutting out things like soda and I don't know, maybe like you said, the processed foods, those Swiss rolls and stuff like that. Just
Yeah.
don't even go down that aisle.
Yeah. Enjoy your food, just don't eat crap.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
And the exercise, I can see why people struggle with that, because if you had like an activity that you like, but it's just ends up just being like too high intensity, like the yoga poses, the advanced yoga poses after diagnosis, after the surgery, I wasn't doing handstands for long. And I can see why that could be a total off-putter, and a lot of people just stop doing it altogether because it's not good feeling like you have to be a beginner again. But finding that kind of happy medium, that balance, there's like barely any better feelings than when you're actually taking care of yourself and getting closer to managing epilepsy, getting closer to that like controlled status. That's going to be a big deal. And that's pretty much all the comments on that one. Tom, you've been living with this pretty much longer than all of us. What do you think are some maybe lifestyle choices that you've made to help manage?
I'm so sorry. I was texting somebody, a coworker.
Totally
I missed.
understandable. Yeah, we just wanted to get your input on lifestyle choices. Somebody's saying, between diet, exercise, things like that, how have you managed to improve your well-being while living with epilepsy? And they highlight energy, things like just feeling healthier overall. And since you've lived with it for, longer pretty much than a lot of us, what are some things that stand out to you?
I keep saying this, and I know so many people can't understand it, but I don't allow epilepsy, my condition, to interfere with my life at all. I know that's really easy to say, but mine is not anywhere as near as difficult as most of you. I have seizures, yes. I don't, I'm not waiting on a seizure. I don't know. I just enjoy life. I go about my life. If I have a seizure, I have a seizure. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you're looking for.
Not looking for anything. You're giving us a genuine opinion, and that's exactly what we appreciate.
I mean, I feel bad. I really do. I mean, I think I've gone through a lot of this when I was younger, but at this point in my life, I just live day by day. As you say, I go to work. I went 20 years without working, but I finally got to the point in my life and just said, piss on it. If I have a seizure, I have a seizure. If I'm at work, I have a seizure, then so be it. Call my wife. I have what do you call those, emergency alert that says, do not call 911, call my wife.
You got a bracelet?
No, a necklace.
Yeah, I got a bracelet, and it says call my mom. It says I have epilepsy. Her number, then it says turn over. When you turn it over, it has my
your medication and all
yeah,
that.
my weight and what I'm allergic to, and don't Narcan me.
Well, see, that's the other thing. I'm not allergic to anything. I feel as though I'm fairly healthy. My
I feel
wife's
like
upset with me because I'm healthy. I go in and have blood work done, and you'll have high level and low level. The line that usually jumps up and down in between is straight horizontal, pretty much. And it upsets my wife. She gets high cholesterol, high blood pressure, overweight, or ALC is high sometimes, things like that. I just have good genes, I guess. It was dropped on my head when I was born and got epilepsy. I don't know.
Did they ever give you a reason that you have epilepsy?
No, no. I was born premature. Then lack of oxygen, but nobody's ever said definitely or have come up with any reason that they could say, yes, this is why you have epilepsy. I mean, my head is a scar. When I was growing up, I grew up with 4 brothers. We used to fight with Tonka trucks. and everything we could get our hands on, fighting over things. My head is scars, so I've been beating the head quite a bit. Maybe concussions. I don't know.
That's good that you kept track of anything you could, and like you said, never let it stop. That's good.
Don't
Somebody
allow
else?
it. I mean, I know again, it's easy for me to say that, but because I don't have seizures like most of the people that I read, the posts and such I read, the comments I hear on here, I'm quite fortunate, I believe. I don't think that my seizures are as bad, so I don't allow myself to. I ride a bike. I walk down busy streets. Swim.
That I don't do.
Well, I was a swimmer and diver when I was a kid.
Nice.
Never had a seizure in the water.
I know, like, are the doctors, did they pay a lot of attention to it back then? What were the like techniques they used compared to today? Like stuff that they chose to do about it when you were younger?
I can say my mom, so I was the black sheep of the family because I was the one always in trouble, always doing something, didn't give a damn about anything or anybody. And my mom blamed that on my epilepsy, that I wanted attention any way I could get it. And she tried to get me go to group meetings and such. I really don't even remember why or what they were about, but I refused to do it. And it got so bad that I left home when I was 18. I lived in Philadelphia, and I live, as you know, in Vancouver, Washington, which is close to 3,000 miles away. I'm barely in contact with my mom anymore. Not my brothers or sisters or nieces or nephews, aunts or uncles. I just picked up and left. A lot of bad blood, but I didn't want to stick around and hash it all out. You guys have your life. I have my life. Good luck with that. You know my number. I tried to call. In fact, I called my older brother probably 20 years ago. And I mean, he hasn't heard my voice in 30 years. And he picked up, he picked up the phone and says, I said, hey, Jack. He hung up the phone. He said, no, you have the wrong number, and hung up the phone. That was it. I'm done. You have my number. If you want to talk to me, give me a call. Well, you got my life story. Sorry about that.
Not at
No
all. That
problem.
sums it up. Anything that gets us closer to understanding the great Tom.
I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm hardly even awake right now.
I'm not gonna say I slept well. It's a rough sleep too.
Yeah, and I've got things to do tomorrow, so I don't know how long I'm going to stay on. Glad to see all your, I was going to say smiling faces, but I don't see any smiling faces except Jeff's.
I'm glad to see you too.
Yeah, glad to see all you guys.
Kev can crack
Are
a
you with
smile.
us,
There you
Jeff?
go.
Hey, Jeff, you with us?
I am with you.
Good. You look a lot better than you do in the pictures I saw of you.
Well, I feel a lot better than I did.
Good, good. Glad to have you home, my friend.
Thank you, Tom. And
Yeah,
I
I'm
got,
sorry I had to go through that. I think most of us have gone through it too.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's life.
Amen, brother.
Yeah,
It's life. We deal with it as we can.
exactly. What are you going to do?
It is what it is.
Right. Love you, Tom. Life is
Now we
good.
can get Kev the icebreaker.
Tom one-on-one. Life is good.
And now that we got Kev for the icebreaker, it is, what is one thing you constantly do that annoys other people?
Probably the simple fact that I have a I don't care attitude.
Yeah, that could do it. Sorry, Tom. I thought I asked you when you first joined.
That's cool.
All right.
How's the
Well,
room here? I mean, it seems like I walked into something going
that's
on. It's just,
No, you
how
didn't
you
miss
do?
anything. It's a chill Friday.
Yeah, all right. I mean, how's it going, Tom?
it's going well.
All right.
Had a long night, but besides that, I'm all better. I'm not doing as good as Pookie is right now.
Mhm.
Looks like he's
Yeah, I
enjoying
could
something
see.
over there.
You're getting down on it.
Yeah, he is, ain't he? That's something else. I have to find something to eat. I haven't eaten all day.
Don't you get all the treats at work though? All those little
No, I don't eat that stuff.
mini pumpkin pies or whatever you're giving out.
No, I don't usually eat it.
You tried the
Unless
samples?
there's something, unless it really jumps out something, but nah.
Sounds
When
like
I worked in a supermarket, I worked in the produce section, and I ate all the fruit and vegetables I wanted in the back during my break. I don't know.
Oh wow, I've got a story.
You should.
Tracy and I were walking through Winco one day, and there was these really pretty orange. I didn't know that they were peppers at the time, but I grabbed one and I bit it off at the stem. Tracy just looked at me and started laughing. It was an habanero pepper.
No.
And Tracy said it would look like a cartoon with smoke coming out my ears, snot coming out my nose, and foam out my mouth. Oh God. She says, yeah, you deserve it. You
Oh
gotta
yeah,
do
you
that
got it.
stuff.
Seeds and all.
Oh man, that could have caused a seizure.
Uh-huh.
right. I got something. It says, woke up having what I think is a panic attack. Hello, lovely epilepsy users. It's me again. A few weeks ago, I had my first ever grand mal. Since then, I've been off of work on levetiracetam, which is Capra. My dose doubles tomorrow, and I also have an appointment, my first face-to-face with my neuro. I haven't had a grand mal since, but I still been experiencing some vocal seizures, twitching in the right side of my face mostly, but minor but annoying. Then today, I suddenly felt tired. I went for a sleep, woke up by my mom calling me on the phone. I answered and instantly felt terrible, anxious, heart beating quickly, nausea, felt a slight numbness and a strong sense of dread. She came home immediately to sit with me, and as of writing, I'm still on the couch having body trembles. My brain is still kind of mushy, so I hope this is understandable if I think it's a panic attack. I'm not sure. My legs in particularly are trembling, kind of how it would feel if after you vomited. Does anyone else experience this? For context, I have focal cortical dysplasia and currently menstruating, if that's relevant. What's menstruating?
On your cycle.
Oh, so this is a woman. Oh.
Sounds like she was born as.
Born as female. So, first comment says, grandma will fatigue you over anxiety as well. Just rest your body and let your body recover. Put on some comforting music.
So this person is as just asking for overall advice on how to feel better. What were the symptoms again?
When did she say her
experience
neuro
this?
appointment is? I'm sorry.
It just says, does anybody experience this? And I think it's a panic attack, and there's a question mark after that. But
did she say that she just had a neuro appointment, or that she has one coming up?
to be honest, I gotta breeze through it before I say that because I don't want to give you.
Okay.
I don't think I read anything about another appointment.
Well, okay. Well, personally, I would think that she should just sit back and chill, eat, and eat, sleep, and be happy. I don't know.
Yeah, but how many times we leave the neurologist, they just made some changes to the medications, and those first 2 weeks after are
Right.
pretty much on edge
Yeah, your body has
for a
to
lot of us.
adjust.
Yeah, and for some people, it could actually be months. Some of these medications
Yeah.
now, the side effects actually don't even you don't adjust to it. You'll know about like the allergic reaction stuff within a couple weeks, but it could be some months, especially
Before
when
your
they're
body
telling you
just.
to take like more and more every 2 weeks or something.
So yeah, just sit back and chill. I'm sorry that she having these tremors and such, but until she can see a doctor, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. What I would do is just sit back and deal with the best I can. I don't know. Tom 101.
I'm 101. Gotcha. Kate, you got anything? I got one. If you don't.
Yeah, something here about a head cold. Can a head cold trigger focal awares? I'm curious if a head cold can trigger focal aware seizures. My son, 16, diagnosed with epilepsy in mid-July, has focal aware seizures that start in the corner of his mouth. More intense focal awares can prevent him from speaking for 10 seconds. Keppra controls the focal awares, although the neurologist is fine-tuning the dose. He has a cold this week, sore throat, runny nose, headache, mild focal aware seizures at least once a day, which is unusual. Today, he has 2 mild focal awares, taking the medication, and is getting enough sleep. He is home from school, wondering if his cold may be triggering seizures. 100%. Cold can do a lot to you. Lowered immune system, lowered seizure threshold. So this is pretty accurate. Anytime we
Yeah,
get
that's
head
kind of
colds,
across
I
the
get more
board
seizures.
for any seizure.
Say that again.
I was like, that's kind of across the board for any type of seizure, just being sick in general.
Yeah. Confused about why your body feels such a way.
Yeah.
It's like I know something is wrong with my body. I just don't know why.
Yeah.
That
Same
type
with injuries too.
um what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. Wow.
There are some comments here about the seizures after you get a little cold. The
Hold on
fever.
one second.
Fever's a big thing that does it.
What were we talking about, Joshua? Before I said I forgot what I was talking about. What did I ask you at first?
We were talking about, oh, you were just asking me to repeat, and I said, pretty much any seizure can cause, or any, having a
Across
cold
the
can pretty
board.
much cause any seizure,
Yeah.
any type
Yeah.
of seizure.
Yeah. What brought me back is there's a post I had earlier. It said, "Do you guys get any cravings after seizures?" It says, "Does anyone else have any crave any specific food after having a seizure, or not even crave, but it's the one food you feel you can stomach? For example, mine is always spaghetti, but that hasn't always been a bit of a comfort food for me, so I'm not sure if that's just that." First comment says, Eggos, frozen waffles, usually the only thing I can stomach for a couple days. Another one says, I almost always want something sweet. Classic Chick-fil-A sandwich gets me back. Says, no, I absolutely just can't eat because tongue kaput. You guys, you got any cravings afterwards? Mine personally is like, I usually come back with a metallic taste in my mouth for a little bit. So like, you can find a popsicle, fruit flavored popsicle or anything. That usually helps. Ice cream didn't help me, but like a popsicle did for some reason. And yeah.
Water. For me, it's nothing but water.
I think I've said, oh, sorry. I think I've said multiple times that I eat Big Macs from McDonald's. It's very soft meat, very easy to eat. So I
Sounds
mean,
good.
yeah, I know. It's comfort food. It's, you know, yeah, that's my favorite. And also putting something cold in your mouth. I think that was something I used to do a lot,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't remember now. Sorry. Okay.
That's pretty much the only thing I like is just anything that's cold across the board. But like you said, Pookie, ice cream, I think it's because of the dairy, because I don't like ice cream either.
No, like a popsicle, like
Mm-hmm.
um,
Yeah, like a bomb pop or something like that.
yeah, I can't do dairy. That's why I said
Mm-hmm.
not ice cream.
Yeah, I'm on board with you there.
Yeah, can't do dairy. I have a bad morning.
Yeah, but I'll
In
like
that
get the bags of frozen fruit
Mm.
and do that.
Yeah, I haven't had any frozen fruit in a while. That sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Kay, were you saying something?
it was a follow-up on the question about cold medicines. That patient who had a cold had some seizures, and what I remember being surprised about is some of the medicines. These over-the-counter like cold and flu medications like Benadryl, a lot of those have negative interactions with AEDs. So AED obviously is of what the medication a lot of us are on for seizures, and really common medications that anybody else would recommend you get over the counter if you when you have fevers and things like that. Decongestants is another one. Phenylephrine, I think is the way you pronounce the medication name, but it's really common. So there's just always something else to have a pharmacist on call for. That's another thing that is convenient about these online like mail-in pharmacies. Sometimes they are easier to have those like databases ready of medication interactions. But you just have to have the app and have everything up to date for any to have any chance of getting a warning. Because obviously when you're already sick, having a fever, really feel like you need meds, that's not always the first thing that comes to mind. So another time support system is helpful.
I do have something we haven't been through. It says anyone else conscious through a TC. I have vast majority of my TCs. I was unconscious. When I started taking Lamictal, I would have occasional TCs that I would be fully aware throughout. Would a doctor call this a partial rather than a TC? Can't say. It is a pleasant having all the convulsions and loss of your body control while being able to totally feel it. On the bright side, the TCs were much shorter when they were like this. Getting the right dose of Lamictal eventually controlled my epilepsy, and I'm grateful for that. I'm on Lamictal, and I do get those TCs where you're just there and you're not sure, can't control your body and all that stuff. That is a scary feeling because I can also, when I have those, I can feel like myself. How you bite your tongue? I can feel myself biting my tongue, gritting my teeth, and it sucks all around. It's scary because it's just like you can't do anything. And it's like sometimes I feel like sometimes we might hit our arm on something or hit something of our body on something, and eventually just trying to not. I kept trying to like stop it from hitting stuff. And eventually I just started crying, but I can't do anything. But I can feel the tears coming out and all that. Yeah, it sucks. Eventually, I just think I pass out from pain deprivation, hitting my head against something on my arm, and crying stops, and I just go back under it or into it. Sucks though. I can hear everybody around me and panic and all that. It's a weird feeling. Some people don't believe me, but those people don't have epilepsy either. So, okay, the first response from the neurologist. As a tonic-clonic seizures or generalized seizures, there typically is an ability to maintain awareness. There is an ability to maintain awareness during them. However, it is possible that you may have had a tonic-clonic seizure. Had a clonic seizure, as these can occur without impaired awareness. Did you have a tonic phase and a clonic phase? If yes, with maintained awareness, it is very well could have been a tonic seizure followed by a separate clonic seizure. Somebody told me that I was having a complex partial when I did that. So I've been going around looking for a response. And the author responded to the neurologist saying, I believe it was a tonic-clonic that subdued enough to just be a tonic everywhere, but my consciousness, they weren't a TC, but a very wide range focal, I think. It is telling that my recovery is such almost TC is so far quicker than a full TC. I was okay again within seconds after a focal, but a full TC fucked me up for the rest of the whole day. Yeah, it's pretty much what it's like. It takes you out. It's just as bad as a regular TC. And like I said, sometimes I've had one time where I remember hitting my arm against something and it hurted so bad, and then I just remember blacking out. And that's why I say eventually it's just pain deprivation. Your body hurts and you're hitting something too long. And I can feel myself crying and all that. I feel myself gritting my teeth. It's a horrible feeling. Another comment here says I had a cluster of TCs in public, and I remember myself being conscious on the start and the second one, and even heard a gentleman coaching me through it. Most scary experience I ever had that led me to being proactive about my diagnosis and maybe a little self-awareness of the side effects of the meds, etc. Yeah. Another one, it says I had something similar like this happen to me when I started lamotrigine. I went from typical TCs with unconscious to mostly complex partials, but every once in a while I still have these weird seizures where they're convulsing and or rigidity involved, but it's nowhere as near severe as I remember a lot of it. My understanding is that these are tonic or clonic seizures rather than TCs, but I still don't totally understand it yet. Me either. And I still haven't got an explanation because everyone's response is different. You guys ever had a conscious TC or a C or a T?
I have not.
Lucky you. It's very, very weird.
And I'm on those meds too. But I'm also on zanisamide.
Vimpat.
Hmm?
The generic for Vimpat.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody have vertigo? Anybody ever get vertigo? Vertigo? Personally,
I get really
me?
dizzy sometimes standing up.
Okay. Yeah, I get dizzy time to time when I stand up. It says
When I
vertigo
stand up.
when you stand up.
Yeah.
It says vertigo with TLE. I've suffered from occasional vertigo since I was a baby, and I only recently realized that it might be a symptom of my epilepsy. I have an appointment with my neurologist in 2 weeks, but I wanted to know if any of you have experiences. From what I'm seeing online, it seems like vertigo before a seizure is its own type of epilepsy. I have TLE, and generally, I don't have tonic-clonic seizures after vertigo, although it does last about 5 minutes, and it is very disorientating. I have to sit down and stay put, and it makes me nauseous sometimes. I've always had bad balance, and if I want to stargaze, I have to sit or teeter over. Has anyone else with TLE experienced this? Is it possible? I'm experiencing a focal aware seizure. This usually happens in the morning, surely or immediately after I wake up. I'm not sure if I have TLE. I was a child when I got it, so I didn't get a lot of good explanations for what was going on. My mom, doctors basically talking to my mom because she's the parent, of course. As a teen, I was just like, okay, but you're gonna take these pills and it should help. Basically, that's what it was. So I didn't get any explanation on how to take care of it or any of that. Family never really looked into it that I know of to kind of help them understand it. So it was just like blind leading the blind. I'm having seizures, and okay, we'll send them to the hospital. They come back, it'll be okay. They don't know that it's much worse than that. So yeah, for a long time they think, oh, he's just gonna have a seizure. He's okay. He can go to the hospital. It's not all it is. The hospital doesn't help. Still come home with a post-ictal headache when whatever they gave you wears off. So if I haven't told you, I just have encephalomalacia, which is soft brain tissue on the right side of my head. So that's why I have epilepsy from being run over by a car when I was a kid. Vertigo stories?
The only person I know that gets vertigo attacks. Well, yeah, my mom gets vertigo attacks, and that only started recently. Only started in like January, and she drinks like 5 or 6 cups of coffee a day, and that's a lot. She weighs like 100 pounds, and yeah, I don't think it's related um, to epilepsy, but things that can set it off are alcohol, caffeine, stuff like that, lack of sleep, stress, all the things that trigger us. So yeah, it's very similar. I guess similar in that manner, but it she, yeah, the attacks she's had, um, they she's out all day. She can't. She's nauseous for like 8 hours. She can't do anything. She's completely laid out. Um, no, it's pretty weird. It's pretty awful. You know, uh, but
Did
that's
she ever
the
get like a warning of these vertigo attacks?
very little. Just
Wow.
like they just pop up.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very
That's
strange.
crazy. And doctors never offered a just blame it on menopause kind of explanation?
She's 70 years old. She's
Yeah.
it
They're gonna
it's
give some kind of generic answer.
I looked it up online, and it's something called I got a name for something, and it sort of made sense. But I don't think there's much the doctors can do. There's things, but um, yeah. But the I've only been recently dealing with a person who is afflicted with this.
Yeah, I mean the vertigo that I've had experience with is just from, more intense activities when I know I have a lower threshold. So for anybody who's catamenial, that's the only warning that we have of a couple days or weeks out of the month that we just got to be careful. And that's when I noticed the trend on the vertigo. It's from standing up or, just getting it more easily. Does anybody ever get dizzy just from maybe when dehydration starts? If I go for a long walk on a sunny day, that could be one of the things that presents. If it's not a full-blown seizure, then I might just get dizzy. What about you, Pook?
I get dizzy sometimes walking, but most of the time it's not walking outside. Most of the time I get dizzy walking. It's like inside for some reason. And
Really?
I don't know if the word is to say top heavy, but sometimes my upper body is like
When you
this.
go poop, you're gonna
Put my
tell us to
hand
go
on
to the
the
bathroom though,
wall,
right?
because if I don't put my hand on the wall, then
That'll
most
be
likely
fun.
I'm gonna hit the floor. So yeah, so that's what I do. I stumble a lot because I do get dizzy, and most of the times it's in the house. When I take my daily walks in the morning, I'm usually good. I walk down to the school, which is probably a quarter mile. Sometimes I sit in a little bench right there and just listen to the weekend for a while. Then I come back. Usually I'm with the dog, so I got the dog on a leash. I can let him loose right there for a second. He usually goes to the bathroom on the way there 30 to 40 times. I don't understand why they just stop and pee so many times. Sometimes there's nothing comes out, so I think he's just like spraying or something. But yeah, in that quarter mile, he pees a lot on the way there and pees a lot on the way back. Yeah. And every time they like, oh, you can't bring the dog in here. And be like, hey, got my bracelet, man. This is my dog. He might let you know I'm having a seizure. He might just, I don't know. I remember the time I had a seizure and it was on camera. He was at the foot of the bed, just like trying to look and see up top. But he is a Chihuahua, so he's not going to do much. But someone told me their dog was a little dog, and it just like wraps around their legs and starts going in between their legs and stuff, and that's their sign. He doesn't do all that. He'll maybe follow me, but going through my legs and stuff like that, it doesn't give me the big signs. I wish. To the comment about the vertigo, there's only one. It says I have a lot of dizziness with nausea anytime. TLE, Excopri, lamotrigine, and cannabinoids. So how do you end up knowing what type of epilepsy you have? Because I hear people say I have temporal lobe epilepsy. I know mine's a soft brain tissue on this side. So what kind of epilepsy do I have if it's just, if I know what it is? Anybody answer that for me? Because I'm very unsure what kind I have, or is it just from brain trauma? I just label it as that.
Was told
I don't
after
know.
my first EMU visit that mine came from my temporal lobe, but then after I went to my last appointment with my new doctor, the report that they gave me after that listed a whole bunch of other stuff, and pretty much none of it said anything about temporal lobe. So I have no idea. I'm really excited to find out.
Yeah, they usually just tell me that I have encephalomalacia. I'm like, yeah, I know. The last person told me that, and my primary and all that. I'm like, someone explain exactly. I haven't had I haven't had a chance to tell them, let me know exactly what's going on yet. But neurologist appointment coming up, and since he's new, I'm going to tell him, we got to figure this out together. And yeah, he already suggested Kepler, and we haven't even met, so it's not happening. Not going down that road. Then he hung up on me. You guys ever had a doctor's office hang up on you?
No, I haven't yet.
We
I
have
think it
had ones
honestly-
where I look forward to working with the PA instead of the doctor, though.
Just the
Feels like they pay
pharmacy
attention.
so far that I can remember. But yeah, and some hospitals that I was waiting for an appointment, and I had to leave. Their service was so crappy. I was waiting to get a bone scan, and they needed. I had the prescription there, and to get the bone scan, and they didn't believe the doctor existed that written prescription, and they were calling the other hospital where my neurologist was, and I started yelling at the lady, and because she couldn't understand who the doctor was, and oh my God, I just got so frustrated. I have a temper sometimes, and because I'm like, look, just read the prescription and call the hospital and ask the doctor or someone out there, and they'll tell you, oh, you're so stupid. Oh, idiots. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I
No.
called the hospital once and asked for directions, and they couldn't give me directions.
How do you mean? They just told you they couldn't give you directions?
The lady that answered the phone couldn't tell me how to get to the hospital.
Oh, she just didn't know?
Apparently.
Oh, okay. I thought she was like just refusing to give you directions. I was like, wow.
No.
Oh.
It was like calling. I'm like, I have this procedure and I'm supposed to have it here. This is the information they gave me. Can you tell me how to get there? And she's like, no, I can't. I don't know what to tell you, pretty much. She had no idea.
Jeez. Yeah, the only thing I've done, I've told a neurologist pretty much to F off. I've had some words for him, but that's because he was basically just trying to sell medication. You could see it plain as day. So he was just pumping pretty much right out the gate, putting me at max dose on Keppra. And then when I told
Ouch.
him it wasn't working right and it was just making me completely sick even after the titration phase or whatever you want to call it. And he was like, no, you're just not taking it right. I was like, no, I'm pretty freaking sure I am. And we did all the blood work. Everything was right. He's like, okay, we're going to add this. And he put it on the max dose. I think that was when I took Briviact, and he put that on the max dose while keeping me on Keppra. And so we had a big old argument about it. And so I basically cussed him out and told him to F off.
Hate when doctors don't listen.
Yeah. Nah, he wasn't going to listen regardless. He was trying to just basically sell scripts for himself.
I seen a movie where they did that. Like there was a doctor and he was working with the pharmacy. So he was just writing prescriptions and sending them to that pharmacy, and they were paying them. They were getting rich. I believe it was a true story. I can't remember what the name of it was, but yeah.
Yeah, some of them will get cuts, especially like when the big Ozempic thing blew up. Doctors were getting cuts for writing those prescriptions.
I do have something here, you guys. It says I had my first blackout seizure today. A couple of hours ago, I experienced my first blackout seizure. I've been twitching in the right side of my face every day since April. I was diagnosed with focal cortical dysplasia in January. It's basically a scar over my left motor strip because previously my seizures have only been mouth twitching, and I had asked to not be prescribed medication. The last couple of days, I've had trouble sleeping because of the facial seizures. Were waking up. I thought they might calm down, as last year I had a period of no seizures with a few months, but apparently not. I've been so scared. I was lucky. I just got home from work and my mom hadn't left yet. It was apparently only lasted a few minutes or so. I truly felt like that wasn't it. I've never experienced such a lack of control. I could feel my thoughts become jumbled and my words become just sounds. I'm wondering if anyone else has the same kind of epilepsy. Does it get better? I really felt like this was it for me. Thank you from this terrified 26-year-old. Terrified 26-year-old. It gets better with time. It gets better with time, and that was one of your questions. But along with getting better with time, is it's going to get to its worst at times first. It's going to get way worse before it gets better. Just keep your head up and keep your head up. That's all I can say.
It's a huge adjustment.
Yeah.
Say that again?
I said it's a huge adjustment.
Mm-hmm. Lifestyle changing.
Mm-hmm.
Life-altering experience.
Yeah.
And the sooner you realize that like your plans don't mean shit, the better.
Yeah, I'll let other people do that for me now. It's easier. Yeah. I call my wife the clock Nazi now.
How does she feel about that?
She loves it. Well, not really, but it's a good way to tease her. Because she's always on me about my medications. I have alarms for it, but when her alarms go off, she's got the phone swinging in the air like, take your pills.
So you deserve it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But it doesn't mean I can't tease her.
Every relationship is different.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like yours is fun.
Yeah.
But I don't have what this person is having. I do black out, but they didn't say anything about blacking out and wandering. Yeah. Other than that, I basically black out every seizure when I have a TC and just wake up surrounded by paramedics or wake up in the ambulance.
Better
Yeah.
than the bathroom.
Oh yeah. Luckily, I haven't woken up alone yet. Like came to. I woke up alone, but when I finally came to, people had noticed. But yeah, the first comment here says, "Modern childlike price follow fall governor dinosaurs escape wakeful quickest." What the hell is that? Did anybody understand that?
No.
That's
That
exactly what it
sounds like
says. It says, "Modern childlike price follow fall governor dinosaurs escape wakeful quickest." That's the first comment. Well, doesn't help.
What
that
did they
sounds like
call those
somebody had a
things where
seizure
it's a
while
bunch
writing
of
it.
words, but they're puzzles? Oh man, anagrams. Yeah,
Someone was having a
anagram.
seizure while typing that.
No, it's an anagram.
Another comment here says, "I don't, but sending a hug because first times for so many things when it comes to epilepsy are really scary." Yes. One more says, "Every seizure I have is a blackout and I collapse. I don't remember almost any of my visits to the hospital. The last one I had 3 in the same day, and all I remember is throwing up so much that I started choking. I don't remember the EMS or the ambulance. I also don't remember having a CT scan or an MRI either." You missed a lot of time. I've done that. Missed a whole few hours that I can't remember.
When you're
Wandering
in
into
the ER though, they let you go to sleep, and that's what does it for me. If I actually pass out after, then like another 5 hours is going to be gone.
Or they drug you to sleep.
I
Oh,
love
that's
going
a
to sleep at the
favorite.
hospital. So peaceful. Except when they start getting loud and they don't want to bring me more blankets.
If you're at the right hospital.
Yeah.
They,
Only the ones that
they
give you
always
all the
ask if I
Valium.
want juice. That's what I love. You want some juice? Like, sure, why not?
I just have to say you got to be aware of which hospitals when you need to make sure, double check that you have the bracelet that verifies you don't have to be handcuffed. Because that's how it is at some of the hospitals really close to the jail around here.
Really? I've never been handcuffed.
Oh, you've never been
That's the
camping?
thing.
No, handcuffed.
Oh, I have. Every
Yeah,
time I
we've
see
all
the
had fun
police,
relationships.
every time I see the
I've had
police,
a
they want to handcuff me.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to deal with PD. I mean, I've been handcuffed in that sense, but not like a hospital bed, like after a seizure.
I woke up in a psych ward, I would say, and I was cuffed to a chair. But yeah, I haven't been like I said, when I get cuffed by the police, it's usually like every time I run into them. It's like, hey, we're gonna handcuff you for me and your safety. Like, all right,
You woke up in a psych ward? How'd you make it all the way there?
They said I threatened to jump off a second-story balcony, and when I woke up, I was already handcuffed and I was already sitting like this, and then I just started looking around, confused, like who are all these people? And this was before the COVID, where everybody had to be 6 feet apart. That's how it was. There was these benches, and then it has like a bar next to it, and you connect to the bar, and there's someone a few feet away. You can't reach each other, and both of your hands are connected or cuffed. Yeah, I just remember waking up there, and that was the worst part. There was a bunch of people just yelling at each other, and there was people who were going through like withdrawals, so they're screaming, and there's people who have mental health problems and they're screaming, and then there's people who don't have the mental health problems, but they're screaming at those people that are screaming to tell them to be quiet. So they're just screaming, then there's somebody else screaming to everyone's screaming at each other, be quiet, and it's not working. It's just a bunch of screaming. And person that's watching over us, he's behind a glass. He's not there to tell us to stop screaming. He's there just to make sure nobody breaks loose. So
Yeah.
most of the time he's just sitting there in a chair, and I'm like, hey, trying to like get him to like see something and say something, but that's not what he's there for. He's there to just watch over and make sure no one breaks loose and goes attacks nobody else, I guess.
So how much time did you lose in that stance before you made it to the psych?
I don't know. I think the site was like maybe like 20 minutes away from the house. So I assume it was at least 20 minutes, and then
Yeah, I was gonna say because of like processing and everything like that
yeah,
to get you in there. That's a long span of time.
yeah. But then there's times where I had seizures, and it's like I don't think you heard the other story about my seizure where I wandered off to another town. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. Or briefly.
Yeah, that was 3 buses on a train, so that was at least 3 hours out of it. Don't remember
Yeah,
any of it. I don't remember paying for the train or anything, and I always say that, like, I just try to put the pieces together. Like,
yeah.
did I
That's
just
crazy.
hop
That
on the train?
subconscious cognitive function.
I do have something else here. It says Briviact is ruining my social life. Anyone has any advice? 200 milligrams of Briviac is giving me crazy anxiety and ruining my social life. Does anyone have any advice, tips, or can relate? I haven't taken Briviac, so I can't relate. I think a lot of these medications give you a little social anxiety. Um, so there's that. But anyone specifically use Briviac and see it messing with your social life?
I mean, I used it. I mean, it did cause anxiety and stuff like that, but I mean, they all do.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say Kepper was probably the worst out of all of them. I mean, with probably emotional mood swings and all that stuff. I mean, lamotrigine, I still have it here and there, but I think that's more or less in the postictal phase where I get it the worst, because I think it embellishes it the most. But Briviact, I mean, Briviact and what was the other one I had? There was another one, but those ones weren't the worst. So, I mean,
Well, any of these
oh,
new medications are touchy because they haven't done enough studies. Like the
hmm
Briviact was one that I got off of really quickly, but it wasn't just because of the side effects. It was more just because it was so new. So
hmm
surprise, surprise, the doctor's telling you it's okay for pregnancy, but it hasn't even been around for 10 years. So,
yeah,
they haven't had time to do enough studies on fetuses and, the children they
hmm
produce. And that's another one that certainly says it's not just mood and behavior changes, but it could actually expand to psychotic symptoms.
hmm
And the hallucinations, delusions, not into risking that. So even though it worked for a month or two, those were the days when I was going to the neurologist every 3 months, and that was a pretty quick, let's try a different one.
yeah, that too. I mean, what works for some doesn't work for others.
Right. Know your body. Don't let the
hmm
doctor tell you your
hmm
body. Hmm. There was another thing like with Keppra. I didn't like that it gave me the bad thoughts. I didn't exactly, well, I guess I did. They said I was going to commit suicide, jump off the balcony. Um, but then there's other times where the Keppra, it wasn't exactly, I don't know if I would call it thoughts of suicide because I didn't do it. I just had bad thoughts. Like, what would it be like if I run into the middle of this intersection and
Yeah.
stuff like
Uh-huh.
that?
Yeah. It made
They
you feel
call that
real
a
worthless.
suicidal ideation,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah. It made you feel real worthless and like, I don't know. Just yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
They were
Yeah.
called intrusive thoughts.
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts. There we go.
hmm
Because I was really at the light. Like, you press the button waiting for the light. I was sitting there like,
hmm
what if I just run into traffic? It'll just all be over.
Yeah.
Just go touch the middle of the intersection and run back. Just intrusive thoughts.
Oh yeah.
Luckily, I was alone those times, which also couldn't be good. It could have went worse being alone. But yeah, I think if I would have told someone that, I probably would have went to psych hospital, told someone I was gonna run into traffic.
Yeah, Kepper made me paranoid as shit too.
I was just told that I was a different me. I was told that I was a little more, what's the word? A little more blunt.
Yeah.
Wasn't very apologetic. So like the usual things that somebody might think is rude. Like, why would you say that like that? I would basically just say what I said and move on. And I wasn't exactly aggressive. I was just,
The filter left.
yeah, just had no filter. And people were like, you don't have to say that. You don't have to talk to him like that. I don't remember this because I wasn't myself. I do remember bits and pieces. I don't remember like being mean to people because that's never really been my stilo, is to like get to people and like bother people in particular. Yeah, but there was that. Like I said, there was second story balcony. Then there was one time there was 7-story balcony, and yeah, I was actually on the phone with Kevin. Oh yeah, you didn't know that, huh? Second time I met you, I did the podcast sitting on a 7-story balcony. Yep, me and you had a one-on-one, and I was sitting on the balcony, 7 stories.
Well, yeah, I remember the balcony, the background. I thought, was that okay? Yeah, okay, go on.
Yeah, I was just getting the intrusive thoughts, like you said. I was just wondering what it would be like if I was to jump and touch the cement. And yeah, just dumb thoughts. I didn't know. Well, I mean, of course, because I'm here, obviously. Luckily, I didn't. But yeah, the Kepler, it'll take you to those places through your thoughts are just all over the place and kind of careless is what I kind of felt like I was. I was a lot careless because I remember my childhood where, like I was saying, I would have seizures and I would tell my friends, don't tell my mom, or I'm not going to be able to come back outside. And they wouldn't tell my mom. So I'd be having seizures with friends and they wouldn't call the ambulance. They just make sure I was okay. And then we're running the streets again, back to gang banging and doing shit I shouldn't do. But I was a high school kid and just doing stuff that, just being careless. I was just living like I didn't have epilepsy. I was 16. I didn't expect it to bother my life. So when it did, I was just like, wow, this is going to be different. And then I got to my 20s to where I wasn't in school anymore. And yeah, I paid a lot more attention to seizures because I was either with family or stuff like that. After getting into my 20s, not as much gang drama and hanging out with certain people. Really bad thoughts. Kepra isn't for me in particular. Any advice for Briviac? I go through the comments. I think you said no, right? Josh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much on that one. Like, I mean, most of the stuff I've had, it's a lot more stressful than Briviact. But like I said, what works for some doesn't work for others. So if she's really having that much of a problem with, like Kate said, go talk to your neurologist. Maybe she can do a combo, like Cetralin or something with it.
I'm going to read the first comment here. It says, I relate, but the only advice I can give is talking with your neuro or psych to be put on maybe mood stabilizers, SSRIs. I'm on Briviac and Lamictal, which has helped a lot. Also, Klonopin for panic attacks. Another one says, I was on 400 milligrams of Briviac. Its long-term side effects only recently messed me up. Tips, CBD. I hear a lot about CBD, and there's a lot of states where they just start banning it and stuff. So
yeah, it's sometimes so I take one that helps a lot. That's pretty cheap to get. It's a generic. It's called Cetralin, and it's generic Zoloft. And that one you just take like half of one a day at night, and super simple, super easy, and that's it. And it works really well. And I take that with all mine, and it has helped a lot, especially kill the anxiety. Kind of level you out. It doesn't help much with the post-ictal crap, but I mean, there's not much with that. But with anxiety just on a default level, it really helps out a lot.
For a long time, when I didn't know that benzos were bad for us, I would have a seizure, and then when I was in the ambulance, they would ask me if I wanted Ativan, and for the longest time, I thought that was for pain. Come to find out, I had to get here to figure out that it's not for pain. It's something that just put me to sleep, and it calmed me down so much. And it's just like, oh man, this feels good. I thought it was pain. I thought it was just like straight to the vein. It was like, oh yeah, everything goes away. And I'm usually laughing with the paramedics at the look on my face and stuff like that. I had a lot of good conversation with paramedics.
That's the only thing that sucks about like Ativan and like Nasalim and stuff, because then when you wake up out of it, my family's like, oh, you look great, you feel so much better, huh? And I was like, for right now. I was like, wait till 5 hours later, I'm gonna feel like crap.
Basically, like I was saying, Keppra isn't good for me. I wasn't myself, and glad I made it to where I am. But I do have another post about rescue mates. It says, how often do you consider too often? Disclaimer, I'll be speaking with my epilepsy nurse tomorrow to discuss adjusting my meds. In the meantime, I'm seeking other experiences. My question is, if your seizures are just about control, but you take care of your meds to head off seizures? How often do you take them before concluding that you need to adjust your main anti-seizure medications? Context, I have catamenial TLE and pre-medication experience clusters of C.6 through 15. Focal aware seizures around the time of ovulation, and again just before my period each month. That's a female. I was finally diagnosed in August 2022 and was prescribed lamotrigine, which I take religiously at the same time twice a day. Currently on 125 milligrams morning and evening. I also started taking progesterone on the contraceptive pill, which regulated my hormones and worked really well for me. However, I stopped taking the progesterone pill last summer to try and conceive with my neuro's approval. I haven't had an actual seizure since starting the meds, but I am increasingly experiencing prodromes. Hard to describe, but I feel agitated and I have mild feelings of familiarity, which don't progress to deja vu, but make me feel like a focal seizure is imminent. My neuro prescribed me clobazam as a rescue medication for these occasions, and I only needed it occasionally, 1 to 2 pills every month or so. It seems to work, make me feel really groggy. I've only needed it in the time of day a few times, and have usually taken it at night. I fell pregnant quickly last summer, and unfortunately, I had a horrible miscarriage, which required 2 surgeries in November and December to deal with it. Needless to say, my hormones have been all over the place since last summer, and I found myself needing the clobazam every couple of weeks, sometimes a couple of times a week. Within the same week, my husband and I are continuing to conceive with the view to complete our family ASAP, so can switch to Vimpat instead, as my neuro thinks this may be a better med for me. In the meantime, I'm thinking of needing rescue meds several times a month as a sign that my current dose isn't working for me, and it's time to either up my dose or add or switch to Keppra. Any thoughts would be appreciated. My thought is you don't add or switch to Keppra. I mean, right now at least. Whatever works for you, but Keppra didn't have me feeling good, so I'm not on it.
I wish I had access to rescue meds like that.
how much is too often for your red rescue meds. The first time I got nasalium, the lady said don't take more than 3 a week or something like that. Yeah. So that I don't know. I never ended up taking it. I still have it to this day, and that was 2022 or something like that. But yeah, still got the nasalium. It's expired, of course. Would you use nasalium that's expired?
I have a stockpile, so I just wouldn't have the need. But I'm
How do you
pretty
guys
sure.
how do you guys get the nasalim? I mean, I have like the coupon thing for the script, but how do you guys access that?
I went to the pharmacy. They sent it to a pharmacy, and I went and got it.
Through your neuro? Okay, because like I got a script from it and they were trying to charge me like $1,500 a pop for those suckers.
Gotta take it to the insurance for that way, because sometimes the
Yeah, that's what I
diagnosis
figured.
you have doesn't match up. If they don't give you the right kind of uncontrolled epilepsy diagnosis, then they might want to charge you, a lot.
Yeah, I was like, because Texas is kind of crummy too when it comes to insurance and stuff like that. So yeah, that probably has something to do with it because they were trying to charge me $1,500 for one.
My insurance covered 1 box, and 2 came in 1 box.
Oh,
But I'm usually having them, and nobody's noticing at the time that it's happening, unless I'm in a room full of people. But when I'm home, pretty much having them in my room, and sometimes my sister notices, and sometimes she doesn't. Sometimes I'll just fight through it. We'll tell them about it.
Does anybody use the benzos as a rescue med?
I have
Like Lorazepam?
nasalium. Is that a benzo?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know much about nasalium. I've only recently heard about that.
Yeah, it's an aerosol benzo.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know if like Razapam, that's what I had. And my doctor told me once a day, every 24 hours, but even then is too much. You should really stay away from this. You should only use it under emergencies because it can be habit forming.
I've just got an Ativan, but that's only when that Wambulance gave it to me.
I think Ativan is lorazepam. I'm not 100%, not sure on that. I'll look that up.
Some of the comments here on the how do you consider too much. One says, I don't know, to be honest. My son has midazolam, and we were never given a super specific instructions about how the usage dims the effects. Just warned that it could. We used it as a true rescue med, only administering it when the alternative would be the hospital trip. One seizure over 5 minutes, or clusters, or multiple seizures happening on and off for 30 minutes. It's also on midazolam, which I believe is a stronger medicine than clobazam. Isn't it like clobazam, Klonopin, a couple more clones, or?
Yeah, those are all the Schedule 4 benzos, and those are the ones that some people use as rescues, and some neurologists decide to throw that into the mix for a once a day, or sometimes twice a day. That's what mine had me on, but you can, I mean, that was the most recent one that I could feel made a difference, if that makes sense. If I don't take the levetiracetam within like 2 or 3 hours, it's not a big deal, but the clobazam I could feel. And I think that's where they get that habit forming, like literally feeling a withdrawal after like 2 hours that's pretty off-putting. So that's why I wanted to get off the clobazam as soon as possible. And nasalam, yeah, it's basically just more potent because it's administered as a the whatever that word is, nasal spray. Yeah, there's a better word than that, but it's because of how it's administered. Basically, it just takes effect quicker. But that's another reason that anytime they administer or prescribe a medication that has to start at a low dose, it's an easy way to get suspicious.
one more comment says, I don't think we can say anything about it, but talk to your neuro. But if it's experiences you were looking for, I also have clobazam for catamenial clusters, and I was told to take it for up to a week. For instance, daily 7 days. A week is 7 days. And then they put, for instance, 7 days. As long as I can take it only once a month on average, at the end of the day, that's just guesstimate. That's just a guesstimate, though. Everyone is different, and totally get why you would prefer not to take it at all. I underdosed myself at the beginning because I was so hesitant about starting benzos.
I've been taking clobazam for many, many years now, and I do not like it. I'm ready to get off that.
How often do you consider too often for rescue meds?
The new layout is noticeable though.
Gotcha.
Here you are.
Hey, okay, yeah, cool. What is this thing? Is being in the way of the okay, there we go. Okay, so by rescue meds, do you mean just like the nasal inhaler things, or do you
It
include
just
the like the tablets, clonazepam tablets and stuff as well?
this person takes clobazam, but yeah, they're wondering I only need 1 to 2 tablets every month. Yeah, but they're saying how much is too much. Oh, it was a woman. Yeah, she gets hers around her time. Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
What my neurologist had said to me, with the clonazepam as needed tablets was, if I am taking the benzodiazepine, medication, if I feel as needed is, more than once or twice a week, then that is no longer an as needed. That is a signal that they need to do more adjusting, that your current seizure meds are not fully effective if you've got to keep adding this over and over and over again. But like once a week or so, she said, if that's, if you're under a particularly stressful situation and you need it, a couple of times in a given week, that's okay. But if it's regularly 2, 3 times a week, then, especially with the longer acting benzodiazepine like clonazepam, like I have, it's got a metabolic half-life over 36 hours. So if I would be taking it every or what, three times in a given week, then it's never out of my system, right? It's just kind of weaning down, and then I'm going right back up before it even entirely gets eliminated out of my system. So, yeah, at that frequency, that would say to the neurologist that I need that something in my system all the time. So I need to have my baseline adjusted so that that medication isn't necessary. Because you don't want to be overusing benzodiazepines and build a tolerance to them and then find yourself in a situation where it's really significant, and that can, you know, uh, that can cause some major complications if they need to use a lot of benzos. Um, there's other side effects that come with that in a hospital setting. So, um, that's That's my thoughts at least. So
My doctor, actually it was a woman. She told me don't take it more than twice a week. But I've heard of people who've been here and we've been on Zoom and they needed their rescue med in the morning. And then she wasn't looking good again, and she took her rescue med later on, and then she come back to the Zoom every time. And yeah, I don't know how she does that because the things that I see and people usually go right to sleep or something like that. I usually just go right to sleep afterwards. Like sometimes my mom would tell me just like as soon as I stop snoring, as soon as I stop shaking, I just go into a deep, loudest snore she ever heard. But then there's the other times where I just turn into a toddler and whining and crying and slinging my arms and having a tantrum.
with the rescue med, that is, you get turned into a toddler.
Oh no, that's just regular me, toddlerish. You know me.
Oh well, I mean, yeah,
I've
but that
never been
doesn't mean
given a
that
rescue
the
med.
rescue med doesn't bring more of that out of you, you know?
Well, yeah, I've never been given a rescue med. There's no one ever around to diagnose it or
Well,
yeah.
do you have any like oral tablets or anything like as needed tablets for
They gave me nasalium, and
nasal?
it's actually expired, but I'm not gonna throw it out.
Well, yeah. Do you have refills available on it? Because if your insurance will cover refills on that and they have it available, just refill it. Just get it. I've got
Just
like
to have it
3
in stock.
Nasolam stashed all at various different spots around the house, and I'm going to keep refilling them whenever I can, as many times as the insurance will pay for.
I got 3 refills.
Yeah, do it. Refill it now.
I have them stocked up. Gotcha. I will look into that. Maybe just go pick up the refills every few weeks, like I took them.
Yeah, as often as they'll let you.
Okay.
That's my philosophy. Better to have it and not need it. And having it nearby is better than just having it somewhere. So, um, yeah. But I would talk to your doctor also maybe about, ask about some like oral as needed tablets as well, if that's ever some, because like the Nasolam, like 5 milligrams of midazolam is a massive dose of a benzodiazepine. First off, it's a very strong benzo. Um, and then sending that intranasally, that's the reason you just go boom, down, lights out when you get it. Um, there's not much else that anybody really could do with that much, but um, if I've ever been in a situation where, because I have vocal clusters that don't have me walking around taking buses to the other side of town hours away, or you know um whatever, so um I don't always need a rescue, like imperative immediate type of a rescue, and um being able to at the very least be conscious a little bit, even if I don't have any sort of responsibilities. Um, a 0.5 milligram of clonazepam is, at the very least, the entire day is not shot, you know? Um, so I, I don't know. That's one thing I feel a lot better having the clonazepam tablets in addition to the Nasalam. I have, the ability I can let one dissolve under my tongue and just be really chill, not particularly coherent, but not dead to the world. Um, and just in case. Uh, so, uh,
So with the tablets in general, you can pick how much you take and still have a chance of not, like you said, just losing the whole day. Whereas a Nasalam is
yeah,
one
it's all or nothing,
quantity.
and it's a big all. Yeah. So, like a half milligram clonazepam tablet, you split that in half. Again, I mean, a quarter milligram of clonazepam, it's a very light dose. It's kind of like I use it as like kind of a stave off, just in case, more so than like an imminent threat type of a rescue. There's some days where I haven't felt the focal, but I can feel the tension. I've felt the stress building up over a week or so, and I can kind of tell I'm primed for it, and it's about that time of the month, which um, yesterday morning was my cluster day. So I just had one about 2.5 hours ago also. So
Another cluster or just one?
just one. Yeah, just
Okay. And you made it back after that. Okay.
yeah, nothing exciting, but so um
Well, good job for making it back, as always, with great information.
I was just doing a quick little nod every now and then. I don't think anybody noticed besides Kate. It happens. I was listening though. It was just like there 2 seconds. I didn't get to do all that. It was just like, oh,
I
yeah.
thought you were
Could
supposed to be an
be
insomniac, and here you are
could
falling
be your body
asleep, you're
telling you you're
saying?
sleepy.
Am
Maybe you
I
need to
That's
take
the
that
thing
advantage.
bored
about
that
it.
I
Is
can put an insomniac to sleep?
no, you didn't put me to sleep. I was smoking earlier, so
Okay.
um, yeah,
Well, hey.
I've been hitting my pen. So if I'm sitting too long, sometimes, or not sitting too long, sometimes when I'm not paying attention to stuff, or that sounds bad too. I was paying attention to you. Sometimes I
No, I
just sit
get
here
Yeah.
it.
and I
Yeah.
when I'm
I,
not
You
I
were
having
know what
something
talking
you
like
about the impact of benzos on your sleep. You were talking about how fast everybody just gets knocked out by benzos and you sit back and nod off. Totally understandable.
Even when you talk about them.
yeah,
Exactly.
well, and when you
That's how
add some
potent
cannabis on
Nasalam
top
is.
of it.
Yeah, even if you mention their name, they'll do it to you.
You got some expired Nasalam reaching out.
Yeah.
man. You know what I found so amazing, Mark, today is that uh Joshua showed me that you can take these out.
The what?
These. It's
Take
the
what
it's
of
the pill
those?
box. If you have a certain day, like if I want to leave on Thursday, I can take out just
Oh,
Thursday.
that's cool.
Yeah, I just found that out today.
I've
And I haven't
got like
had it for a few weeks.
individual guys for each day of the week because my schedule's all wonky. I've got alarms going off 4 times a day to tell me to take pills. So just an AM PM doesn't quite cut it for me, unfortunately. But I guess it's kind of the same sort of, it's like pop the whole day out. It just doesn't like snap back into the same sort of. That's a good idea though. I had one of those exact organizers too. I never saw that they could pop out like that.
Me either
Unless I
until they
didn't
said it.
have one of those. Maybe I had one that just looked like it. If I go and I find it, I might
Restock.
either I might either be really surprised or I might just have a broken pill organizer later today. We'll see.
I seen someone who had the big one. It's about as big as this mouse pad right here. This is a decent
Oh,
sized mouse pad. And it had every day of the month.
Yeah, the
wow.
30-day ones where you could pull out each one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like,
That's pretty intense.
right.
Nice.
That's what I was thinking.
They're
It's a
very
nice.
nice.
Good way to keep track of when you need to get refills.
Right.
Yes, especially it's really nice when the pharmacy will sync your pills up and you can just fill everything once a month.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if only those ever lined up with the prescribers, because the doctor's appointments are always going to throw in a new prescription that'll mess up
Screw it up. I know.
whatever the pharmacist has gone all that effort to synchronize stuff, just like, no, you're gonna have to take this now too. Oh, yeah,
And change the dosage on 3 other ones.
right, yeah. And refer you to another doctor who will add their own stuff.
Most likely.
Gotta love it.
Just another piece of candy in the candy bag.
Yeah, say that around Halloween. Somebody's saying here, couldn't remember which way was hot and cold in the shower. The title says it. Turn the shower on, turn the handle the wrong way, cold water came out. I just stood there for a while, pondering how to turn the unmarked handle to get hot water to come out, and I really had no idea. I've been using that handle for 20 years. I can only laugh at that one. The Topamax is hitting hard. How many of us have been in that situation? You take Topamax, baby?
Yeah, I was just pointing because I do that a lot. I do just like dopey stuff. I don't know. Like uh, I'll take like a pencil over to like instead of a fork or something. And I don't know. Or I'll just stand and stare off into space and I don't know, stupid crap. Just like, what were you thinking? I don't know. It's yeah, that's just a good example. You know, the shower thing. It's just that brain fog, and you got nothing there, and no reason for why you did what you did. But you know, I'm still opening up the wrong drawers, and I'm looking for a fork or a spoon, and I open up like the closet. I don't know. That's terrible. That's not even right, but yeah, I just don't know what I don't know if there's an accurate medicine that won't cause this much brain fog, or if lowering it will help. Um, because I'm at a good place right now with my seizures. I'm just yeah, I'm worried to switch medicines, or I don't know. I just this mix of medicines I just don't like. But I would just like to get rid of one of them or lower one of them. But
Some of the other
Max
stories it sounds
especially.
that is the one they call out. Yeah, somebody else adds to that story saying I put my clean laundry into the dryer but didn't start the dryer. Went to the kitchen to pour water and I realized that's weird. I didn't start the dryer. Walked right past the dryer and went to the bathroom. Walked past the dryer again into the kitchen, forgot where I was going, found my water glass, filled it, Then while sipping my coffee, I realized I didn't start the dryer. Walked past the dryer to my room, grabbed a sweater and went out. Then just realized I never started the dryer. And
I'm amazed
that
they
is exactly
remembered
how it
all
works.
that to write it down.
Yeah.
You know, but that could be cameras too. That could be people with one of those like really open layout floor plans and a camera in the right place. You could see every one of those motions.
That's
And there's
true.
no telling how long it took them to write that all out and piece that together afterwards. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
I've been there though, trying to get chores done around the house, and then you're just basically just moving things, and you're not
Walking in
actually getting things
circles.
done. Yeah, yeah,
Well, no,
you're
it's
just
a
moving
matter of
stuff around the house more or less.
There's
yeah.
no doing like mopping more than one room in a
Yeah,
day
you
unless
haven't
you have
actually got
everything
any
done.
done. You just move cleaning supplies into a different room. I put the laundry in the washer. It just sits in there wet. And then I move it to the dryer, or it sits in the dryer wet. And then I remember it 2 days later.
Oh yeah.
Right
Yeah,
there,
things like
Christians.
that.
Yeah, sometimes take the laundry down. My sister doesn't even have epilepsy. She's like, "Can you help me take this laundry down to the laundromat?" And I would go do it. And she'll take it. And she'll put the laundry in the washing machine. And I think the next day she'll either tell me or tell me, "Can I go get it?" or put it in the dryer, switch it out, or whatever the case. Then usually it's been in there overnight or 2 days, and then it stinks, so she's washing it again. Or like our towels, all of our dry towels and face towels were in the dryer, and we went down one day and they were just all gone. Yeah, so
Someone
that's the
hijacked them.
bad part about living in an
Oh
apartment
yeah.
complex.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
gone.
see, sometimes I'll just go in there and open the dryer. I one time I opened the dryer and it was all wet, and I just stared at it, and I just closed it, and then just walked off and did whatever the heck else next I did. But I remember that later when I went back and looked at it, and it was all wet, and I was like, you know what? I came back here and I just looked at it, and it was wet, and then I just walked off.
I was gonna say, oh yeah, I've done that. Like went somewhere to do something and didn't do it. So when I leave out of my house, I don't know why I'm pointing at my door. When I leave out of the door, I go to the left down the stairs, and once you get off the bottom of the stairs, you make a right, and there's a little path circled around the terrace and the grass for the dogs or whatever the case. Then there's a building right there at the end of the terrace. It's the lobby of the building. You go in, and as soon as you go in, the what's it called? The mailboxes are right on your right hand side. I was supposed to go to the mailbox, but if you go through the lobby and you just keep going through, you go through the front door. And when I got to the sidewalk is when I was like, why am I at the sidewalk? I just walked right past the mailboxes. And then I was like, okay, time to go get the mail. I got back upstairs before I thought, oh yeah, I was supposed to get the mail. So I passed it, told myself I should get it, and passed it again on the way back, and didn't remember till I got back upstairs. And then I was like, yeah, I'm not going back down again. Maybe if I would have remembered it when I was back downstairs, but I was like, nah, not today. Yeah, check
When I
it
was
out
in
another time. That
when I
was
was in my
a whole
20s,
trip.
yeah, when I was in my 20s, when my seizures were really bad, I had like this weird threshold thing. I would lock my door and I would get all the way to the bottom of the staircase. When I would forget that I locked my door. So then I have to run all the way back up, check it, go back down, forget I locked it again, then go all the way back up and do that like 2 or 3 times till I was like, screw it, whatever. And be like, if it's unlocked, it's unlocked.
Yeah, that's like also I had a situation where I was cooking, and of course my family was like, you don't need to cook, you're gonna burn something, you're gonna burn the house down. They say it all the time. Well, they used to. Um, yeah, so I was cooking. I wasn't cooking. I was just making rice. So I'm just like sitting on the counter because I know my memory's bad. And I was like, I'm just not sitting on the counter, but leaning against the counter, looking at my phone every now and then, looking at the rice or whatever the case. And then for some reason, I turned around and picked up something. It might have been my phone on the counter. I think I just looked at it and like I just walked off. When the fire alarm went off is when the rice had no more water in it. Forgot I was cooking. I just looked at my phone, went right back to the room, and forgot everything that was going on in the kitchen. The light was on. Came back, it was smoke everywhere, and opened the door. Yeah, so I shouldn't cook because stuff like that happens. But luckily, it's not the flame coming out. The one that could be like, it's not that. It's just a hot surface.
The electric flat.
Yeah, luckily. Yeah.
Another one of the responses to that can't remember hot or cold in the shower one is somebody else that I think this is something we could probably all relate to, saying, I was about to open a thread about the most remarkable, ridiculous, shameful moments of forgetfulness. Today at the elevator in my building, here comes this lady with a cute dog. I went, oh, whoa. Then she's considering she just lived downstairs, asked her if she could hear my parrot and if it bothered her. She laughed and said, you've asked me twice already, and thanks for the concern, but I never listened to anything. I couldn't remember her face either, and only knew she lived downstairs because of where she entered on the elevator. So now I wonder, how many times have I gleefully repeated sentences or questions to people I don't even recognize in the first place? I'll start wearing a purple and red hat so I become the certified neighborhood nutso, then anything goes. And there's lots of likes on that one saying, you've asked me twice already. I hate hearing any version of this phrase. It's embarrassing and humiliating. It makes me want to not speak much for days. And there's a lot of agreement on that one. But that's just another, to me, point that we have to accept. It's gonna happen, and it's not gonna happen any less over time. I don't expect the memory to come back, and as long as we keep going to the same kind of events, with family and around the neighborhood and whatever, chances are you're still gonna act like the same person, and that means repeating yourself. But
Yeah,
that was a cute take on it.
there's a little bit of an in joke that I have with my family about this, because there is um a fun fact, a particular fun fact that has repeatedly come up that I have shared with them um, so many times that they've gotten tired of it. But now I remember it, now that they've finally gotten across. So I intentionally share it with them, just because they already know it. But there is, it comes up in cooking. There is a process, a chemical reaction called the Maillard reaction. It is the process by which the browning of a bread's crust occurs. It is a conversion of sugars to various other products, and it is a function of both temperature and of pH. And I mean, it's not just with bread. It's something that okay. Um, anyway, the I have shared this, I've gone into much more depth with them so many times that yeah, they didn't even find it funny anymore. Um, but it was critical to my secret recipe for sausage gravy, like biscuits and sausage gravy. I've over like 20 years or so, I've slowly been perfecting my own recipe for sausage gravy. And yeah, I've found and incorporated the Maillard reaction into the process, the cooking recipe, and it makes it incredibly tedious to prepare, but um, assuming nobody has been lying about it, everybody says it's the best sausage gravy that they've ever had. So I don't know. We'll see, or we'll see. Yeah, I'm hoping that it wasn't just being polite, but it seems to be pretty popular with my family at least. So
Is this
yeah,
a recipe you would share?
Yeah, you better. Gonna break
not
it out for Thanksgiving?
not live over the
I'm
podcast on YouTube.
I understand,
I
not on
might,
YouTube.
yeah, I might slip a recipe into one or two people's DMs on Reddit, kind of thing.
And just be
But
really specific about
you know,
when to salt if you're going
secret.
to
It's
meat on
it's
this.
my
Yeah.
secret recipe. But I mean, be forewarned, it takes a good like 5 hours to do it right. Like it is an entire afternoon of
Oh wow.
preparation. There's a reason
I
I only make it like 2 or 3 times a year. So
And with our memory, we're gonna have to practice.
now I'm curious. I
I mean,
love
it's pretty straightforward. It's just a lot of stirring.
Yeah, but homemade gravy is a lot of stirring.
Well, how much do you swear
Yeah.
by the pans? Like a pan that heats evenly and everything like I have a problem with these cooktops that are just like really tiny burners now, and I have like a skillet, obviously, that's like 12 inches, and I feel like it doesn't cook as evenly just because the pot is not heating up right. So maybe
Size your
not a big
burner
deal
to your
for,
pan.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
would be nice.
I've got the luxury of access to a nice like cooktop stove, and that does a pretty good job. But um,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
the better that you can kind of size your burner to your pan, the more even cooking you're gonna have, I would say. Because I've been there before when you're trying to cook for on it with a big skillet on a little tiny burner, and it makes it difficult.
And every time I do the same thing, same recipe, just different portions, I hate how much longer it has to take. But it does,
I mean,
and then you just hear which serving came out best and won't have to come up with an excuse.
cooking is an excellent hobby, though. I think it is good for the memory.
That's
Try to
definitely a way
do
to
that.
challenge your mind.
Try to not use timers, and you know, try to portion everything out right. The recipes, and yeah, I mean that's a great way to test your mind. I don't have a bunch of hobbies, but I do. You know, I'm pretty
Like
much
you cook
cooking
by
for
the scent.
myself here, so
You can tell
yeah.
how much something's cooked when it starts to smell done.
My kids
Yeah,
used to
yeah.
joke. My kids used to joke that dinner was ready when the smoke alarm went off. But
Love it.
I'm a pretty good cook now, but I've had a lot more years to practice. So
Hey, when you get it, you never too late. That's for sure.
yeah, I had to want to learn and need to learn.
That's part of it. Nothing out of a can anymore is nice to have
Right.
that option anyway.
When I was cooking for them at first, it was like coming out of a box, or I was calling my mom saying, "How do you make this?"
Hmm. I do that. Stay on the phone while it's boiling. Hold on.
Right.
And I'll be like, okay, it's kind of mushy. Should it still keep it on longer?
No, it's
I always
asparagus.
I always hated when she's like, well, you put a little bit of this in it. And I'm like, okay, well, what's a little bit? Is that like a spoonful or a half a cup?
Right. That's what I see with a lot of old people. They're like, put a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I'm like, a little bit? What's a little bit? You guys back in the day, you guys just knew what you were doing to make the ingredients, didn't have the measurement cups.
I understand it now though, because I've been
Yeah,
cooking for a long time.
yeah.
So I can kind of look at it.
A bit is more than a dash,
Right.
but less than a smidge.
How much is a tad?
That's kind of that falls between the smidge bit somewhere.
Give me a smidge.
Mark, I just absolutely love your perspective on everything.
Thank you.
I told them the same thing. What if they say, give me a little bit? Just a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
A little
That
bit
depends on what they're
would have
talking
to
about.
be, it would have to be less than a bit, right? How much do we need to scale down that bit for it to be considered little? That's an interesting question.
Well, me
Yeah,
and
like
Andrea just took this to an insomniacs topic, so we could go back.
me, well, me and my sister. There's fettuccine Alfredo pasta. My stepmom, she knows how to make it from scratch. So usually we're on the phone with her. Uh, like this is what you do, this is what you do, and so on.
I've always wanted to try Alfredo from scratch.
Yeah,
It's just
the basis for the gravy is the same. Well, the backbone of the gravy is a roux, which is what you use to, it's the same thing
right.
that you use to thicken
Heavy
um
whipping cream.
like my sister makes incredible homemade mac and cheese with the same, the roux.
Yeah, it's like butter and flour.
Just yeah,
And then you
just
cook it and
heat up some butter and flour. Yeah, my gravy is, and I hope I'm not giving away too much information, but the longer you cook a roux, the more flavor it takes on its own, but the less thickening power it has to really thicken up like a milk or cream to make a sauce. So like the Alfredo sauce, you want to have a little bit of or you want to cook the roux just a little bit, heat it up and melt it in, stir it a little bit, and then pour the cream in, and that'll um, give you the consistency that you want there. Um, but the roux is also used in Cajun cooking, and it is
they
the
use it real dark,
backbone.
don't they?
Yeah, yes, that is the backbone of a Cajun gumbo, and they make a roux and they keep stirring it and stirring it and stirring it until it's dark like coffee brown and stuff, and that's what that's what gives that its distinct flavor. So with my sausage gravy, I use the roux and I aim for a middle ground between that, Alfredo, mac and cheese type, um, light roux and the gumbo like dark roux. Because the darker you get, the more savory and the more nutty kind of the flavor becomes out of the flour. So kind of like a peanut buttery color gives it a very distinctive flavor that nobody else I know uses when preparing sausage gravy. So I just
That's
gave away
cool.
the secret, and I swore I wouldn't do it, but that's okay. I didn't tell you about the rosemary, so
We didn't get the ingredients or the measurements. Your technique
Right.
cannot be mastered by anyone. Go ahead, Book.
I mean, it could be mastered by others.
What I was gonna say is that the thing about the gumbo, my grandma, she used to make a gumbo, and it just amazes me how old people, they know the ingredients. And these days you gotta go get the gumbo seasoning pack from the grocery store. Back then they used to make it just off the top of their head and just add this, add that, like you said, make their own roux. She didn't need everything she had was at home already. She didn't need any package, anything. That stuff amazed me how older generations, they cook things just like out of nowhere.
They didn't have packets back then.
Oh, they
You
didn't?
had to know the difference between baking soda and baking powder and how much to add that little bit of flour, and yeah, it goes a long way.
Oh, I didn't know they didn't have the packages. I thought maybe she was.
A lot of stuff they didn't. A lot of the like pre-mixed seasoning stuff is now
Yeah,
is
taco
really
seasoning.
new.
Pancake mixes and all that.
Taco seasoning is not necessary. That's the one that I was like, why do we need to season taco meat when it's just meat in a taco? You're trying to make it taste like a specific taco.
The only one I think is viable is the Taco Bell seasoning.
There you
That's
go.
the only one I think is viable because I make Taco Bell tacos at home and they're awesome.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, they sell Taco Bell has their seasoning in
Yeah, you can get it at Walmart.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they have it at
Okay,
Walmart and HEB.
Probably a
that
laxative.
you have just changed my life. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
No, you can get the like what is it, the flaming hot seasoning, and you can get the regular.
I didn't know do they offer like a flaming hot seasoning, like meat seasoning option in the restaurant when you
I
go
don't
through,
think
or
they do, but I think it's just so you can have like a spicy option.
they just have to cater to the whole, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna have to try them side by side and just see how flaming hot they are.
Yeah, the original's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. And then I get the like the pre-made like salads that you can buy, or like the ones you mix yourselves. And then I get like the cilantro lime ones and then use that as the topping.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get in
You're
contact
making me
with Lemon
hungry.
about that.
Yeah.
I just got done prepping some meat right now too.
Yeah.
I kind of hate y'all right now because now I want tacos and I can't go get any. I ate
Yeah.
had some crappy leftover Domino's.
I was
Hey,
just
pizza.
seasoning some beef.
It's a pizza
Pizza is
night here
always
too.
good.
Yeah, but
Next
it
day
wasn't
pizza.
good.
Next day
It was
pizza is the best.
no, it was like
Not Domino's.
Oh, never
no,
mind.
this was I put too many toppings on it or something. It was literally like raw doughy. I scraped the toppings off of it and yeah, even after another 5 minutes in the air fryer and it was not good.
Okay.
I can't
Yeah.
even do pizza anymore unless it's like crappy Little Caesars because I don't feel justified paying anymore for pizza. So I'm like,
Right.
it's Little Caesars or nothing. That and their wings that they have are pretty decent.
Yeah.
I
Their
refuse
pizza's,
to
their
pay.
pizza's pretty decent.
Until you have the right veggie stromboli from a local pizzeria who knows what they're doing, then
Mm-hmm. Their pizza is worth every $3. No, I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. It's good. It's good pizza for the price. So
Yes.
yeah,
Like if you got a bunch of people over and you're on a budget, it's the way to go.
go get like 3 boxes of pizza for less than $20. It might be like $8 a piece or something.
Yep.
Yeah. Perfect party
Back
pizza.
in college, I was bound bagging groceries. There was a Little Caesars like right next to the grocery store that I worked at, and they had those like $5 hot and ready pizzas. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Go walk in one of those, walk out and crush an entire $5 large pepperoni pizza in a half-hour break and then go back to pushing carts all day.
Oh yeah,
That was the
Jack in the Box
best.
Jack in the
I
Box
miss
used to
it.
have the
Like,
3 tacos for 99 cents. And then Taco Bell used to do tacos for 49 cents. And then they did the 50-cent enchiritos back in the day.
Yeah, I stopped eating fast food a while back, but loved it.
I miss it.
There's stuff I seen working in fast food where I was like, I don't really miss it. I don't want to ruin it for you guys, but yeah. Working in fast food,
well,
you see a lot of
saying
stuff.
that is kind of ruining it because that implication is just anything that I can imagine is happening to any fast food that I will eat from now on just because you said that you don't want to ruin it for us.
No, it's like, uh, yeah, I can point out certain restaurants. Let's see. There was a Jack in the
Let's not
Box.
call out any particular corporations by name. We don't want to, run afoul of any potential
Let's
sponsors
put
down
you
the
on an
road.
NDA.
Taco Bell's good and it's cheap.
Taco Bell got expensive
Uh,
over the years. They got way expensive. Their
yeah,
prices
They all
hiked.
got expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
what
all
happened to the dollar? Or did they have? Was it the dollar menu there, or was that
No, they had
McDonald's?
like their little value member or whatever,
The
but their
value,
crunchy
yeah,
tacos are like $1.49 now.
yeah,
They went up a
yeah.
whole dollar.
yeah. I remember they were $1. I remember, yeah, but it's
No,
a
they
dollar.
used to be 49 cents for a crunchy taco.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they used to be 49 cents. And they're
Oh.
$1.49 now. Uh-huh. Yeah, the beef,
I
bean, and
heard
cheese is like
Inflation.
$1.29 now, and they used to be 79 cents. And now they're like all wimpy and flat.
Yeah,
hmm
yes, I know what you mean. I do have a post here though, you guys. It says jobs without being able to drive. What jobs do you all do when you can't drive? I might be losing my WFH job, and I have no idea what to do because I can't drive myself to other jobs. WHF job.
It's work from home, right? Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
there's all
But
these abbreviations I'm new to. Either
they
I
said
ask
they
my
were losing their
kids
work from
or I
home
Google it.
job.
I
A
might be
lot of people
losing my
after
work from
COVID
home
had to go back.
job. Say that again.
I was agreeing with a lot of people after COVID had to go back. All these companies bragged about work from home, allowing it to happen, but
I
it's
got
something to
you.
do with tax breaks and yeah,
So
something
now they
changed.
have to go back to work. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I actually got put, now I actually work from home because I can't drive anymore. So I'm working from home now
Nice.
because I used to do, I was doing outside sales and now I just got out of the hospital from having a bunch of seizures and now I just got off medical leave. So now they're having me work from home.
That's a big deal. That's awesome that
hmm
you can.
hmm Yeah, hopefully we'll see. I might be able to drive again, but I don't know if I want to. So we'll see how things
I
go.
just got caught about not being able to do that because when I was doing medical collections, they wouldn't allow you to have any of that, the client's information, because it might have had something to do with like what hospital they were at and any
hmm
chance that they would issue like, complaints about their diagnosis or medical information over the phone. That's what there's too many hoops to jump through. That's why I
hmm
couldn't do that from home.
hmm
But every other kind of sales,
Yeah.
and you just don't get as much commission usually.
About driving. With me, I don't drive, so and I don't work, so there's that. What I can say is, yeah, if you're gonna lose your work from home job, you might want to look for another work from home job. To be honest, because yeah, I can't work, and I love working. And if I could have a job, work from home would be great. I love working, but my family made me resign from my last job, so yeah, I didn't have the option. I haven't been fired for my seizures, and I've had many seizures on jobs, but yeah, it was just my family was like, no, you're not gonna work. No, my stepmom said, no, you're not gonna work anymore. So yeah, I gave my boss an envelope that my resignation letter before I knew exactly what I was giving him. Was yeah, my stepmom said, give this to your boss.
Wait, so
Got to
you
work
didn't
like
even
crazy.
know that you were resigning, stepping down from your job when you stepped down from your job?
Did not know. I found out when I was at my locker and I was like, let me look in here because the envelope isn't closed. Uh, there was 2 copies because she said I gotta sign one and I gotta have a copy of it or something like that. But I got all the way to work. I had the envelope. I kind of didn't think about what was in it. She was like, give this to your boss. And I was just like, hey, all right. Yeah. And I gave it to him. But when I got to my locker is when I opened it and read it because it was actually not sealed. And it was a resignation letter. And I'm reading it as I'm walking through the hall. And that was my boss. And then I gave it to him and he's like, today? And I was like, what do you mean today? And I was like, does that mean I'm fired, or does that mean I just like take a break? And he was like, no, this means you're resigning like forever. Like your last check will be coming. And I was like, oh shit. He was like, you didn't know that? And I was like, no, my stepmom gave me this. And he was like, do you want to stay? And I was like, yeah, but now that I know she just gave me this means she doesn't want me working. But that was after I had what's it called? Stitches on my gums from that job because it was a warehouse job. And I didn't know that. I woke up with the stitches already there. So that's how long I was out of it. Had a seizure, they said I almost bit through the bottom right here. So I am lucky that I didn't have to like hold my mouth open all that time for them to do stitches and I wasn't there at the time. Well, I wasn't mentally there or yeah. But before that, I had fell in a fryer at Krispy Kreme. I don't know if I told you that story.
I heard about, well, yeah, I don't know if I've heard the whole story, but I've heard about sticking an arm in a fryer, and I would have assumed that would be like the straw that breaks the camel's back. I would have thought that was the manager that you were handing the letter to that your family didn't want you working for anymore.
That was the job before that. She didn't actually know I worked that job because I didn't live with her then. I was living with my dad. Yeah, so there was that. And then the wandering off thing. Yeah. So,
So
like I
the
said,
wandering off was between the 2 jobs?
the
Or
wandering off was
were you working
at the tail end of the resigning. Maybe like a week or two before, maybe a week before. But yeah, wandered off and 3 buses on a train. Don't know how I got there. But that means I was out of it for at least 3 hours, at least. And that's insane. And I don't know if that's a bad word to use these days. Insane. It's
But that's
crazier.
an appropriate word in that would, I mean, yeah, to be
Appropriate, yeah. Unimaginable.
That was wild, I should say. There we go.
flabbergasting.
Yes.
What's an
Yeah.
inappropriate word? I didn't catch that. Sorry, my cats were fighting.
Insane, is that insensitive? I say it's fine personally, but I may be insensitive. I don't know.
Yeah, I said that was an insane experience, and insane was it. I thought about it. I was like, yeah, insane isn't the word. That was a wild experience, I should say.
I've
It's
never
all
heard that as being
context.
insensitive.
Huh?
I said I'd never heard that as being insensitive.
Context.
You're
The
not
20th
insane,
century.
or you're not on the verge of any mental things. If you were,
And
then
that brings us to Mental Health Awareness Day. That is happening
Hey,
1 week
hey.
from today. Another post here. I don't know if it applies to us. Why are epilepsy service animals so expensive? Hi, everybody. 30 years old, had epilepsy for over 13 years. Diagnosed my junior year of high school. Epilepsy has not gotten any better. Neurology team at Mayo Clinic informed me that epilepsy is drug resistant. So after being on more than 2 meds, I'm still having seizures. Late onset Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, a rare form. My neurology team recommended that I get a seizure response dog since I'm having daily seizures. Fallen multiple times, even at home, have scars on my back and forehead due to this. Wife constantly worried that I'll injure myself. Makes me sad to see her that way. Looked up seizure response dogs. However, the price for those animals is $25,000 or more. Insurance doesn't assist with this. Why are they so expensive? I understand that the training takes a very long time. However, this seems ridiculous. Feel that epilepsy is a disability commonly overlooked, not taken seriously. Would any of you agree with this? And yeah, I can feel the frustration, but anybody who's ever had to train a dog, you'll understand if you know if you ever actually had to train a dog beyond public access to actually perform service tasks and be able to accommodate an owner, by just having them sending like, socks or some kind of scent sample. If that dog is actually trained successfully, I can see why that price tag is reasonable. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the amount of time that's so big, it's the resources required. I mean, in order to train the dog to respond and alert in advance to seizures, they would need to have available to the trainers people who have seizures frequently enough and reliably enough for the dogs to see that behavior and recognize that as atypical and then alert to that. And they have to do all that in a time frame that is reasonable. I mean, dogs have a life expectancy and they gotta learn all this stuff and then still have a service lifetime. So yeah, the time alone is not the problem. If it were, then the price tag definitely, 25,000 would be absurd. But you need multiple people and some very, very difficult to find resources. And yeah, it is
It's worth it.
Yeah.
well, I can't speak to that personally, but yeah, it is a monumental endeavor to set about just the training. So price tag reflects that. You guys say it's worth it. You have experiences you want to share?
I would just say it's worth it because of the closest I've had experience is my mother being a certified trainer, and we're going the route with this one of, you know, when, after I have one, she can perform tasks, but she still doesn't do it on her own, the dog. And I see how long it's taken, how much work, and maybe we didn't get the right breed, but Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm just judging this post as far as if you get an animal that is well trained, then and like you said has a trained or life expectancy of a good 8 years of service. That's where I can see if you can afford the 25,000 that it would be worth it.
Yeah, and like it's for a good cause, but like at the end of the day, it's a business too. I mean, they have wages they need to pay, they have profit margins that they need to make to stay
Oh
in
yeah.
business so they can keep training these animals. And like you said, they need to be able to find and be able to purchase animals that are breeds and or have the aptitude to be able to become service dogs.
And
Because
that's like
not
half the cost
every
right there
dog,
is the breed.
not every dog can do
Yeah.
it. So that takes a lot of vetting on its own.
Yeah, that was gonna be a question. Like the next thing that I was gonna that popped to mind was that what, Kate said breed, they have to be the right breed. I mean, so well, there's size considerations, I guess, to be sure.
Yeah, because I mean, you
You
can
know,
probably train any dog to be able to sense something, but are you
yeah,
going to be able to train any dog to be able to assess and respond to
usefully.
procedurally? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I mean, not to the
there's a
point of
place.
Nasalam, but they can get
Yeah.
the service. Yeah, they can do everything else.
Mm-hmm.
It is
They
pretty
have
amazing.
a place out here where you can um, get the dogs with your health insurance. Uh, so there's that. And this one guy told me about it because he went to I believe he went to the service and like got shot in the leg or something. He said it wasn't something that was that serious, but they made him honorable discharge. And he had a pit bull, and it was service dog, and he was like, this dog, he was like, I got it for something else, but my girlfriend is having seizures, and the dog tends to notice, and it'll just follow her around the house. And usually, after it follows her around for too long, we know it's following her, and then she has a seizure. And I was like, wow, you got the dog because you have the army stuff, and I think he said like PTSD or something like that. I guess he got the dog for companionship, but it
Mm-hmm.
follows its girlfriend around for.
Mm-hmm.
Then they started noticing that he's following you a lot when you're about to have a seizure. I was like, that's very interesting. And he gave me the information to call and get a dog. But I called the company, and it's just such the runaround that I just gave up. I called the company, and they're like, this is the company you call that has the dogs. I called them, and then they were like, you need to be referred to us. And I was like, I was referred by someone else, by a different company, this, and this company. And they're like, no, that company needs to call us. So I'm like, okay. I call back that company. Someone else's answer, of course, because someone I didn't talk to before. And then I'm like, they said I had to be referred. And he was like, basically, you have to go talk to your doctor, have your doctor contact us, and we'll talk to your doctor and get you the dog that you need. And I was just like, it's such a piece of work.
Yeah.
I don't see my doctor for 3 more months. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so I was just like, it'd be nice to have, but they send you the runaround. And if you want to do the runaround, then it's worth it. But yeah, it
And
was
the
a lot.
breed you're gonna get is probably gonna shed.
Sometimes my body isn't, but my mind is like, I don't want to do this right now. It's a lot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this
Yeah.
is a lot to do. Like I feel really motivated to do anything, but it's like, oh, I have this paperwork. Oh, I'll do that
yeah.
another time, even though I do have a lot
Phone
of time and I'm
calls.
doing nothing. That just seems like a lot to take care of right now. It's stuff
Yeah.
like that. They just send me around the runaround. I'm like, okay, I kind of give up. I'll do it one day.
So I get buried in paperwork all the time because I'm like, oh, the next day.
You're gonna get a hold of Nature's Maid one of these days.
That's
You
how
had your hand up,
my
Mark.
health
What'd you say?
insurance. That's how my health insurance lapsed because I had the paperwork right here sitting under the dresser on the shelf, and one day I went to get my medication and they're like, your health insurance isn't covered. Copay is $690. And I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay, can I get some emergency pills because these are epilepsy meds and I need these? And she said she gave me a week's worth for $33. And then she's like, I'm going to give you a discount and gave it for $14. And I was like, thank you very much. So after a week of getting it reinstated, took a week, I went back up there to get my pills. And
Right when you told me?
they gave me this little bottle with 7 days worth of pills and 11 refills. I'm like, no, I need all my pills in one, like it's usually going to be. And she's like, how many pills do you usually get? I'm like, I usually get 90 days. I was like, I don't want to come up here every 7 days for 7 days worth of pills. I don't have someone who wants to bring me every 7 days. And yeah. And then they gave me this bottle. She was like, okay, we can do it. And they gave me the 3-month bottle. Thank you, because yeah, that was going to be another runaround, having to go back and forth to the pharmacy every 7 days. I've never done that. I've either went once a month or every other month or every 90 days. But yeah, I was asking, I was like, why would you give me 11 refills?
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense to me.
Right.
Like, how would, in what universe would somebody want that? Like, were they just trying to fuck with you or something? Like,
I think they were serious. Yeah. As I believe they have to contact your health insurance. Probably what they did is contact my health insurance, and health insurance paid for 7 days. I don't know how it worked, but she was like, give me 30 minutes and I'll take care of it. And I was like, okay, I'll be here. I'll go sit down and do some grocery shopping or something. So I'm glad I got the 90 days worth instead of 11 refills, because that would be insane. Because you already got to find somebody to take you in the first place. And she barely wanted to take me that one day. Imagine next week and next week and next week. Yeah. Too much.
well, there's at least with the epilepsy medications, they seem to take it seriously enough. They consider it like life-threatening or something. I had an issue with my insurance and not covering something, somewhat or another nonsense, and something for a mood stabilizer, and I guess mental health they did not consider important enough to give any sort of like carryover or whatever. So, I mean, at that point, it had been months to get to a level where I was stable and, you know, good. And they weren't able to get anything to me for like 2 weeks because the mail order only, because that's, the way they did it or whatever. And yeah, I would have taken a 3-day supply and driven back to the pharmacy like every 3 days for like the next 2 weeks, rather than wait for the mail order for that. So yeah, mental health day next week. It's important.
So, of course, I got something here. Of course, I do. Says the thing, my seizures are coming back. Today was like one of those days where you feel like your entire day is just an aura, and you feel like your entire day was just an aura, and it was still okay. as I was in my statistics class. But when I got home, I for sure knew that something was off. So I took lorazepam, and now I am very tired, and a good tired. I'm very happy that nothing happened, but this could be an indicator that I should up my dose. Will there be any more seizures? I've been seizure free for 3 months now, and the semester just started, and I slept really shitty, and I just hope that that was one-time thing that caused by stress through bad sleep and the meeting all these new people. Hopefully I don't get a TC. I have an appointment with my neuro in 2 weeks. Hopefully we'll get an answer. Is this bad or not? No, not really. I wouldn't say that bad. You had to take your pill. You didn't have a seizure.
Yeah, statistics is easy.
Yeah, and statistics is capitalized. Was in my statistics class when it happened. Anyhow, yeah, I think you'll be all right. You talk to your neurologist in 2 weeks. Don't panic
yeah.
about it, or it might bother you for a whole 2 weeks, which could make it a long 2 weeks. Just calm down and wait those 2 weeks. Maybe talk to the emergency room doctors, or not the emergency room, the people you call. I forgot what the name of it is. People that tell you it's not a problem. Advice nurse. There we go. But there's a comment here, and it says, "So happy you had a lorazepam. Too many people suffer through those auras needlessly. Anyway, maybe time to up your dosage. So definitely call your neurologist. Also, you should take lorazepam right when you feel the aura, because if it lasted all day, then that means you were having clusters." One last comment says, the general rule says if you get an aura and you're sure it's an aura, not a normal headache or something, you up your dose. But hey, watch your life. Watch whether you're skipping meals. If I don't skip one and I get a seizure, no matter what, check if you're hydrated, stress, hunger, and all the triggers that trigger you out. You can't just put yourself to triggers and just say, why am I getting seizures? Yes, meds help, huge help, but they don't heal you. Neuroplasticity does, meaning staying seizure free for months or years. Your neuro decides, and sometimes nothing does. If there's a structural issue with your brain or something, good luck. I say, yeah, if you're having an aura, that is actually considered a seizure. So you're having a seizure already. I don't know if the auras have been gone for that long because they didn't say that, but yeah, if you're just starting to have auras out of nowhere and you think your seizures are coming back, it could be something you're doing wrong. I know Kevin, he's doing everything right. His aren't coming back. No time soon.
Well, I mean, college can be stressful, certain,
Yeah.
certain parts of the semester more so than others, and so try not to let the stress of that.
Yeah, you were froze for, I don't know, 5, 10 seconds.
Oh, okay, sorry. Point was probably made well enough anyway.
Yeah, weather's out here is a bitch. Little breeze and the internet just stops. But it's not a hurricane.
Yeah, the peppers like the rain, so it'll be good. The ghost has like almost literally doubled in size in the past week. It's nuts.
Wow. So are we getting any more of those little cherry tomato looking peppers?
The little like the belly button guys.
Yeah. Yeah, those little round red ones.
That one has not been really quite as enthusiastic as I had expected it to be.
Time will tell.
We'll see.
The rain is here.
I'll try to tuss it out a little bit. It may have been getting a little bit neglected. I've been kind of enthusiastic about the progress that the Fatali and the Ghost have been making. So yeah, that
Every dish with every product has been totally successful, so there are no favorites.
Woosah.
Look, you want to take over with yoga here?
Huh?
Come on. Namaste. Start your own. Tell us what you got going on.
yeah.
What I have going on?
Yeah, you're gonna start with a downward dog or what?
I've been hitting this for like 3 days. But
It
yeah.
still get the job done.
Yeah, but I don't want to fall asleep, and that'll do it. I use that for night times to try to help me at least lay down. It doesn't always help me fall asleep, but just a few hits it'll do something. I'll still be sitting there till 4 in the morning, but
the joints hit you harder than the vape does?
yeah. The vape, I did that when I had an aura. I went and got that because I was nauseous when I was having an aura and we were on the podcast. And I was just like, you guys, I asked the team, can you guys come? I need you guys to join. I can't sit here. Something's going on. And they tuned in instantly. And I was like, okay, I need to get up and walk away. And I didn't understand what was going on. But that's what made me understand the impending doom feeling. And I was getting nauseous. And I was just like, okay, where are you at? I need a pen. And like, meet me downstairs. And I came back up and then the pen, and I swear if I didn't get that, I was probably going to throw up on camera, which would have been even worse because I would have been the one talking.
That's so you haven't had a focal like that before? Haven't had you? Is this the first time you've like you say, you understand the doom feeling?
I've been
Deja doom?
frustrated, but I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But ever since I've got the terms down that everyone's explaining to me, like focal, I didn't know I was having focals for 10 years. And when I told my doctor, he was quite a bit frustrated that I've been doing it 10 years and didn't let him know. And I was like, I didn't know because you told me, you didn't even tell me I have grand malls. I'm just used to having seizures. When I'm seeing the ambulance and stuff, they're asking me, what kind of seizure do you have? And I'm like, a grand mal, the one you shake, the worst one. Come to find out there's more than one seizure. For 20 years, I only thought there was grand mal. I thought I was the only one having seizures for so long. Never met anyone with seizures, never heard anybody talk about a family member with seizures. I thought I was the only one for a really long time.
I actually have a post.
Coming in?
I have a post.
Go ahead. I'm glad to sit back and listen.
It says how to deal with post-ictal chills. I have focal seizures, sometimes aware seizures, sometimes unaware. I have found it is not every time, but most of the time that I have an unaware seizure. I end up having post-ictal chills. Perhaps they even start during the seizure. Who knows? Either way, it helps me to know that I had one. Question to you all: do you also have post-ictal chills? If so, how do you deal with them? Because the chills usually last for hours and I really don't know what to do.
Are you having some chills?
Oh, me right now? I know it's just chilly in the house. My mom likes it cold in the house and we're all catering to her right now because she deserves it.
You were chattering
I
through the
will
whole
be
thing.
right back.
Yeah, post-ictal chills, I don't necessarily get, not from a focal at least. Actually, not from a tonic either. I get the chills before and the clammy feeling and feels like I'm having hot flashes. I get that before, but other than that, nah.
I get
My
the
favorite jacket, it has some thingy mabobbers.
Whoa, I love that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get clammy, and then afterwards, I kind of get the chills, but I go back and forth between hot and cold.
Me too.
Is it like cold sweats?
Yeah, almost like like that.
Yeah, because it's like I don't want to get under a cover because I'm sweating, but I am cold.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really odd feeling.
Yeah.
But postictal, no postictal. I'm not gonna say I'm usually good after that, but I'm usually winding down from those symptoms. And I didn't know that the chills and the clammy and all that was actually part of a seizure. I guess it's a focal. That's actually a seizure, not a precursor. I thought it was for a long time.
Oh, really?
Is it? It's not just because I know I've had focals and I've had chills. I haven't necessarily put the two together as,
I've
but
had one to where I'm aware I'm not exactly having a focal, but then I'll start feeling my heart beating and I'll get the hot flashes. Then I'll get clammy and I'm going like this and stuff. And yeah, so
What do you usually do when that happens?
what do I usually do?
Yeah. Night, Jeff. Sleep well, buddy.
Night, Jeff.
This is what I do. Good night, Jeff.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
This is what I do. It has arm bars right here, and it has a back massager.
So every time that happens with the clammy feeling and stuff, do you have a seizure?
No.
Okay. That's what I was going to ask, because sometimes that'll happen.
Unless the clammy feeling is the seizure, in which case every time you have the clammy feeling, you
Yeah, it would be. That's what I was gonna say,
Yeah,
because that would differentiate like the aura, because I have those clammy feelings and like those chills sometimes, but I don't go into a seizure. But sometimes I'll have the aura and then the seizure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I get chill. That's why I was like trying to clarify it. But at first, I get chills, and I've had focals, but I haven't had them connected. But now I'm wondering, have those like random, unexplained episodes of chills that I've had that have not been attached to or associated with what I've come to know as my focals, could those all have been seizures? Have I been having a lot more than I thought I was? And
Start writing it down. See if there's any.
Sorry?
Start writing it down. Maybe you could see correlation.
Yeah, like time blocks.
Yeah. Yeah, man, there's coming to be so many symptoms now. I'm gonna have to start building a spreadsheet or something, just date and
Share it
time
if you
and
do.
these symptoms and see what I can check off with what else. This is
I can give you a great app. It's very customizable,
yeah,
very
yes,
user friendly.
please.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's called Daylio, DAYLIO,
Okay.
and I track everything in it from like how I sleep to my energy level to just what I ate that day. Did I freeze for a minute?
So you can track like your auras and everything?
Yeah, you can make it have it check whatever, kind of tell it whatever you want it to track.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
So
When
you
to
Yeah.
change it and customize it and add stuff.
It's
Okay. Cool.
I see bunches of things here. It has you can put down your exercise, sports that you've been doing, reading, gaming, sleep, going to bed early. Interesting. And it has stuff for your moods.
Right. I keep track of like when I have like that's why I noticed I get really anxious around when I have my tonic clonics. I get really anxious and then I start having a lot more focals. I found that because of this. And it also takes all of this stuff that you input and it will give you statistics about it. Like it
Now
will give you
that
comparisons.
I'm a fan of statistics.
I like
Yeah.
graphs.
I can tell you, like, I can go in and click a couple buttons and tell you that my focals went down 57% last month since I started taking the B12 or whatever. Like,
Congratulations. Oh,
Nice.
we should
Shout
throw a
out.
party for you or something.
Shout out to Nature Made.
That is a huge win.
I'm gonna go look and see exactly what it was because I don't remember the exact dosage right now. It's not even a dosage, but you know, I word real well.
I
And
word
I didn't
real
even
well. I like it.
I word real well. I didn't even start taking it until the third or the fourth, and I only had 3 total last September. And I started taking the B12 on the third or the fourth. And the first 2 I had were like on the third and the fourth. So it wasn't even in my system for the first 2. I had one other one since then, and I think I forgot to take it the day before.
Mm.
And I can tell you that that is a drop of 57% from the month before, and 33% of the time that month I was in a vehicle, and 11% of the time it was raining outside. I mean, it's ridiculous if you like statistics. Track what you want, you can compare it to anything that you track.
How many of your seizures happened while it was raining in a vehicle?
I'd have to go back and find one of my seizures on here because they're tracked differently than my focals.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just,
I know, but I could probably figure it out
yeah, it sounds like you've got everything, all you need to figure that out right there. It just,
because you
yeah.
literally, it's like you
I'm
pick
not
the one.
asking you to do math right now. This is not homework.
There's
Okay,
no
don't
math.
worry.
It's click some buttons and then it tells you like the related activities with this is when you tracked that activity that like I'm on focals right now. When I was tracking my focals, what else did I put in those entries? Well, 71% of those entries I was in a vehicle. 31% of those times I was with family, meaning most of the likely I was in a car with my mom. You know, just 10% of the time there are stressful things going on. Just whatever I track, however I track it, it will tell me what it's related to. And however it's been related to that item. I'm not wording well again.
Tracks the signs leading up to it, so when they happen again.
Right. It puts all the information together for you so you don't have to think. It also
Oh,
tells you what days of the week it happens the most.
I have that up so I can download it on my phone.
what's
Well, probably
that?
tomorrow.
Yeah, I've got a note to look it up tomorrow because I'm too.
Twisted Sister.
Oh man. How you doing?
You're asking who?
Great, right?
You're asking who?
You.
You.
Who else would
Wait.
be it? You just came in. How are you?
How you doing?
Does anyone remember the icebreaker?
I do. I was waiting for her to say how she's doing first. She still hasn't answered.
I think she took a hit of her
Doing
and Haley.
good.
Right.
Thank you for asking me.
Yeah. You're the one that suggested I post. The icebreaker was, what's something you do that seems to annoy everybody? Let me give you some examples.
I was not asked this icebreaker, but I do not want to answer it first because I need to go pee. But I just want to point out, I also owe you an icebreaker answer for this, but Twisted has to go first.
Oh,
Yeah, Twisted. We got someone who said just existing. He's like, wow, that's how you feel? And he was like, yeah, existing. I said, I forgot what I said.
My personality.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Toaster.
Yeah,
How
I
are
have
you
no
doing
clue what
today?
happened there.
How are you doing today?
Good, I am doing wonderful. How are you?
Oh,
I
now
I
that
have
you're
no
asking me,
no idea.
Toaster.
Hear how long I've been rambling on. I'm so sorry. And then I look down and like no one's there. It's like, when did I lose internet?
Oh, for Mark. What's something you do that seems to annoy people?
I correct people when they say something wrong, like, or just even slightly off a little bit.
Let's test this. That's much more better.
Yeah.
It's gooder.
You're letting people know that they got it, something that needs to be corrected. Instead of letting them go about life and say it to someone else. And
I already had a seizure earlier today. Please do not try to trigger me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Gotcha.
I'm just
Apologize.
I did have a focal, but I'm not gonna be triggered by that. I know
Oh,
it's all
you're pulling the
I-
shit. Got it.
yeah, I'm a shitter, you know. But
Hey, you make me laugh.
I
You're a
did
good
have
friend.
I did have
got
a
something here, you
cluster
guys.
yesterday morning and then another one,
trigger warning.
another single one. So
Your brain's fuzzy.
yeah, that's a good. I like that.
You all right, Kev?
Do what?
Kevin is
Kev
fine.
was he was just kind of spaced out. I want to make sure he was all right.
Watching
I
some
don't really
TV.
have much to say. I don't know.
Well,
I
I have
understand.
another question.
I got one too. I was gonna go through that one.
You
Can
go.
I go first?
You go first.
All right. Mine says, how do you handle? I'm still in denial. How do you handle the denial? I was diagnosed with epilepsy last October. Beyond the fact that I have an obvious seizure, including tonic-clonic, a brain birth defect was found on my MRI, and 30-minute EEG turned out to be abnormal. I have epilepsy. There is no getting around it, yet I still feel like it feels unbelievable, and I have a hard time accepting it. How can this be real? Even when I have focal seizures, I have a hard time accepting it. And I think I must be able to somehow control them through willpower in some way. Sometimes my focal seizures feel like I can do something, but I just don't want to. My whole body is tingling and being very weird, but it feels like if I just think hard enough, I may make it go away. My brain is really struggling to understand this reality. Do any of you guys feel the same way?
You can't make a focal go away.
No, once it's there, it's too late. But what I can say is the still in denial part. Diagnosed last October. That's exactly why you're still in denial. I was in that phase for a little while. But yeah, I always tell myself and tell other people these days, it's gonna get better with time. I'm 20 years in, it got better with time, but it's gonna get way worse before it gets any better. So just prepare for the worst and
Hope for the best.
yeah, hope for the best. Don't take Kepper while you're going through the worst, because I wasn't the best me.
Yeah. I mean, when I got it, I mean, I didn't take it too well. I was in pretty bad denial. I pushed it back and I was in my early 20s. And so I was just basically out partying all the time. And just the only way I realized and was like, I need to start taking care of it was I waited till my partying and my seizures got out of control. And then I was like, okay, I got to take care of this or I ain't going to make it.
I was
And
doing even worse. At least you were 22. I was
no, I
doing.
was in 22. I was 27 when I
Oh, you're
stopped.
27.
I got
Oh,
diagnosed
brother.
when I was 20.
Okay, so yeah, um, yeah, even Yeah, mine was in my teens, so I was doing high school boy shit. And that was much worse because I was real reckless and I was just doing bad stuff and not wanting to tell my mom. You didn't have to tell your mom. I was
Yeah.
avoiding telling my mom. So I was telling my friends, don't tell my mom, or we're not going to tell them I had a seizure, or they're going to make me stay in the house and not hang out with the gang members anymore. So,
Yeah.
so we would not tell my mom for a while, and I was able to be in a gang as long as we don't tell my mom I'm having seizures outside the house.
Yeah.
If you guys take care of it, we're good. And we took care of it. And
Yeah.
then, yeah, so when my mom sees this, I love you. Yeah,
You know, she's watched every single one. I don't think anything's going to surprise her now.
yeah. She
It's
said
got to be
that.
hard to hide it too, especially when you got like your post-ictal phase and you're dragging it. Yeah, that's got to be a tough one.
That's why I stopped lying to people, is because my memory is so bad
You
that
can't.
I'm eventually
You're
gonna say
straight.
something to contradict myself later on. And I was like, yeah, I gotta stop trying to throw people for a loop and just start telling the truth, whether it hurts or not. Because
Yeah, trying
Politics
to
are some
hide
of
that
the
and
most
you're gonna throw
honest
yourself
people
for a
ever
loop.
because of that, I think.
yeah, it's gonna get rough.
But to answer your question, I never actually had that denial phase because when I finally got diagnosed, it was more of like, it finally makes sense. Now, I did have a denial phase when it came to like the loss of driving and work. It's like, no, I should be able to do this. I should be able to do this. Okay, it's only 6 months. Fine. And then it's like, I guess it was that type of denial. But not oh no, these aren't real seizures. This isn't happening. Didn't happen to me. And I guess I'm lucky for that. It was more of a relief to finally find out what the fuck was happening.
I didn't think about it like the seizures weren't real. I just didn't want to deal with it.
No, I had already been dealing with it for years, so it's just like, okay, I finally have a name.
Oh, yeah. See, that's how I was. I was like, no, this isn't going to take over my life. I'm basically just going to tell it to screw off and just basically just keep doing what I'm doing. Yeah.
I do have some comments from this one that says still in denial. And speaking about the denial, yeah, I was in the denial stage for quite a bit. It was just not knowing what's going on. That was the part. I knew I had epilepsy because I had a seizure at school. Then 2 days later, I had one at school again. And the nurse in the emergency room was like, okay, you have epilepsy. You had them 2 days apart, and they were both in my web design class. So I had to drop a class. And come to find out, I'm not having photosensitive seizures. It was just epilepsy all along. But yeah, I was in denial because there was like a lot of students, like other than my friends were great about it. But the other kids that were in that class with me, it was like a stomach feeling that I was just like, oh, I feel like they're talking about me. It's like somebody's in that class with me, and then every time I pass that kid, his whole friend group is there, and they're just looking at me walk by, and then I'm like, oh man, they're all talking about me. They probably were, they probably weren't, you never know. But that bothered me, and that's what had me in denial. So I just started ignoring it. Like, I don't have epilepsy. Talk all you want.
I suppose many of us had different coping mechanisms, like neglecting our health. And that was a big one, like partying. Josh, you mentioned that. Yeah, I was,
Nicotine.
you know, drinking. I did that for a long time, drinking and partying. I was in
Just
denial.
straight up
Yeah.
denial is great. That's I mean zero effort. Yeah.
There's zero effort into coping if you deny it.
Yeah.
I love Jaeger bombs.
I haven't been able to I haven't been able to find triggers all these years for my seizures. Like there's so many things that I've done that I shouldn't have done. And it was just like I can't figure out why I'm having I know why I'm having seizures. I got the encephalomalacia on the right side of my head. I keep repeating it. If you don't know what it is, it's soft brain tissue on the right side of the head from being hit by a car. And then my right hip, right leg, and all of that was broken because I got hit from the right side. But yeah, like all the things that trigger other people, like alcohol, nicotine, caffeine, coffee, all that stuff. People always say things like that, and I've done things for years, like drinking alcohol, smoking, smoking blunts, basically smoking cigars with my weed. So that was the nicotine, and I noticed once I stopped smoking the nicotine, I don't exactly have the urge for weed all day. I mean, I can hit my pen all day. I get a little needy for that, but to roll up all the time, I don't exactly get the urge for that all the time. The pen
Did
can help
you
get through. It's a little easier.
did you use much of the tobacco when you rolled the blunts? I mean,
Oh no, I didn't use any, but the cigar is made of nicotine. I mean, it's a backwood is a tobacco leaf. It's just tobacco leaf, straight up.
yeah, because well, like when I was back in college, we would always, my roommates and I would always get Dutchies, and I mean we just unwrap them and get the but we just like get rid of the filling, the contents or whatever. We just stick our own bud in there. So the only tobacco or nicotine that would have been present would have been whatever is just in that very outermost leaf wrapping. And I never thought that there was that much in there. Is that what you were doing? Or did my roommates teach me a really weird?
You know what a backwood is?
The fact that you're asking me that question makes me think I might not.
A backwood is a cigar.
Like a
Right.
cigarilla.
Yeah,
Kinda.
cigarilla.
Like a black and
They're
mild?
really
A little bit,
they're
yeah.
like this thick. And when I say I used to smoke big, they used to call them fingers. They used to tell me, "Why do you roll so much?" And they'd be like, "This long, thick as a finger." And I smoked like 4 of those a day. And I didn't have a job. I'm just sitting around smoking all day. My sister was like, "All you gonna do is just smoke all day?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I got too much weed." So I mean, I had nothing else to do with my life. I was really like in a bad place. I just didn't want to face life at that time. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I know
was
how
like,
you feel. Know how you feel. I was just drinking freaking tequila and doing hard drugs, but
yeah, I was like,
Good
she
tequila?
said,
huh?
Good tequila or shitty tequila?
Good tequila.
"What's good tequila?" 'Cause
Yeah, Twisted, you look skeptical. Like,
she's Mexican. She knows good tequila.
I know my wife's
yeah.
from Mexico.
Oh, well, she knows good tequila then too. My
What's your
Mexican
favorite
friends know the
tequila?
best tequilas. When my
Huh?
Mexican friends come by, they always have this tequila, and it's in different names that I've never heard of and stuff. And I'm like, I never even seen that in store. And they're like, I don't even remember the names. They're like, you don't know this one? And I'm like, no. Why would you pay $60 for that?
Where's our good tequilas? Hold on.
My dad uses a little bit of tequila in his spaghetti sauce.
Also twisted a couple of our good
Oh,
tequilas.
nice.
There's one of them that's crappy, but
Boils out. At least that's what he says.
let me turn the
Did you hear
camera.
that, Josh?
What?
She said her dad uses tequila in his spaghetti sauce, but it boils out.
Huh. But yeah, here's one of them that's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
This one's good. And then we have this one. And then we have
El Progino.
Mhm.
Yeah. See, I was doing a lot. I was doing alcohol.
And then we have some. And then mezcal.
Mujer de jaguar? Yes.
And then we have mezcal.
Yes. Mezcal? Yes.
And then here's the shitty tequila. Espolón.
Espolón? Yes.
Yeah.
That's the one that
It's like a shitty $20 bottle of tequila.
yes.
Tastes like fucking drain cleaner.
Yeah. So I was in like bad part of denial. Never wanted to face my epilepsy. I was just like, hey, I got it. I just live and just smoke weed for the rest of my life because I can. And I was doing that
Then
for
you
a
found
while.
something better.
Yeah, I started making beats, and then I started editing videos for some people who were doing some AI
Started making
characters.
pizza?
Huh?
Beat.
Beats.
Oh, beats. Oh, okay. I thought you
Beats.
started making pizza. I'm like, what? That
So
is
I'm
a
out there
weird.
slinging
No,
pies.
that's Chris.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's Chris.
Yeah.
Well,
So then I was like, why don't I start a podcast? And then I was like, I know so many underground rappers around here. Why don't I just interview rappers that I know? Because there's so many from the area. California is like the land of independent music. Everybody goes independent until they just get picked up and move away and become rich or blow up or whatever the case. But then I got on Reddit, and then I was like, epilepsy. Or they have something about epilepsy on Reddit. Because I was thinking I was I was on Reddit for GTA. And then epilepsy popped up because they're listening to you. And yeah, Google, they listen to you and they give you suggestions. And I got in, I was like, oh, I've been through that before. Scrolling, I was like, that one, that one, that one. I was like, okay, let me start commenting. And then I started asking too many questions. And then they banned me because they said drug references.
Yes. Drug references.
wait,
It was
who
only
said?
weed. But he was like, yeah, that sounds interesting. You should do that. And I was like, yeah, I was telling him I was going to do a podcast and interviewing rappers or whatever the case. And I was like, interviewing epileptics would be so much more fun. And then he was like, hey, don't say the epileptics. It's kind of offensive. And I was like, why have epilepsy? And he was just like, okay, yeah, that's a touchy word or whatever.
Wow.
But yeah. And then they...
Wait. How is epileptic a touchy word?
I don't know.
Well, people first language and the language police and all that. There's someone can find a way to get offended by pretty much anything if they set their mind to it.
True.
Epileptic
True.
actually have a really cool origin, like the word epilepsy itself.
Yeah.
Can you
Sounds fun.
elaborate that a little bit more?
Yeah,
Or,
here, let me look it up real quick. It has a Greek origin. Give me 1 second here.
It made me think of like when me and my aunt were talking about names for things that if we didn't know those name of things, then it would be a funny name. And epilepsy would be a great name. Hey, bro, you want to go do some epilepsy?
Yeah, it originates from the Greek word epilepsia, which means to seize or take hold of. It reflects the ancient Greek belief that epilepsy was caused by a supernatural force or spirit that took control over the body.
You are insane.
Mm-hmm.
That's not that
Hey,
shouldn't be that
insane's a
word.
touchy word, man.
That is a touchy word. I'll take that back. People
Now
are
let's look.
something.
Now
Yeah.
I'm gonna look into the origin word of insane.
Yeah. I didn't mean to use it like that, whoever's watching. I just mean that's far out. People are just doing things, saying things just to say things sometimes, I feel like. Saying things just to hear yourself
people's
talk.
gonna be a touchy word at this rate.
Aw,
Right.
man, that one's Latin. Latin always sounds morbid.
Oh.
Greeks
Yeah,
are.
like, hey,
Are
Toshi,
they?
do you want to go do some epilepsy?
Yeah, the Greeks named
We
all
can do
the
it in my
coolest
parents'
stuff.
garage.
What? What's he got?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant do I have a post like that? Totally lost the conversation.
My sister's gonna be gone for a week. You want to come over and do some epilepsy?
Yeah, let's go do some epilepsy. Tuesday, 5 o'clock.
I got a lot. Just bring the lighter.
Oh wait, no, I'm
Down
busy. I have
for
a call on
do a
Tuesday.
few lines of epilepsy before hitting the club.
Like that one.
She was like, my aunt was like,
Wait.
gonorrhea would be a cool name if you didn't know what it was for. Can you imagine calling someone gonorrhea? Just not knowing, not being.
I am going to start reading my post.
There you go.
Yes. It says going out here. Do you have a bag or something you bring with you for your epilepsy? I recently moved from a backpack to a fanny pack, but I'm old, so it makes sense. Inside, I keep tissues, hand gel, napkins, an extra set of meds, a few gallon Ziplocs for vomit. It says twice after every CC. A few paper bags to put vomit bag into, phone charger, cable, fidget spinner, some extra cash on hand, and a pen that doubles as a weapon. Ooh, interesting. What do you bring on your journeys? Oh, puppy. Sorry, got distracted. What do you bring with you on your journeys? I mean, you usually don't get. Mark already's showing his bag.
I have my bag, my little fanny pack. It goes like across my chest, so I can reach right here and grab anything I want. Usually keep my pills in it. A bunch of little different stuff, lighter, pills, maybe a pen, a vape pen and a regular pen to write something. My AirPods case.
Yes, the type of pen matters.
Angel. Angel is here.
Where? I don't see him. There he
There
is.
you go. I had to press admit.
Angel!
Ángel! My dude!
Hello.
¿Qué pasa?
¿Qué pasó?
I just got her to go to sleep.
Oh, Princess in Dreamland. So, Angel, what do you bring with you when you go out? Like, you're just going out. Do you bring anything with you for your epilepsy?
Pills.
What's in your
I
bug
bring
out
my nasal
bag?
limb, put that in my pocket, and I put I make sure it barely ever comes off except when I shower. You know, my bracelet, my nasal limb, and that's about it for randomness. A little contact card of it's in my wallet.
Me too.
Ooh, he's about to give us all of his contacts.
Oh no.
I got one too. It came with my bracelet. It says contact information, then it says medical alert. Even though I got the bracelet
medical
in my
alert, stuff
and
like
my-
that, emergency medical card.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hold on. Where is my debit card actually? Hold on. What is going on here?
There we go.
Oh, okay. There we
Emergency
go.
medical.
Yeah.
And it has information of who to call and stuff like that.
Ghostbusters!
Medicines I can't take. Although I put pepper on there.
Yeah. Oh, what I was gonna say, Angel, is don't you have one of these?
Yeah, I have the same exact one.
Okay. You know you can take one day at a time with you.
Yep.
Yeah, I just found out you can do this. Pop them out.
Yeah.
Take one day at a time. That's so convenient. I just found that out, and yeah, I never. I never turned it over because I didn't know there was anything down there. But I can push all these out and take as many days of pills with me as I want to. And I don't have to take the bottle.
Yep.
I used to keep a bottle on me.
Don't get that stuck in my head.
It's funny that me and you have the same exact one, Pookie.
Shout out to Amazon.
Yeah.
Well, there is just one comment that I want to read because, well, I literally have an overnight bag that I take, a change of clothes, incontinent supplies such as extra disposables and wipe. I don't go out much anymore because my triggers, but I definitely have extra clothes.
Did you get the so you took my suggestions for the bag, Mark?
Yeah, I got a bag.
Yeah, I
Ooh,
like
it
the
looks like
ones
it
that,
goes over your shoulder.
yeah, but it ends right here in your
Has
chest,
a,
so you can
like,
just
goes over the shoulder. It's got a little clippy thing so it can like attach to the one side or the other, so it can, depending, and I got a little clippy thing, and that's where one of my nasal am refills lives, like permanently in the bag forever, so I don't have to think about where it goes. There's hey, there's a zipper pack here. I did not know that.
I got this one.
It's RFID shielded. That's pretty cool. But yeah, so there's another pouch in the back there. I've got the wallet there, and apparently my wallet is RFID shielded, so nobody can steal my digital stuff.
Identity.
Yeah, I keep a tubey thing of my cannabis tincture in my Florida law compliant original container with all prescriber information on it because I am a good boy. And I got Butters.
Hey.
Twisted.
I love Butter. That is my favorite character.
Yeah, hell
Oh.
yeah. Yeah, right?
That's my wife's
Yeah,
character.
I sent her some peppers and she sent me a little goodie bag, and I got the Butters on my baggie, so he comes with me anytime I leave the house.
I got
That
mine
is
here.
adorable. I'm sorry, but that's adorable.
So
Also, you got to get you a bag. You just slip it right on, and everything I need is right here on the chest. You can go like that, or you can go even better, and you can get this one.
I have a
Put
bag.
this one on my chest, but this one has a phone charger connected to it.
Oh no,
It
that's
charges.
cool.
Yeah, and then it has a lock right here, a little lock dial code, and you can zip it. No one can unzip it. But I'm bad with remembering codes for stuff like this, so I was just like, there's no reason. It's on my chest. Someone's literally gonna have to take me down to get this.
Twisted, what do
the
you take with you?
shoulder strap, I forgot to mention. Shoulder strap has a pouchy thing big enough for the entire day's worth of the pill container thing right there. So I just grab that day's thing and go. I don't need to think about which one and how many tablets I have. And the sunglass flute also. Yeah.
What is that for?
The sunglasses.
Sunglasses. Yeah.
Okay. I never take my
Yeah.
glasses off and they're transition, so
Yeah, my eyes have always been super sensitive to bright lights, so
you need
So
those.
are mine.
sunglasses are a must. Yeah.
You're rocking them
Yeah.
already.
This one
What do
has a
you
lot
take?
of This one has a lot of little slip-in spots. So this one, my tablet fits right in here, just like perfectly. And then I put everything else in around the other sides. Yeah. But I love that it has a charger on it. And then I was just like, well, I won't be leaving the house anytime soon.
You look good, Mark.
Nice
Thank
glasses. I have one. If you ready, Toaster, or I got one.
Oh, go right ahead.
It says, being a burden to others. I have uncontrolled epilepsy and my seizures are frequent. My tonic-clonics are controlled, but my focal and focal unawares are gnarly and often come in clusters. I feel like I need constant supervision, and I'm burdened on my husband. At the same time, I don't want to get others to understand how to deal with me in this state. Not even out of embarrassment. I just don't want to terrify them. At least my husband knows how I work, but then he has the burden of always having to caregive for me. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to handle this loss of independence. I know many with uncontrolled seizures live alone. How do you guys do it? My husband sometimes snaps at me, and when I try to develop a safety plan or show fear of the whole thing, the burden of taking care of me and emotional after effects are getting to him. I spent this morning crying. I don't know what to do. I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm scared. I won't hurt myself, but I have a hard time coming to terms with this. I guess this is just a vent, but I still need some support. I say you leave him. No, I'm just kidding. That's messed up. I don't know. I don't suggest you just. I never suggest someone just leave their married person. If it's just a boyfriend or girlfriend, yeah, but
I don't know. Some things I would definitely. Okay.
you just gotta, make him feel wanted. He's taking care of you. Maybe make breakfast make dinner when he comes home. Stuff of the small things. You're just not there being just a burden. You're just like, oh, hey, you went to work. I took care of dinner in the house, stuff like that. That sounds bad to some people. Might be like, oh, he just wants a housewife. That's not it. I'm just saying things that'll help the person might feel like a burden. It'll take some of the stress off his chest if you're doing something else around the house. And
I can ask my wife.
Yeah, if he has to do everything, then that's going to feel like a burden. But at least he doesn't have to cook for himself, or he can come home to a hot meal, kids bathe, and doesn't have to go through all that. Yeah.
Where's James?
James is. He said he'll be back. Yeah, he was here earlier. Chris will be here in a little while, but yeah, being a burden. How do you guys? What would you guys say to this person? I'll do the first comment. It says I can relate. If I can relate, I have those same sorts of absence seizures that I have, and I have to have someone around me all the time. Being 16 years old, that sucks because I feel like a baby. I have a freaking baby monitor in my bedroom. Hey, don't be mad at the baby monitor. I got one. It's not a baby monitor, but it's a camera.
I got a baby monitor and a camera.
Great. I need to.
And I'm 39.
I got a tablet.
I got a camera monitoring me.
Get a nanny cam.
Get a nanny cam.
At least one.
I'm raw dog and I got nothing.
YOLO.
But yeah, there's times we all feel like burdens,
Yeah, no, I still do sometimes, but my wife still always reassures me, but some days even when they do that, it's still hard to not get past that feeling.
Yeah.
Do you
But
work?
when they're arguing, like screaming at you like that, it is
Yeah, it's a
scary.
little bit different. Then you have to have a conversation. We haven't gotten to that point. I can always ask my wife and be like, what do I do that makes you not resent me?
Yeah.
Communication.
Yeah. Yeah, being open with each other, honestly, that helps a lot. I mean, that's really it. Don't hide each other. I mean, you're posting this on Reddit when you should be really talking to each other. I mean, it's good that you're looking for advice from us, but that's what we need to tell you is go communicate.
Yeah, definitely communicate. And same thing as like Pookie said, if there's more stuff you can pick up around to not make yourself feel like a burden, then you do that.
Be like, I am doing something around here, so I'm not a burden. I felt like a burden a lot. So I just do things and try to make sure people can't be like, all you do is sit around and smoke weed. No,
Do
I
you
also clean
clean
the
the house
bathroom.
and make them dinner?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you walk around and smoke weed.
Yeah.
I do everything I can.
Breaking in these floors.
I
Yeah,
try to
but
cook
the
for
thing
my
with that
mom,
is
but
Oh, don't talk
those
about
cigars you
broken
smoke, you
floors.
blow out too much smoke and it's too cloudy in here. Yeah.
The electricians walked through my ceiling. Well, not mine, but my house's ceiling. Yeah, I know. There is a giant hole in my dad's bathroom, and he is not happy about
Oh, get in the bathroom ceiling.
It's like, oh my God, it was
Got
actually
a skylight and ventilation now.
it was actually kind of impressive when he was talking. Somehow within 10 minutes he went from the manager to the owner of the company, and I don't know, he's just a miracle worker sometimes. Okay,
Did
I'm
you
done
get
bragging
the
about my
back
dad.
call?
It sounds great. Another comment here says, I am unable to live alone, but I feel your pain. I'm hoping brain surgery helps with at least some of the seizures. I have 2 types of epilepsy and 4 types of seizures. I've heard that people say those before. How many types of epilepsy do you guys have, and how many types of seizures do you have? I think I only have 1 type of epilepsy, but I did have focals, myoclonics, and tonics. But then when I hear some people say focals, they still call them absent seizures. So there's a lot of terms being thrown around for the same thing sometimes. I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Tonics are when you get the jerks. Myo means muscles.
Well, I know what a myoclonic jerk is. I'm saying like
Tonic
absence
is
and all that.
the tone.
I thought Myo
Tonal
was
tonic
small.
is the stiffening of
the myoclonic.
the muscles, and the clonic is the jerking, the release. So that's the tonic clonic is the floppy fish. It's where the muscles are all tense and there's the the pulsing like release and stuff, but you can have one without the other
Ah, you are right. It is muscle.
and not necessarily lose consciousness like
Miles are not
through
small, and
either one of
Kevin can
them.
tell you.
I'm sorry, Angel, what I missed what you said?
I said myoclonic seizures are not small, and Kevin can tell you that.
Yeah.
Mines were small. Mines were like, I don't really get them anymore, and I believe it's the B12, but sometimes mines would be like just little jerks like that. My elbow would hit something. where my shoulder would jump. Most of them were on my left side, or like my knee, my leg, stuff on my left side. For some reason, it was left side stuff. And or it'd be like sometimes I'll have a soda in my hand and it'll like shake it. Odd stuff. But now I don't get it. I don't really get them. But since I type now a lot, sometimes I'll be like looking at the board at the computer to make sure I type what I need to type. Then I'll tap something, tap a button, and like, oh, I didn't mean to press that. My fingers just do that sometimes when they're down there. It's a different struggle.
So what you were saying earlier, Pookie, like how you were talking the absence and the focal, are they the same thing? Is there a difference? Like what? Because I'm trying to kind of get a figure out, because I want to figure out if I'm actually having those and how to explain that to my neurologist.
I want to know exactly what you want to know. So we're in the same boat, my brother.
Yeah,
I
because
do
I'm
have
having those absent phases and stuff like that where I'm spacing out and doing all those things. But I'm hearing things about absence and focal, and getting these definitions and stuff, but they kind of intertwine, and then there's differences as well. So it's kind of confusing.
Didn't you see my post earlier?
No, I've been working today. I haven't looked at the posts.
That's about it.
Yeah, I have absent seizures. I have focal to bilateral.
1 second.
And
what's the difference?
That's when the one where you're awake and you're seizing through your whole body like a myoclonic, but
So
it's
the
like
ones where you're,
a grand mal.
but you're conscious.
Yeah.
I've been asking people what that is because I've been having those. Someone told me complex partial. I haven't been able to put a name to that.
It's from what my neurologist says, because it starts with a focal point. So that's why they call it a focal. And then it spreads. And depending on where that focal point is, which is also related to twisted toes, of like what type of aura you might see and stuff. Like and it spreads throughout your brain like a lightning storm.
Yeah,
and then there's the generalized
is,
chronics, which is
since
grand
mine
mal.
is right here. I get like this weird thing sometimes to where it just feels like I don't know how to explain it. It's like a wire cable. It feels like just a big cable, like one of the telephone wires. It feels like it's just going right here, and it's a pain. And it feels like I just always got to stretch my neck and do that, and it doesn't go away. It doesn't always turn to a seizure, but it is really annoying. And I usually lay down and hope a seizure does not come. Oh, something smells good.
It's my Oreos.
My neighbors downstairs, they own an Indian restaurant, so they make food at nighttime, and it always smells really good at nighttime. Yeah, it smells amazing.
Wait, is this the new place or did you move yet?
I'm going to my dad's house. I'm not necessarily going. Well, that is considered a new place. Yeah, going to my dad's house. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. He's gonna let me get. He said he's gonna let me get a shed so I can do my podcast in it. It's gonna be the new studio, is what I call it. I'm gonna get a backdrop with the symbol on it. Yeah,
We're gonna have to pook it out.
I got big plans.
Nice. All right, guys, I gotta hop off. I gotta eat dinner, and then I gotta post that song, and then go to bed.
Poogie, I knew. Back in South Dakota, he was a neurologist, and he did these like wood cutting things, and they were like one of them. It was I mean, it was almost exactly like the in season podcast logo, like the brain, like the outline of the brain, but it was, like inch and a half thick kind of, or inch and a half depth, like cutout profile cutout of the, to put up on the wall. Like I want to try to get in touch with that guy and see, because like
That would be cool.
how fucking cool would that be? Like you're sitting there and then have the wood cut out of the brain, like up on the wall behind you as
Oh,
like the
nice.
backdrop. That we could get like some LED,
Look,
like
this
some color LEDs and stuff, so that it kind of like glows from behind and stuff, so like light up the wall behind you.
it
It's
has to be purple.
some purple. Hell yeah, purple.
And that's the color, epilepsy color.
She
Yeah.
wears. I mean, I like purple.
My favorite colors are green and orange, but I like purple too. I like bright colors.
My favorite color is red and purple. More
I
purple than
like, yeah. Red's my favorite, but I do like purple.
yeah. Red and they're like neck and neck. Red came from gangbanging days, and purple was just always my favorite color. And I don't know if there's
Orange was kind of decided that it was my favorite color. I don't know how, but my sons
I like
just
orange too.
decided one day that Ema loves orange.
I've never
Orange is
heard
her
anybody
favorite
say
color.
orange.
Orange is her favorite color. And so that's what everything became. It's like, look, I used your favorite color and it's orange. It's like, okay, orange is my favorite color. But it's really green.
So you like they got it out of nowhere? Just there you go. There's no way they could have overheard anything about any conversation that may
I
have
don't know.
suggested anything.
I think it was mostly because I came into their life during Halloween time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well,
So
that would do it. Yeah,
yeah.
that makes sense.
But
Okay.
it was fun. It's just, yeah, orange is now my favorite color alongside. They're tied. Like Cookies is tied.
They come again?
Like your favorite thing is tied. Where are we going with this? We're
We're
talking about
talking about
colors.
stuff. You're talking about favorite colors.
Yeah, I forgot how we got on that.
Oh, you said your favorite color was orange. I think somebody said purple, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, my favorite color is purple."
The
I don't know where we went
colors
for
from
that though.
the LED
The
colors
logo.
to light up the wall, the logo, the brain cutout, South Dakota, studio, Pookie moving in with his dad. The reverse order.
I am so impressed.
He
I
has a
always
brain.
Mine.
I know he has a
He
brain
took
and
my
it's
brain.
amazing.
He
Don't be
took
that
everyone's
impressed.
brain cells.
You guys pieced half of it together before I started speaking any of that. So
I could have
I
lived
think
through
I
it
get
just taking off.
smarter every time I talk to you.
That's what I told him. I just let him talk. I feel like everything he's saying is valid. Just shut up.
no, never. Fact check
I don't ever
me.
want to cut you off.
Even just like random fact checks, please. Spot check, make
Oh,
sure, because
yeah,
even
always.
I don't take that stuff personally. If I'm saying something and I'm wrong, like I want to know. I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to like
Get
be
smarter.
accurate. So yeah, if someone corrects me, I'm grateful. I don't know. Other people take that as like a personal attack, and I don't get that. But I'm autistic, so I don't get lots of other people things.
I'm ADHD. A lot of people don't get me.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Peas in a pod.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is like, I'm just twisted.
Mm.
It's like I'm fucking badass.
Or we all have brain
Abusing
sparks. That's why
behavior.
we all fit.
Yes. Exactly. I have okay, this is kind of a gimme, but I have to read it because it's gonna make me giggle. You know who this question is for.
No.
Energy with epilepsy? Hi everyone. I'm looking for advice on how to improve my well-being while living with epilepsy and taking medications. Which supplements, foods, or lifestyle habits help you feel healthier? Any tips?
Wear sunglasses
Wear sunglasses.
when your eye twitches for some reason.
That might be medication.
Download the Dailyo app and start
Oh.
tracking everything that you can, and you'll eventually figure some shit out after you start watching Pookie's podcast for a while. And you decide, what the hell, I'll give it a try, even though I think he might be full of shit. But I mean, I'm a month in, and I think he's right. So I got to admit it.
You heard that, Pookie?
Yes.
He's got it on tape.
Right.
I'm probably going to hear it again at some point in the
In a
future.
couple of months.
No, I probably wouldn't put that in there.
Oh, yes, you would, because it's hilarious.
Well, this is going to be in there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. What do you do or take to help you?
I lost where we were at. To help me what?
What type of stimulants, foods, or lifestyle habits do you take/use?
B12.
I told you it was a gimme.
B12 by Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature's Made.
There we go.
3,000
Have you called
micrograms a
them?
day.
I love you.
Have you called them?
Also, let's see. Basically like coping mechanisms. What do I take or what do I do? Edit videos. Yeah, I think Jeff got out of the hospital like 7 in the morning, his time, and he messaged me. I was like, hey, and sent in the chat, and he was like, what are you doing up? Like, let me guess, editing videos. I was like, you know me. Yeah, I couldn't sleep, so that's the next best thing when my kids aren't around. But even though they are around, they don't want to be around me. I hope they heard me.
It's a little bit louder. Maybe they'll hear you.
They just want to eat the food and watch the TV and be on the tablets and use the Wi-Fi. I should turn it off.
Wait.
It eventually passes and they start coming around wanting your money.
Wait, Angel.
Oh no, that time is already here. The world has changed so much. Now there's Cash App and you can just request money and you can put a reason why. I've gotten that one. I've gotten a message that said, can I have $30? And then it'll say, I need to go to the store and then I want to get something off of Amazon and Fashion Nova. And I'm like, what do you need off of Fashion Nova?
Can you Venmo me? What the fuck is a Venmo? Okay, I do know what a Venmo is. Just
Yeah. Once they got Cash App cards, it's like, Dad, can you send me this for this? Dad, can you send me this for this? I need I like that shirt.
Oh, that is awesome.
I'm wearing my favorite one. It's not a Beavis one.
Beavis was awesome.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was. I don't remember half of it anymore because I have no memory, but I used to watch a lot of it.
but you remember you like it.
I loved it. I loved it.
Actually, I have a random question. You guys ever went back to something you knew you absolutely loved as a child and rewatched and was like, wait, what the hell?
Dinosaurs.
Yes.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs, the animatronics one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the mama.
Not the mama. I love the baby. Oh, not the mama, not the mama.
It looked so realistic back then. And now it looks like that. Okay, sorry. I'll stop laughing.
I remember all those I forgot how they call it. It's the like Frosty the Snowman. The last movie I think that did it was Nightmare Before Christmas. But that type of animation was so
Stop
awesome back
action.
then. Yeah.
Stop
Yeah.
action is awesome.
There's it's still around. It's still used.
It is. They have an app for kids to do stop action. My
They
son
do?
my son borrows my phone all the time so he can make mini movies on with his Legos.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors. Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.